One day, at the foot of a burning mountain, a guy was standing and heard someone calling him. He did not understand what was happening when he suddenly snatched a pill out of the air. Everything was like a flashback. It was Li Yunxiao, a young man of about 15. When he looked around, he saw himself in the middle of the room and a statue standing outside the window. It looked like him, and was erected 15 years after his death in the Tandon Mountains. Li looked at the huge statue with interest. Suddenly, he heard a voice shouting at him for allowing himself to do this, and Li seemed to wake up from a dream. With the thought that he was reborn, his body changed significantly. After sharpening his eyes, he finally realized that he was in a classroom where a teacher was yelling at him to answer her question immediately. It was Luo Yunchang, a teacher at the Jialan Academy in Tianshui, a redhead with a statuesque figure who was nervously asking Li how many ways to process weapons. Li Yongxiao looked at her flawless figure as if in a delirium, and began to fantasize that if she were given armor or an ice blade, her appearance would be flawless. She could easily be a copy of the Red Lotus Empress, but a master of the 4 martial arts was not up to her level. Luo Yunchang suddenly felt some unknown feelings for the guy, and thinking that she must be overtired, she nervously asked her question for the 3rd time. The guy sighed, thinking what kind of easy questions a 9th level alchemy master in the entire continent was asking him, and answered in 48 ways. The audience burst out laughing, and other students shouted for him to finally wake up and read a book and not disgrace his family. And one of the students shouted, pointing at the textbook, that Yang Di had already identified 36 ways, to which Li Yunxiao calmly replied that everyone had probably forgotten about the 12 ways that Fei Yang himself had identified, and the teacher's eyes rounded at this answer. The audience burst out laughing again, and the students shouted that this was nonsense because Yang Di could not make a mistake, and it was a terrible disrespect to him. The teacher's patience finally broke down, and she shouted at the whole class, demanding absolute silence. Everyone's ears were covered, and the class finally fell silent. Meanwhile, Luo Yunchang nervously began to say that Martial Emperor Fei Yan was not only the 3rd in the ranking of continent and martial arts warriors, he was also a first-class 9th degree alchemy master, and he had indeed discovered 12 unique methods. Not realizing how Yunxiao knew this, the students began to exclaim that the textbook said otherwise, and Luo explained that these methods were impossible for an ordinary person to master. That's why Yang Di didn't include them in the list. And looking at the guy, I thought that everyone says that Li is not suitable for martial arts because he has no chakra. However, if you find an approach to him, he could really become a master. Luo pointed her finger at Yunjiao and snarled that reading does not mean true knowledge. She asked him why he needed to add celestial crystal sand when creating weapons, and if he answered this question, he could skip her next class. Yunxiao calmly replied that it was not necessary to add sand, but that beginners needed it to fuse materials together more smoothly. Luo Yunchang asked again why it was possible to fail when using sand in the process of weapon processing, and the guy again answered that sand belongs to the water element and it will cause failure if it is mixed with fire material. Yunchang was speechless for a moment, and without hiding her irritation, she shouted out how she could remove the sand from the alloy of red processed copper and shiny gold. But the guy again calmly replied that the sand could be easily removed from the alloy by simple hardening. Luo Yunchang could not hide her surprise because Li answered her questions so easily and looked at her with a look of contempt. The teacher frantically shouted that Li must come to the next class and ordered everyone to start studying the material on their own and ran out of the classroom. And Yunxiao left the classroom happily, muttering to himself that he thought he didn't have to go to the next class. The boy left to the absolute silence of the audience and looks of admiration, and when the classroom door closed, all the students rushed to discuss Yunxiao's incredible changes. No one believed that he had become intelligent because the requirements to become a master of alchemy are much higher, and Li had not even opened one chakra. The students were saying that this was all really nonsense, and only the girl with the moon in her blue hairstyle was not paying attention to their word. Meanwhile, Li Yunxiao was walking in the center of Tianshui, the capital of the country, thinking that stupid Yang Di was just lucky to become a master of alchemy, and that was it. He stopped and looked at his majestic statue on the hill, thinking that after 15 years, Gu Feiyan must have been reborn into his body, and the statue was erected in his honor to make him even more respected in the country. Chasing thoughts in his head, Lian noticed that he had reached the pagoda of alchemy masters. Suddenly, a voice in his head said that he was too weak now, because this guy's chakras are not even open, and his body is of poor quality, because in his past life he was ranked 3rd in the ranking of masters. And for this, we need to find Yang Di and finally put this dead body in order. At best, it will take him a few years to regain his strength, but by perfecting 2 lives, he can easily reach an even higher level and become the top of the world. But his body's channels are completely closed for this reason. Only Yang Di can clear them. The reborn Li Yunxiao quietly walked to the Alchemist's Guild, where he was met by the secretary Lu Yao and invited to enter. Yun Xiao immediately asked if Yang Di was there, and the secretary stammered when she heard the question, asking if he was referring to the former head of the guild. Li mumbled that this meant that Yang Di was not here, and the secretary stammered that Yang Di had served 20 years ago. The boy huffed, thinking that he had hoped to ask Yang to make the breakthrough pills, and that meant he would have to do it himself. Legend had it that Gu Feiyan was recognized as a martial arts and alchemy genius across the continent, and was one of the 7 elders of the Alchemists Guild. His achievements in martial achievements were considered the highest in the heavenly realm, and he was given the title of troop fighter and recognized as a top-class master, but now he is a nobody. Yun Xiao handed the secretary a sheet of paper, explaining that it was a recipe and he needed these particular ingredients because he had to hurry with those channels. Suddenly, someone called Lu Yao's name, and she looked around and heard someone loudly ask who she was talking to. It was an alchemy master from the Jiazhong Guild, who came closer and added that Liang was looking for the girl everywhere. With a trembling voice, Lu Yao began to explain that a student had come to ask for the ingredients, and now she would have to leave everything and run to Liang. Jia Jun came closer and snatched the paper from her hands and began to study the list of materials. In a moment, he crumpled the list and shouted that it was an idiotic recipe and threw it over his shoulder. This sight stirred up anger inside the boy. He believed that any recipe he created was a priceless treasure, and this unknown brute just threw it away like trash. Meanwhile, Jia Jun, not noticing the boy's anger, once again menacingly ordered the secretary to run to Liao immediately. The girl ran away scared, and an irritated Yun Xiao asked if Jia Jun had really been promoted only 7 days ago. Jia irritatedly corrected that it was not 7 but 5 days, and reminded him that he should be addressed as you, and then the guy asked if he was really an alchemist. Jia's eyes rounded at this insolence, and he asked what the student meant. Li fearlessly explained that his hands were grey and shuffling, and that was what it meant. That Jia had come into contact with the otherworldly windstone, and most likely Jia did it to pass the certification, and he smells like a fire orchid to cover it up. He also smells the smell of tiger sulfur stone, which suggests that this stone was the main material used to create the weapon for the certification. Jijun, in shock, started to object and swear at the guy, but Yun Xiao continued to say that the blood orchid has a side effect and now everyday life points. Jia's body will make itself felt, and in addition, Li said that he was sorry that such an alchemist would have to cut off his right hand and dantian to save his life. Jiagun's heart went cold at these words, and he began to shout that he shouldn't be scared, but Li only added that he only wanted to help him in some way. He turned around and was just about to leave when Jia rushed to the boy and grabbed him by the shoulders and began to beg him to teach him this life-saving technique. Yun Jiao turned around and looked Jia straight in the eye, so intently that he began to scream that he could not bear the look. And bowing low with tears, he began to beg again to tell him about this rescue method, which caused the crowd of people around him to whisper. Li frowned and asked Jun where his list of ingredients was, and Jia quickly flattened the piece of paper and handed it over with words of apology. Yun Xiao took his list and suddenly wiped his nose with it loudly, and again crumpling it up, he threw it in Jia Jun's face, saying that he needed everything on it and that when he collected it he would find it at Jialan Academy. And he reminded the dumbfounded Jia Jun what his name was by shouting his name loudly in syllables. Adding that reputation is not given for nothing but must be earned, he left pompously. He threw over his shoulder to the numb Jia that his arm would last for 3 more days, and if he was late, he would never be able to do his alchemy again. Jun started to yell that 3 days was too short because he was seeing some ingredients for the first time. But Yun Xiao replied without looking back that Jun was smart and would manage, adding that he should take bamboo leaves along with wolfsbane to ease the pain and make his arm last. Jia stood there in a rage as he was embarrassed in front of the crowd. He felt an animal fear of this guy and promised to kill him as soon as he solved this problem. In the meantime, the secretary ran to the alchemist Liang Wenyu and told him about the strange young guest and his strange request. Liang listened to her carefully and asked her how such a young man could ask to find the crane soul root and the white phoenix dragon lotus. Because these ingredients are used to increase the level of combat strength, he asked what else Lu remembered. The girl remembered that they had asked for the devil's flower of the black feather, Yamaraja fruit, wasteland milk, shiver flower and celestial tea. And Liang asked the boy's name, but the girl didn't know, adding that she had never heard of such ingredients. Wenyu hadn't heard of some of the herbs himself, but he assumed that if they were mixed, they would make a powerful remedy for martial artists. He added that he was not ready to give an exact answer, but he did not know the result of this combination, and if this guy came again, he would have to detain him. Meanwhile, Yun Xiao was walking down Tianshui Street thinking that there would most likely be problems with obtaining the ingredients and therefore he needed to come up with another way. He took out a preservation ring from his pocket and put it on his finger. He looked into it and saw a whole bunch of different stuff, bottles of pill books, and in the middle of it all there was a huge sword. The boy took out the weapon and began to think out loud that it could be useful and weighed 16 kilograms, adding that he missed his sword of cutting stars. Yunxiao slung the sword over his shoulder and decided to test it before opening his chakras. After a while, Li Yunxiao reached the Jialan Academy, deciding that when he could concentrate his qi energy, he would definitely create a new weapon. Suddenly, Li noticed two classmates running toward him. They were Dufeng and Luo Jie, two dumbasses who always got into fights and had no sense at all. Dufeng sarcastically said that Yunxiao was showing off today, and they both laughed. Not far away were other students, including Hanbai and Chen Zhen, who were Yunxiao's friends. The boys noticed the intentions of the fools and shouted at them to get away from Li immediately. But Feng suddenly rushed at Li with his fists, shouting that he would fix the situation with Yunxiao's excessive cleverness. Han and Zhen rushed to meet him, shouting that they would not allow him to even touch their comrade. Yihan clashed with Feng in a fierce arm wrestle, and suddenly there was an explosion. Lightning flashed, and both were violently thrown to different sides. Shen rushed to Bai, exclaiming that he had managed to open 4 chakra channels at once. But at that moment, Dufeng rushed to Bai again, shouting that he was rejoicing too soon, and grabbed his arm with all his might. It cracked, and the guy screamed in pain, realizing that it had just been broken. Luo Jie was already running after Feng, exclaiming that this was not all, and he would now show the real difference between him and Feng. Suddenly, a girl with a moon in her hair, Qin Zhuyue, who was a Tianshui princess and studied with them, appeared in front of him as if from the ground. She shouted at the brigands to stop immediately and not to touch Yunxiao, and they simultaneously stood there and muttered that they could not spoil the reputation of their princess. And as soon as they were about to leave, Yunxiao stood in front of them and asked where they were going to run to. Feng asked him with a grimace if he wanted to get into trouble, but Li replied that he was only interested in the difference between someone with 5 chakras and someone with none. The classmates looked at each other and laughed out loud and started rubbing their fists. And Dufeng instantly rushed toward Yunxiao, shouting that he would first find out what the power of the 4 chakras was. But his attack quickly ended because Yunxiao sharply kicked out her legs and Feng ran into her and started screaming in pain. The pain was so great that Feng fell to the ground and began to howl. Luoji rushed to his friend, accusing Yunjiao on the way, but the guy calmly explained that Feng had stepped on his own foot and he had nothing to do with it. And the crowd behind him began to cheer, and for a moment Luoji began to doubt his own eyes. But having created the energy spheres, he shouted that he didn't care what Yunxiao said in his defense and would not forgive it. Jujue stood there white with fear because it seemed that Luoji was a higher-ranked disciple and Yunxiao was in danger. Meanwhile, Luoji jumped up to the boy and threatened to kill him and take revenge for Dufeng. But Yunxiao did not retreat a single step and fearlessly fought with the enemy. Not noticing Li's sword and paying for his inattention, Bo Yunxiao struck him right on the fingers with his sword, and Luoji screamed even louder than Feng in pain, holding his bloody hand. And unable to withstand the pain, Ji also fell to the ground and cried. Silence reigned around him. All the classmates were silent, staring at the two guys in shock and disbelief, whispering about the sword fight. Meanwhile, Yunxiao walked closer to Jie and said that he was no match for even a few lower-ranking students. Jie had also raised his ugly hand against his friends, so there would be a price to pay. Yunxiao came closer and with one hand grabbed both bullies, and he threw them right into the stone wall, smashing it so hard that Luoji shit his pants and everyone started laughing. And Chen Zhen cheerfully exclaimed that Yunxiao had finally opened his chakras. Li laughed and replied that it was all quite simple, because the two of them were the ones who were exposed to the blows, and only Zhuyue was blinking at him suspiciously. And she couldn't help but exclaim if this was really the Yunxiao she used to know, recalling that the Feng and Ji clans had always opposed the Yunxiao clan. Therefore, they would surely take revenge, and Li only laughed in response, reassuring his friend that he could defend himself with dignity. He added that he actually had to go to the dormitory, and Zhuyue exploded in anger because Li didn't realize that he had created a lot of problems for himself. Zhen tried to calm her down, promising that he and Bai would figure something out because the academy would not solve these issues. And suddenly Zhuyue remembered Lan Fei, who had Dufeng as an errand boy, and who had already opened the 7th chakra and was able to quickly concentrate on qi energy and became a real warrior. All three of them looked in Yunxiao's wake, and Hanbai whispered that there was a huge difference between a warrior and a martial arts student. Meanwhile, Yunxiao returned to his dormitory and was irritated that he wasn't even a martial arts student because of the damned closed channel. He decided to urgently become stronger and strengthen his bones by applying the secret technique of the Heavenly Tyrant, which once appeared on the Tianwu continent. During the meeting, where 10 strong martial artists were given titles, they were emperors and made up the top martial artists of the continent, and the strongest emperor was given the title of Heavenly Tyrant, one of whom was Emperor Ao Changkun. The Heavenly Tyrant technique was a forgotten teaching that Gu Feiyang accidentally got, It was the strongest technique in the world that Gu had received in the past, but did not have time to test it due to his death. Yun Xiao decided to fix that and use it right now. Standing on the floor and leaning on it with his hands, he began to concentrate all his strength. He felt incredibly heavy and seemed to be torn to pieces, and Yun Xiao remembered Chang Kun, who was incredibly strong thanks to this technique. But Yun Xiao knew that with this technique he could reach the level of an emperor, even if he did not open his chakras. Gu Fei Yan had once been ranked 3rd among the 10 martial emperors, and that was more than enough. The first form of this technique was the sun and moon, and Yun Xiao was enveloped in a bright glow. The guy could barely stay on his feet, but at some point his body was thrown back and he flew into the wall. He hit his head hard, splitting it open, and his ears rang. Yun Xiao stubbornly repeated that if the heavenly tyrant could do it, then he must become stronger than him, and got up and continued his training after a while. He went to the gravity training sector of the academy, thinking that if he combined the technique with the gravity room, he could increase the intensity. Yun Xiao listened to various stories about great heroes and trained all day long trying to get on the path to becoming stronger. But at some point he realized that most of the students who go to the sector voluntarily come from poor families. One day Yun Xiao decided to go to the tenfold gravity hall. He entered the teleportation circle and began to dissolve into space. In a second, Yun Xiao teleported so far that he could barely catch his breath. His new body could barely stand it, but he had prepared himself mentally. The tenfold gravity training hall was enormously long. It had 200 rooms where the students of the academy were waiting for their turn. Yun Xiao decided to examine everything in detail with his spiritual gaze. He noticed that room number 13 would soon be free in a little while, so he entered it. The students looked at him with surprise, whispering that someone had been waiting all day and this stranger had passed through so easily and without any chi energy. Only Yun Xiao thought that they could not understand the power of his spiritual gaze. Suddenly a guy stood in front of Li Yu Hezhen and explained that the room was occupied by him, and that he had 7 chakras, and Yun Xiao abruptly told him to go to hell. Yu's humiliation was again discussed by the crowd of disciples, and he decided to go out without being disgraced. He offered Li to give him a room, and in return the guy could use his reputation at any opportunity in the academy. Yun Xiao just blinked at him and told him to go to hell again. That Hezhen laughed and called him quite brave and asked how such a worthless creature dared to speak to him in such a tone. He said that he would teach the boy good manners and took a fighting stance. Laughing loudly and activating all his 7 chakras, Yu repeated his words again. Each of the students also started shouting that Hezhen had opened the 7th chakra last week and was able to concentrate chi, and that it took at least a month to learn how to do this. And if Yu continues in the same spirit, he will reach the 1st rank in no more than 10 days. Everyone could really feel Hezheng's chi energy. Meanwhile, he prepared to attack, shouting that he was in a good mood and would gladly break Yun Xiao's ribs instead of killing him. Li only calmly replied that Yu's Tiger Fist looked decent, but this technique, in addition to roaring, must also have a timely attack, and therefore Yu did not have the appropriate spirit. And this criticism infuriated Hezheng, and he quickly rose into the air, yelling at the boy to shut up, and Yun Xiao grunted without looking back at Yu to not expect mercy. With threats, Hezheng was already flying at the guy who continued to walk calmly, and suddenly Yun Xiao glowed with blue light and something strange happened, because Hezheng was staring at him and couldn't understand why his fist didn't obey him and didn't crush the brute, and he only felt threatened by the stranger's presence. There seemed to be some invisible shield between them that Hezhen could not break through. Yu clearly felt a force oppressing him and realized that the stranger was waiting for him to attack him openly. Mentally, Hezheng scolded himself for allowing such a cheap trick because he was sure that his strength should have been enough to destroy the insolent man. But it was too late to retreat, for Yun Xiao began to attack him with such force that Yu's breath caught in his throat. Meanwhile, Li Yun Xiao fought irritably, thinking that his new body was weak because in his previous life he would have crushed Yu, but now he only broke his arm. Hezheng also realized that Li had no chi, and therefore lacked strength, although his movements were perfect, when he suddenly heard a voice behind him telling him to stop. Yu looked back and saw Lando and began to beg for 5 more minutes to finish off Yun Xiao, and he could even give this training room to her. But Luo Lando, who was a slender and beautiful student of the academy, sharply replied that Li had taken the room first. And looking at Yun Xiao, she added that she did not expect Li to hone his skills without any ability, and smiled. Adding that skills without the necessary strength would be useless and the bet would not pay off, she shrugged. Yun Xiao also smiled back at her, saying that was correct. Lando continued to teach that Li would not be able to defeat her because she was getting stronger every time. Hezheng jumped up in disbelief at what he heard, not believing his eyes that he was standing in front of the same young man from the Li clan, and called him a jerk again. And the crowd of students began to whisper again that Yun Xiao had once sought Lando, but as soon as she beat him, the boy gave up the idea. It was true, Luo really liked Yun Xiao. It happened before the awakening of Fei Yan's soul, and for Lando, the man had to be a real hero. A man who could lead the country, not the lowly Li. Yunxiao smiled slyly, realizing that no one would ever know who he really was, and decided to change the course of events. At this point, Yu Hezhen laughed out loud, remembering this clumsy courtship, adding that Li was a real trash who believed in himself too much. Suddenly, Yunjiao mysteriously replied that Yu was wrong because he would never fight Yu Mei even if he was stronger, and turning his back, he said that it didn't matter what others thought of him, and he was going to train hard. Yu Hezhen stood there as if numbed by these words, not realizing what was happening to him because his body was trembling at the mere sight of Yunxiao. In addition, in an instant, he lost all desire to fight Yunxiao. At that moment, Lando also turned around and left, saying that Yunxiao was right about Yu's fist being hollow. And if Hezhen knew the basics well, he could have easily stopped Yunxiao. And at that moment, all the spectators started laughing, and in Hezhen's head, he could only hear the name of the humiliator. Meanwhile, Yunxiao stood in the room in front of two figures with battle simulators. He looked at them with interest, muttering that these black iron statues were at least 100 years old, but had withstood all the practices of those who had stepped on the path of the strong. But the time had come to restore his strength and open chakra channels, and finally awaken the chi energy. Yunxiao made a promise to himself to reach the 9th rank in 10 years. He threw himself at the statue with his fists clenched and began training, but at that moment nothing good came of it. The tenfold gravity worked and increased the effect of the sun and moon that Yunxiao was thrown right into the wall of the room. The guy barely got to his feet, exclaiming that it wouldn't be 3 days before he reached the level of a martial arts student and increased his chakra control by 60%. While Li Yunxiao was training alone, the rumors of his victory over Yu Hezhen spread throughout the training room, and the guy with no chakras mocked the 7-chakra guy like that. 3 days passed, and the door of the room opened with a bang, and everyone saw Yunxiao in his clothes bloodied, but with muscles pumped. The students watched him in amazement again, whispering that Yunxiao had driven himself to the point of manhood with all that training and that now Lando would probably give him another chance. Suddenly, one of the boys looked curiously into the room 13 and screamed at the top of his lungs in terror. Everyone rushed to look, and as well, and a strange picture opened up. The room was completely smashed and the statues were smashed. Terror gripped all the spectators. No one could understand how Yunxiao managed to smash the centuries-old black metal statues. Only a monster could do that. Meanwhile, Yunxiao was already in his dormitory and examined his own body, where all the wounds had healed, because the technique of the Heavenly Tyrant was worthy of the title of Incomparable, and much more effective than rank 9 elixirs. Li cleaned himself up, thinking that as an apprentice he would be able to try out the material processing technique. To do so, he needed to create some lower-ranked medicines, and he could increase his pace. The guy was sitting with his back to the entrance when he suddenly felt someone enter, and ahead of the guest, he grabbed him by the arm and threw him to the floor. The guest screamed. It was his friend Han Bai, a fat man who was almost crying in pain. He involuntarily stood up and began to check whether Yunxiao had broken his arm as well. Li businesslike summarized that he hadn't broken anything, and Han tearfully replied that his arm was still twisted. Yunxiao sighed and asked why Bai had come, and the fat man babbled that the last time he came the boy was acting strangely, so he came to make sure he was okay, and Li tried to set his arm. Bai continued to ask where Li had been all this time, and whether he had opened his chakra, because teacher Yun Chang had been looking for him everywhere. Yunxiao pulled sharply on Bai's arm, causing him to cry out and ask the fat man what the girl wanted from him. The fat man rounded his eyes at this. He quickly began to blabber on about how no one had seen Lan Fei for several days, and everyone assumed that he had reached the 1st rank, while Feng and Jie were waiting for training to end. To take revenge for their defeats, Yunxiao tried to calm the fat man down by saying that it was only the 1st rank, but Bai started yelling that the guy was underestimating the situation. Because the 1st rank makes it possible to concentrate the initial chi, to receive the title of warrior and to begin to practice the arts, so there is a big difference between warriors and students. And Wang Zhen and Princess Zhuyue are worried about Yunxiao, who doubts the strength of Lan Fei, who was the head of that gang. Li turned sharply to the fat man and whispered that he had a serious request for him, namely that Bai lend him money. The fat man had nowhere to go, so he handed over the bag and asked why he was so calm. But Yunxiao just laughed in response, escorting him out of the house and reassuring him that everything would be fine and he would pay him back if he was alive. The fat man smiled back, saying that Li had indeed changed a lot, and the two of them were talking, and just as Li was about to enter the house, he heard a loud crash, and at his feet lay Han Bai unconscious, with a footprint on his belly. A second later, Chen Zhen was lying unconscious next to him, all beaten up and with his teeth knocked out. Yunxiao looked up at the gate and quietly whispered the name of Lan Fei, who was actually entering the courtyard with his gang, shouting out how Li Yunxiao dared to attack his friends and now he had come for revenge. Behind him stood the pathetic Du Feng and Luo Jie, who were laughing in disgust, exclaiming that Lan Fei was giving off light, which meant that he had reached the rank of warrior and would now take revenge. Meanwhile, Yun Xiao quickly examined his friend's wounds and found them to be non-critical, and Jen quietly whispered strange words like a pearl. Meanwhile, Lan Fei shouted that Li had to choose either to kneel before him and admit his mistakes or he would tear off his limbs. Rage filled Yun Xiao's entire being, and he confidently walked toward Lan Fei. He shouted that he hadn't heard such insolent words in his direction for a long time. Suddenly, Fei noticed that his body began to tremble again for some reason, and he grabbed his sword. Activating it, he was covered in a crimson glow. Meanwhile, Yun Xiao stood unwaveringly. Lan Fei began to feel a wild sense of fear, as if something was whispering to him that if he didn't attack right now, he would never be able to do so again. It was as if Fei was on water and Yun Xiao was towering over him on a huge wave. Lan gripped his sword tighter and cursed himself that this was all completely absurd. Suddenly, Yun Xiao appeared next to him as if he had grown out of the ground and shouted that Lan was quick to react, but he was better at talking. Lan Fei was overcome with incredible rage and he shouted back that he would destroy Yun Xiao, slamming his sword into the ground, and everything around him moved as if an earthquake had struck. The explosive force caused the boy to stagger back a bit, but he stayed on his feet, and at that moment Fei struck his sword against Yun Xiao's sword, which cracked. Lan Fei watched in amazement as Li withstood his blow, not believing it was possible. It was not possible for an ordinary student to do this, and his blow was 12 times stronger. For a moment, he even thought that Li had opened his chakra channels, but Feng did not see any energy fluctuations. And then the unimaginable happened. Yun Xiao shouted that he could finally fight at full strength, because this sword could quench his thirst. Lan Fei stood in shock as if dug in with his shelves, not believing his own eyes. And shouting the spell Floating Cloud Strike, he added that he was a warrior with 1 star and let Yun Xiao try to hold his blow. Luojai whispered, with tears in his eyes, that the fairy sword was like clouds and it was a secret technique of the Lan clan, and now Yun Xiao would definitely be finished. But Li fearlessly exclaimed that the essence of the cloud technique is that the sword and its wielder can freely cut through everything in its path, and Fei waves it like a stick. That's why it doesn't look like a legendary technique. Lan Fei was furious at his words and began to threaten him, when suddenly Li stabbed his sword into Lan's sword and knocked it out. It flew away and stuck in the wall, and Lan Fei looked at his empty hands in despair, thinking that Li was garbage and he had reached the rank of warrior, and this could not be. But at that moment, Yun Xiao threw Fei into the wall and put his own sword in front of him, and Lan screamed in fear, demanding that he not move that sword. Yun Xiao laughed and said that of course he wouldn't dare, but his hand was so tired of holding the sword that he couldn't stand it for long, and he put the sword as close to Fei as possible that he began to beg him to take it away. To the admonition of the entire gang, Fei Yun Xiao added that he was not interested in fighting with Lan until his friends Hanbai and Chen Zhen were injured, and he again waved his sword in Lan's face, and he began to cry and beg him not to move it because he was just a teenager. Promising Yun Xiao to give him whatever he wanted, Li cheerfully said that in that case he would have to pay a lot of money. Frightened, Lan Fei began to pull off his finger ring and other jewellery, and all his friends happily began to put their gold into a bag. After Yun Xiao had put everything away well, he turned his eyes to an interesting pendant on Lan's belt, and in a moment he hit it with his sword and tore it off, causing poor Lan to scream in fear. He told Yun Xiao that he could take whatever he wanted, but not this pendant, and pleadingly explained that it was a Jasper amulet of the Lan clan that had been passed down from generation to generation, and there are only 5 of them. The amulet determines the status and importance of their clan, and if he loses it, he will be in trouble because it is a family heirloom. Yun Xiao did not give in, and calmly explained that his gang had given him a few things, and that he would either give the pendant back and everyone would leave quietly, or he would maim him. Lan Fei stood there in despair, realizing that if he chose the pendant, he would lose his authority among the other clans. He coughed and cunningly exclaimed that this pendant was the most valuable thing for him, but without his friends he would not go anywhere, and the crowd roared with delight at his capture. And he announced to everyone that they were leaving, when Yun Xiao suddenly exclaimed that he really thought he would let them go so easily. Everyone froze and one of the girls had a panic attack. However, Yun Xiao added that he was just playing a joke on the fairy, and he snapped and ordered everyone to run away quickly. When the courtyard was finally empty of guests, Yun Xiao began to look at his trophy with interest, because it was a 5-coloured divine wasteland stone, just what he needed. Suddenly, he sighed and folded his arms across his chest and shouted that he knew it was there and that he should come down. A breeze blew from the roof of the can and Li faced Jia Jun, who had been sitting in the back watching the showdown and still didn't understand how Yun Xiao had managed to defeat the fairy. Li looked at him and asked if he had brought what was on the list, and Jun meekly handed over 6 ingredients, explaining that some could be found in the wilderness. And he, the poor man, turned the whole guild over to get at least 6 Li, happily took the ingredients, and suddenly pointing at Bai and Zheng, who continued to lie unconscious, ordered Jia to immediately heal them. Jia Jun exploded in anger and snapped that he would not let some boy boss him around. But Yun Xiao looked him in the eye and quietly replied that Jia could just leave. Yijun gritted his teeth and realized that he was an outstanding alchemist of the first degree and high status. He had to put up with the antics of some little brat, and then, remembering his problem, he cooled down a bit. He wandered over to the boys, silently examined their wounds, and put a pill in each of their mouths. After telling Yun Jiao that he was done and was not going to follow his commands anymore, he reminded Li that he needed to be cured. Yun Xiao replied that people were always happy when he was in charge, and that Jia Jun would be begging for it too. The boy's words cut Jia's ears, and he began to shout how long the kid would abuse him. But Yun Xiao was unstoppable, and he sarcastically replied, "Why a young master would deceive such a worthless first-degree alchemist." These words simply tore Jia Jun apart, and he began to shout that an alchemist of any degree is an influential person. And he nervously looked at the piece of paper that Li gave him. Unable to contain his emotions, Jun read it and shouted with delight. Thinking that the guy really didn't deceive him and the recipe was reliable, Jia muttered that now they had settled the score, thinking that even though they had to go through humiliation, but his own life was a priority. Yun Xiao also could not keep silent and exclaimed that his recipe would help neutralize the stone's poison and remove the side effects. Li sat down on the threshold and continued to explain that full recovery was almost impossible. Although the poison was working, it wouldn't take long for the abilities to return to their previous levels. Jun was stunned by the news, and Li added that it would take 50 years to recover. Jia stood there mute and just blinked his eyes. Only one thought was circling in his head: that's 50 years, and if a miracle doesn't happen, he'll remain a senior apprentice for life. Yijun asked what the boy was getting at. Yun Xiao replied that he knew a way that would allow Jun to become a real alchemist in just 50 days. When Jia heard this news, he jumped up and started shouting that it couldn't be true because there was no such way. Otherwise, he wouldn't have used the otherworldly windstone. He began to accuse Yun Xiao of lying, but the boy calmly replied that a nobody like Jun was not worthy of even his deception. Jun was consumed by doubts. He realized that the boy's words were hard to believe, but he really wanted to become a real alchemist. With a sigh, he began to apologize to Li and ask him if he really knew such a magical way to restore spiritual power. However, Yun Xiao corrected him that he was not talking about restoring spiritual power, but about becoming a first-degree alchemist. Jun became wet with nerves and wheezed out what he needed to do for this. Yun Xiao raised a business-like finger and said that all he needed to do was become his personal slave. Hearing this, Jia Jun jumped up and shouted that this was madness and that it was unheard of for a yellow-mouthed boy to ask such a thing of a master of alchemy. But Li stopped him by saying that he had to become a slave for only 50 days, and then he would kick him out. Jun's eyes watered at such a gorgeous offer, because he was not even worthy of becoming a slave. He was not even worthy of becoming a slave. 1,000 thoughts swarmed in his head about how he hadn't been able to find the recipe in the entire guild and where this impudent man had come from, and how he had found out about his illness. Jun looked again at Yun Xiao, who asked if the offer might humiliate him, and felt a strange sensation in his body. At that moment, Yun Xiao exerted spiritual pressure on him as if his soul was suppressing his will, and his will was holding Jun's soul in complete terror. Meanwhile, Yun Xiao's eyes burned with red flames, and he shot out a sentence, giving Jia 3 seconds to think about it. The poor alchemist could barely stand on his feet, frantically thinking about what he should do. Maybe he should accept and finally get a career, and if he didn't, he would regret it. And at that moment, Jia Jun humbly fell to his knees in front of Yun Xiao and shouted in a hoarse voice that he agreed. Li was also surprised by this decision, but without showing his surprise, he said that it was a bold decision, and later Jun would realize how lucky he was. He added that Jun should fulfill all his recommendations, and if Jia did not pass the certification within 5 days, then his abilities were really worthless and he would not take him as a slave. Jun read the sheet and exclaimed that it was a technique for purifying the soul, to which Yun Xiao replied that although it was not a good technique, it would be enough to pass the certification. Jia was already getting used to his new role and began to whisper the words, "my master," like a madman, to which Yun Xiao replied that it was better to call him young master. And if Jun proves himself on the best side, he will not be stingy with the reward, but now Jun is still free and he will find him when he needs him. And Jia Jun bowed low in agreement with his young master. It was very important for alchemists to nourish their spiritual power, but for an ordinary alchemist, the method of continuously increasing one's spiritual power was considered to be quite long, and there were some versions that there was a way to purify the soul directly, but it was never described. As Jia Jun walked along, he wondered if he had gotten this legendary thing so easily, and he began to wonder where that disgusting feeling of fear had come from. Most likely, Yun Xiao was able to make that legendary soul capture technique because it is not given away for free, and it is not even kept by the royal family. But Jia Jun did not feel very guilty because he was not ashamed to become a slave for the sake of such a rare technique. The only thing that bothered the alchemist was who this mysterious boy Li Yun Xiao was. Meanwhile, Yun Xiao went to the dormitory, but he did not want to sleep at all, so he sat down to meditate to put his thoughts in order. He thought that after the rebirth, his spiritual power did not even reach the level of a first-degree alchemist, and in order to intimidate June, he had to use a soul suppression technique that used too much spiritual power, but now it was only a matter of time before he became the strongest. But Yun Xiao wasn't going to stop there. He decided to surpass his past life's achievements and make a legendary breakthrough because when he was in the Tian Mountains, he managed to discover one method of purifying the soul, and it was the Divine Dayan technique. No one had ever heard of it, but it went beyond any idea of the art of soul purification. Fei Yan's soul was reborn, and not without the participation of the Dayan technique. At the moment of rebirth, a voice whispered the name of the technique inside his body, and Yun Xiao thought that if he worked on it, he would restore his spiritual power. According to the legend, the ascetics of the Tianwu continent were divided into practitioners and alchemists. The former honed their qi energy and a smaller part of them improved their bodies. The latter perfected their souls and were called alchemists. All three groups corresponded to the essences of the spirit of qi energy and the soul, and having reached the peak of perfection of one of them, one could become a threat to the whole continent. But Li in his past life had perfected qi energy and soul at the level of an emperor and understood the interaction of all elements. The emperors who occupied honorable places in the ranking of outstanding emperors reached the peak of 2 essences, which gave advantages but no possibility of exceeding 9 degrees. Gu Feiyan realized that his body could no longer make a breakthrough and therefore wished to obtain the Heavenly Tyrant technique by all means, for only then would the body and soul reach the peak. Then it would be possible to reach the 10th stage. Li was in meditation, he was in a state of fire, and his thoughts were only one thing. With the Dayan technique, his soul would reach the 9th rank, and together with it, when the time comes to unite all 3 essences, he will reach the 10th rank and become invincible, using the Stone of the Divine Wasteland. It will be necessary to extract 13 needles, which will be enough to release the full potential of the body by opening the chakras. The next day, Yun Xiao went to his room, which was filled with jugs and jars of materials that Jiajun had prepared. He took out a bag and poured gold dust into the air, and at that moment a pectogram appeared under his feet. Taking out the amulet and throwing it into the air, Yun Xiao smashed it to pieces with his sword and decided to use spiritual power to control all the materials. Yun Xiao was confident that with the experience of a top-level alchemist, he could quickly refine the stone and prepare the medicine. After all, what a first-degree alchemist can do, an ordinary apprentice can do. The guy started mixing the reagents to harden the needles. And after a while, the medicine was ready. The needles became as hard as swords, and Yun Xiao rose into the air and took the needles into his body. In a moment, there was an explosion, and when the dust cloud settled a little, there stood Li, behind whom the chakras were glowing with golden balls. And Yun Xiao's body became even bigger and more muscular, and even his hair grew. From a teenager, he looked like a grown man. But Yun Xiao was a little disappointed because only 5 chakras were opened. The needles of the Divine Wasteland Stone helped to release the great potential of the body. He decided to get 4 more stones from the Lan clan. Suddenly he heard voices. It was Bai and Zhen who were concerned about the challenge Yun Xiao had given Lan Fei. The boys were shouting that Yun Xiao must have been poisoned because he didn't look well. Li looked at his hands with a green tint, realizing that the side effect had not passed. And he told his friends about the fight with Fairy, about all the trophies he had earned and the opening of his chakras. Bai and Zhen were delighted with everything that happened. And Zhen exclaimed that he knew that General Fei Long's son could not be a loser, and when all 3 of them graduated, they would gather an army and defeat the Lan family. Bai was more skeptical because Lan Fei and his thugs would stop at nothing now and Yun Xiao was in danger. He also reminded that there are only 2 people in Tianshui who have reached the 5th rank, and among them is the director of the academy, Zhong Lishan, who is considered the strongest in Tianshui. And Zhen added that he would have to rely on his own strength, and after all, no one forbade the academy to fight each other. To which Bai replied that Zhen had completely forgotten about the student who was ranked 3rd in the ranking of outstanding Jialan Academy. Zhen instantly changed his face because Bai was not referring to Lan Fei's brother Lan Xuan, and at this mention Yun Xiao smiled slyly, thinking that it was he who once occupied that 3rd place in the overall ranking of the Tianwu continent, and Bai continued to say that Lan Xuan was graduating from the academy this year, and that his strength had reached the level of a master and would be taken into the guard afterwards. The boys started to panic because the vacation was coming soon, and they hoped that Zhuan would not care about them, to which Yun Xiao calmed them down by explaining that he would come after him. They started screaming at the news and begged him not to escalate the situation, but Yun Xiao had already planned to take another wasteland stone from Zhuan. Meanwhile, Lan Fei came to visit his uncle Wang Feng, who was a teacher at the Jielan Academy. Lan Fei was shouting in the middle of the room that he had the right to speak, and his uncle gagged him, explaining that Lan should not make noise because, lucky for him, Lan Xuan was meditating right now, and God forbid he should hear his tantrum. But Lan Fei was not going to be silent and blurted out that he only wanted Lan Xuan to teach Yun Xiao a lesson and just let out his anger a little. These words surprised his uncle, and he asked if Lan really thought Xuan was such a good person to let out only anger. He added that Yun Jiao was just garbage and the main enemy for Fei was his brother Lan Xuan, and the boy had lost the symbol of the clan's heritage, and if Xuan found out about it, at best he will be reprimanded and lose the clan's favour, and at worst Lan will lose the right of direct inheritance and go through the sideline of kinship. Fei started to get hysterical and asked what to do now, and that his uncle should help him. Wang Feng tried to calm him down by explaining that no one else would help him. He suggested a plan. In a week's time, the annual certification would be held, and he would apply for an examiner, and if Yun Xiao did not show his chakras, he would be expelled. Then they could take the amulet and destroy Li. But Lan Fei would not stop whining that he would have to remember his shame for a whole week, and he wanted revenge. His behaviour had already begun to irritate Wang Feng, and he snapped, explaining that if Lan could not endure just a week, then how could he be trusted with serious matters? He added that he was very worried about his sister, because the difference between him and Xuan was huge, and Lan Fei whispered that he would endure the damn week and obey his uncle. But this week won't be calm and serene because he knows how to take revenge, and he hopes that Wang Feng will approve of his plan. The man rolled his eyes and asked what he had already decided, and Lan Fei began to whisper his plan in his ear, and in a moment Wang Feng laughed, saying that the plan was cool and if everything came true, he would not need certification. Meanwhile, Yun Xiao was practicing meditation again when he suddenly felt someone trying to stop him from practicing the Dayan technique. Looking with his spiritual gaze, he saw two entities, thinking that maybe they were thieves. Suddenly, a letter with his name written on it fell with a rustle at his feet. He opened the letter and read that they wanted to meet him tonight in a maple grove. The note was signed by Luo Lando, and the boy dreamily recalled the image of a charming girl he had long liked. He quickly got ready and ran out into the yard, forgetting about the thieves and his strange feelings, and rushed to the maple grove without noticing the tussle around the corner. Feng and Ji were laughing and whispering what a good plan Lan Fei had come up with, and now Li would get his comeuppance for believing that a girl like Lando would make a date. They quickly ran into the room, but after a while these two fools jumped out into the yard and started running away laughing, not even seeing Li watching them from the tree. The boy quickly went into his room and saw a pile of women's clothes and rolled his eyes. Maple Grove was a place to train, but when night fell, it was a place to see. It turned into a dating place for all the students of the academy. Yun Xiao was walking slowly along the path when he suddenly heard a girl's cry for help. A girl in loose clothes was running toward Yun Xiao, and a boy was chasing after her. Li quickly drew his sword and pointed it at her. The blonde girl screamed in fright at what he was doing, and the guy whispered to her to stand still if she wanted to stay alive. The girl began to explain that the guy was harassing her and asked for help at any cost. Suddenly, a disgusting idiot appeared behind her and grabbed her by the shoulders and hissed at Yun Xiao to run away while he had the chance. Because this is his girl, and having torn the strap on her shoulder, he contorted his face to the blonde's hysteria. The stranger shouted at Yun Xiao to get out of there because he had his own plans for her. But Yun Xiao just told the poor woman that she didn't have to worry about anything, and at that moment she broke free from the villain's grasp and ran to Li. The villain shouted at her to come back immediately because he was the son of Liu Qi, the commander of the royal guard, and his name was Liu Yitian. Yun Xiao stopped the girl with one hand and whispered that when he spoke of rescue, he did not say that it would be him. He added that it would be them. Instantly, a dozen unknown people appeared around them and surrounded all three of them. It was Feng Buping, the head of the educational department, who was yelling at Liu Yitian about how he could do such a thing. Liu Yitian raised his hands in the air and began to mutter something incomprehensible, thinking that he was about to find out why Feng was called the god of destruction. Meanwhile, Lan Fei and his henchmen were hiding in the bushes and were surprised to see the teacher who slapped Yitian in the face, calling him a brute. And at that moment, Han Bai and the other boys attacked Liu Yitian, who had insulted their younger classmate. Meanwhile, Buping approached the blonde and asked her if she was okay, and how she ended up here with Yitian. The girl was embarrassed and said her name was Meng Wu. Yun Xiao also came up to them and hugged her, whispered that she shouldn't be afraid because he was with her dear and nothing bad would happen to her, and somehow strangely pressed her ribs. Buping, not noticing anything strange, added that there was nothing to be afraid of now because it was good that Li had informed him. Otherwise, the consequences would have been terrible, and asked the boy to look after Meng Wu. Li squeezed the girl even harder and promised that he would keep an eye on her. Meanwhile, Lan Fei was sitting in ambush with his idiots, realizing that his plan had failed. And in a little while, there would be no more of Yitian left, and Lan Fei ordered everyone to urgently flee because a little more and they would be trapped, so they had to sacrifice Yitian. He asked his non-lomics if they had planted things in the room. Luo Ji cheerfully assured them that they had done everything at a high level, unlike Yitian. Meanwhile, Teacher Bizuping dragged the beaten Yitian out of the grove, and Yunxiao continued to keep the girl quietly watching, and whispering to Meng Wu not to kick because everything was already decided with Yitian. The blonde girl could not say a word, only blinked her eyes in fright, and Teacher Buping tried to bring Liu Yitian back to his senses by calling him an animal again. He ordered the entire crowd to disperse and that he would report the incident to the principal, adding that Yitian had received his punishment for his own actions. And turning his gaze to Yunxiao, who was holding the girl tightly in his arms, he asked if anyone knew her. One of the girls exclaimed that she lived with her in the dormitory. She took Mengwu home, and Yunxiao shouted after her that if something happened to her, she could call him, and the crowd began to disperse. Suddenly, everyone heard someone shouting from the middle of nowhere that no one should go anywhere, and everyone stopped in surprise. Lan Fei was coming towards them with his supporters, and Princess Qinju Yue and her girls were also walking in the crowd. Bufing frowned and asked what was going on, and Lan Feng said that a thief and pervert had taken over the academy, and it was good that Teacher Feng was here, because many of the girls had lost their clothes and underwear, and everyone started whispering to each other. Juju also came to the front and said that her clothes were missing and demanded that the pervert be caught. Lan Fei looked at Yun Xiao and continued to say that someone had seen the thief running towards the maple grove, thinking that the guy was finally finished. Yun Xiao made a puzzled face and asked what business Lan Fei had with the girls' clothes being stolen and why he was so concerned about it. These words alerted the girls, who knew Fairy as a scoundrel, when suddenly one of Lana's friends shouted from the crowd that he had seen the thief, and that Lan Fei was so worried about the situation that he decided to report it. Fei picked up on his hysteria and added that he decided to gather everyone to catch the thief. Lan Fei coughed for emphasis and continued to say heroically that he was fulfilling his duties, and suddenly started pointing his finger at Li and shouting that he looked like a thief. But Li stood there without even moving, just smiling and asking why Fei was trying to embarrass him, thinking that finally this bastard had gotten down to business. But Lan Fei's friend had already gone to the bank and said that they needed to search Yun Xiao's room, and if he tried to interfere, it would be proof that he was the first suspect. Yun Xiao was surprised to hear him say that, and Ju Yue attacked him, saying that Li was not that kind of person. The guy understood perfectly well that if someone exposed his lie, he would be destroyed and his entire clan would be destroyed. And looking at Fei, he realized that there was no turning back and pointed at Li and said that it was definitely him. But Yun Xiao decided to play a trump card and asked the teacher to personally inspect his room, and if they found nothing, then to look at Fei's room. Fei, hearing this, immediately exclaimed that he agreed and agreed to inspect his room, and Yun Xiao slyly replied that all hope was in the teacher. Ju Yue stood there as if crushed by these events, and Li reassured her that he would not allow evil to win and everything would be fine. Yun Xiao turned to the crowd and announced that he was inviting everyone to his dormitory to prove his innocence. Only Ju Yue began to suspect something was wrong because everything became obvious to her. The whole crowd finally made it to Yun Xiao's dormitory and approached the gate to see Wang Fei, Uncle Lan's uncle, who had miraculously appeared at the right time. He told the head of the academy, Buping, that he had heard the rumours that there was a thief in the academy and decided to come and find out for himself how it would end. Only Yun Xiao slyly asked his uncle what he was doing near his dormitory, because the thief had rumoured to have run to the grove. Wang Feng replied that he, like everyone else, had come here to catch the thief and therefore immediately suggested expelling the thief from the academy as a punishment. Buping did not like his behaviour and words and did not want to participate in any kind of setup, but Yun Xiao insisted on checking his innocence. And two teachers are much better. As he climbed the stairs, he calmly invited the entire crowd to come into the room to finally set the record straight. However, Buping noticed that all of Yun Xiao's enemies were coming and reminded them that he would expel them from the academy if it turned out that someone wanted to frame an innocent man. Juju watched Meng Kun gloatingly enter the room and realized that he was somehow involved in the case and exclaimed that she would also leave. Meanwhile, Wang Feng insisted on checking Yun Xiao's room together, which also aroused Zhu Yue's suspicions. The entire crowd of several dozen finally poured into Li's bedroom, who only exclaimed that she was the one who interested everyone the most. But there was no stopping Lana Fei, who directed Meng Kun to the bed to rip off the sheet. Meng Kun had already removed the entire bed, but the bed was empty, and Lan Fei shouted irritably to him to look carefully and not to miss anything. The boy ran up to Lan Fei and whispered in his ear that Fei was yelling, and Yun Xiao added behind him that they should look very carefully and not miss anything. Meanwhile, Fei's uncle came up to him and asked him if he should probably end this search, which proved Yun Xiao's innocence and that the thief was still at large. And he announced to the crowd that this would probably be enough for today and suggested that everyone go home, but this did not suit Li. And he suddenly asked him if Wang himself hadn't said that the thief was among them, to which Feng replied that the academy was large and there was no direct evidence at the moment. But Yun Xiao came into the game and said that probably one of Lan Fei's sycophants lied, and if so, he probably followed his master's orders. Fei began to shout that Li was defaming his good name, Yun Xiao calmly replied that he had already proved his innocence, and now it was his turn according to the agreement. Lan Fei pretended to be a fool as if he did not understand what he was getting at, and Li added that he now wanted to inspect Lan Fei's room. Yi Fei, realizing that he was cornered, exclaimed that he would have no problem checking it and left the room, heading for his room, and Mengwu promised herself never to deal with him again. The crowd of students and teachers headed to Fei's dormitory, and he opened his room, shouting that nothing would be broken. Bai and Jen picked up a chest of personal belongings and put it in front of the crowd, explaining that it was locked. Lan Fei approached him, saying that it could only be opened with his personal key. He unlocked it, and the whole crowd leaned in curiously to look inside. There was silence for a moment as everyone's breath caught and their eyes rounded, and only Yun Xiao was smiling furtively. The chest was filled to the brim with a huge amount of women's clothes and underwear, and the silence was broken by Lan Fei's scream. He was screaming about being set up by Yun Xiao, but Li did not retreat, reminding that the chest was his and he had the key. The girls' part of the crowd began to roar louder than anyone else, and Zhu Yue called Fei a pervert and demanded that he be expelled from the academy immediately. Meanwhile, Jen took out a half bar of soap from the chest and showed it to the whole crowd, where the guys started whispering and telling lewd stories about Lan. Instantly, the whole crowd moved away from him, and Yun Xiao spoke up loudly that Lan Fei not only steals underwear, but is also a pervert and therefore deserves to be punished, but there are laws in the country and the family has established order, and among them are 2 teachers. And pointing his finger at the shocked teachers, he added that Wang and Buping should be tried and sentenced fairly. After this speech, the crowd of students shouted that Lan Fei should be judged according to all the rules. Buping began to calm everyone down, explaining that it was his duty to report everything that had happened to the director of the academy, and when the time for punishment came, he would announce the decision. And Jusui reassured the girls that if there was no result, they would all go to the director on their own. Meanwhile, Lan Fei ran up to his uncle and fell to his knees and sobbed, begging him to help him. However, Wang Feng just slapped him, called him a scoundrel, turned around and walked away. Justice was done, and Yun Xiao looked victoriously into Lan Fei's eyes and silently turned around and left. After a while, the academy announced the verdict where Lan Fei was found guilty of stealing clothes and decided to expel him from the academy without the right to reinstate. But the frightened Bai did not stop trying to explain that he was still a teacher at the academy and not a student, to which Yun Jiao replied that Wang was a deleterious person and did not care about him. He asked what Bai knew about Lan Xuan, and the fat man said that Xuan wanted to take revenge for his younger brother, and that was why they were in big trouble. Yun Xiao just smiled, whispering that everything was going well and thinking that he would have to take the 5-coloured bracelet of the Wasteland Stone from Xuan. Meanwhile, in the Alchemy Art Master's pagoda on the 4th floor, Luo Yunchang stood in the middle of the hall, her hands spread out, and she was magically conjuring a hatchet that was floating in the air. It glowed with a bright light. Luo shouted a formation spell, and the axe spun around and then called it to her. The axe fell quietly into her hands, and Yunchang walked over to Master Shu, sitting on the throne, and asked to see him. Master Shu looked at the axe and summarized that this sunburning axe had reached the 1st degree of black rank and announced that Luo Yunchang had passed the certification. Yunchang bowed happily and thanked Master Shu and all the masters present for the honor. Master Shu replied that it was all thanks to her efforts, and they had nothing to do with it, and asked how she managed to fuse gold and copper because the last time she tried it, it failed. She explained that she used celestial crystal sand to quench the reaction of these elements, and that last time she had used it incorrectly. So this time she used the purification essence to extract the sand, and at that moment the teacher remembered Li. The panel of masters was delighted with this answer, and Master Shu praised her intelligence and knowledge and promised to inform the king about the new alchemist and to hold a banquet in her honor. Yunchang mentally thanked Li for the tip. Suddenly, she began to ask Shu not to hold the banquet, explaining that she did not want to spread the news of her success. Yanlei was surprised to hear that in Tianshui, one has to become a 1st-degree alchemist or a great martial artist for the king to hold a banquet, and Yunchang is the first to reach the 4th rank of martial arts, and in the last 3 years, the king will be holding a banquet in her honor for the 2nd time. And in the last century, only Master Yang Di had been honored with such an honor, but Luo kept pleading that she could not be on a par with such a great man. Xu Hai tried to calm her down by explaining that Yang Di had to ask Gu Feiyang to be his student, and he agreed, so Luo has a great opportunity to become like Yang Di. And today the guild is celebrating 2 victories because this year she and Jie Jun, 2 bright and talented stars of their state, joined to the Alchemist Guild. Suddenly, the alchemist Su Yuan Qiao mysteriously added that Luo Yunchang is indeed a star, which cannot be said about Jie Jun, because if his memory serves him correctly, Jie Jun is now under the influence of a strong poison. The room fell silent. The other alchemists and Yunchang were shocked by the news. That Xu Hai asked what he was saying. Luo felt uncomfortable at this point and asked to leave, and Xu finally congratulated her on becoming an official alchemist. When Luo left, Su Yuanqiao told him that he had found out that Jie Jun had cheated at the last certification because he had used the forbidden stone of the otherworldly wind. Everyone was shocked by this news, but did not believe it because they knew the animosity between Su and Jie, and such a statement could ruin Jun's future and was a serious accusation. But Su stood his ground, explaining that the poison had affected Jie's brain and he had recently bought ingredients to neutralize it and was now hidden in a room and was removing the poison. He showed the list of ingredients he had bought. Xu read it carefully and replied that it was not so easy to remove the poison and no pills would help in this case. Therefore, Jie had only a few days left to live, and he looked up and barked to bring Jie Jun to him immediately. Meanwhile, Luo was walking and thinking that Master Chu was one of the 2 third-degree alchemists in the state and would never tolerate such behavior towards alchemy. She did not notice Jie Jun himself walking toward her. He stopped and said that he had heard about Yun Chang's success and was congratulating her because she was the strongest of the commanders. Luo bowed to Jie and replied that he was overestimating her because the other commanders were much stronger than her and she was just lucky. They entered the alchemist's hall of the guild. Jie came closer to Xu and asked him why he was summoned because he was practicing. But Xu Yuanqiao spoke first so that Jie would not pretend to be stupid, as if he did not understand anything, thinking that it was strange that Jie did not look sick. And at that moment, Xu held out the list of ingredients and explained that Su suspected him of using the otherworld stones in the certification, and Jie demanded an explanation. At the same time, he mentally cursed that someone was probably following him, but thank heavens Yun Xiao appeared and revealed the soul purification technique to him and saved him. Jie Gun exploded in furious anger and began to shout at Su Yuanqiao that he was a scoundrel. He demanded an explanation and provided all the evidence of such accusations by throwing away the letter. At the same time, Yanlei noticed that Jie's hands were absolutely clean and had no signs of poison. Su Yuanqiao was also furious, shouting how Jie was able to cleanse himself of the poison and threatening to use spiritual gaze to find out the state of his soul. But Jie Jun hissed that he would not allow it, and hit Su Yuanqiao with energy that made him bleed, and Su flew away screaming, drenching everywhere. Jie Gun stood splattered from head to toe, looking triumphantly at Yuanqiao. He asked him hoarsely why his soul had become so strong, to which Jie replied that he was a true alchemist and his soul would be much stronger than that of a liar. Su Yuanqiao started to get up and suddenly looked at his hands, which had turned into old men's hands, and his face was covered with wrinkles, and everyone around him was horrified by what he saw. Su barely crawled to the feet of Xu, who whispered that it was not worth it. Yuanqiao asked to resign because he had become too old and too weak to live out his life somewhere in the countryside in silence. Yejun managed to dispel Yuanqiao's spiritual gaze, and his strength fell to the level of an apprentice and his body was covered with deep old age. And Jie Jun, remembering his humiliation as a slave, was still glad that he was able to destroy Yuanqiao with the help of soul practice and was ready to do anything for this success. To be a slave not only for 50 days, but for 50 years. Meanwhile, Xu came up to Jie and said that he was impressed with his progress and asked for a reward. Yun Chang gave him an alchemist's badge and Jie agreed to fulfill the request and walked with Luo down the guild hallway. She explained that one of the students was unable to practice martial arts due to physical disabilities, but was very interested in alchemy and very smart. Jie was surprised to be reminded that Luo is one of the 5 strongest guards and why she would not take this student herself, to which Yun Chang explained that this guy was a special case, and she was not suitable for him as a mentor, adding that this student was the eldest grandson of the Duke of Jing and La Feilong's own son. Jun thought for a moment and replied that he had heard something about this, but did not know that Jing's grandson had physical disabilities, but Luo should understand that this could affect alchemy. Yun Chang began to convince him that the boy was unique and needed to be trained to the level of an apprentice to pay tribute to Duke Jing, and Jun agreed to meet with him, Hui and Jun, and to accept him as an apprentice if the boy's soul meets the minimum requirements of the apprentice level, and for this purpose a test must be conducted. Yun Chang happily thanked him, and Jun left and Luo looked after him, thinking that Jun was the youngest and most promising alchemist, and if he accepted Yun as a student she would be able to repay the debt. 3 days later, it was time for the certification at the Jielan Academy. The construction of the martial arts arena was headed by the former head of the Alchemists Guild, Yang Di. The students who successfully passed the certification had the right to move on to the next class, and those who failed had to be excelled, and the number was huge. Yun Xiao looked at his huge sculpture and remembered how 15 years ago Yang Di had built it in his honor out of grief after he died. However, he heard people in the crowd calling him an idiot and assuming that he would definitely be expelled and laughing at him openly. Zhu Yue and his friends also heard these taunts and came up to Li and began to calm him down. reminding him that their class was always called idiots. And the boys began to sort out all the students in their class who had most likely already packed their bags for the flight. Suddenly they heard a familiar voice announcing that Luo Yunchang would not be able to conduct the certification, and now it would be conducted by teacher Wang Feng, who stood on the stage and announced that all those who did not come today would be expelled. Feng also announced that this time he had slightly changed the rules of certification, and the crowd of students froze, and Fei continued to explain what had to be opened last year. At least one chakra or have a punch equal to 500 kilograms, but the students used a pill to increase their strength, and this year everyone will have to fulfill both conditions. And looking at Yun Xiao, he shouted out who would be first. Wang Feng thought that if Li defeated Lan Fei, he would definitely pass the punch test, but his chakras had not opened. Therefore, the guy would fly out of the academy with a bang. The crowd stood still and looked at him with curiosity, but Yun Xiao walked proudly to the stage and everyone looked down at the ground. And at that moment, Li deliberately shouted out the root chakra loudly and it lit up. Then the subconscious chakra lit up and it also lit up and added the solar plexus chakra. The crowd gasped at the surprise and Wang Feng's mouth dropped open, but he didn't stop and continued to shout throat chakra, heart chakra, third eye chakra, and all the chakras shone above him one by one, dazzling the people around him with their bright radiance. And finally Li Yunxiao loudly added crown chakra, which meant that all the possible chakras had opened. The crowd roared how this was possible because Li had always been a loser. And someone remembered how the Li clan had invited a fourth stage alchemist to open it and it had failed, and only Li stood there, beaming triumphantly, listening to all the shouting. Wang Feng stood in a stupor because he knew that the boys' chakra channels were damaged and it was a laughing matter for the whole city, and yet he thought he had won. His nephew, thanks to the pills. Yun Xiao looked at him and slyly shouted that he was going to strike and that he had better be careful. And he struck the huge stone, shattering the chains that held him down. There was a cracking sound and the stone broke off its chains and fell, and everyone around it was hit by the explosive force. In a moment, everyone saw a huge dent in the stone and the crowd roared that this was impossible because this was the level of a real warrior, and Yun must have used a secret technique. Bai and Zhen began to hug each other with joy, and Juyue could not understand how Yun Xiao managed to hide his strength. Meanwhile, Wang Feng was furious that his idiot nephew hadn't studied his enemy's strength and had set him up. And Yun Xiao brazenly approached Wang and said that he was very busy and was going home. He turned around and proudly left the arena. It looked like he spat in the face of Wang, who stood there dumbfounded, and the crowd began to whisper again. However, Wang Feng whispered after him so that the boy would not think that opening his chakras was the limit, because it was only an introduction to martial arts, and gritted his teeth. Yun Xiao was walking and laughing at what had happened, and did not notice a tall guy standing in front of him, smiling suspiciously. It was Lan Xuan who introduced himself nicely. The crowd dispersed and started whispering again that shouldn't Xuan be training? Or shouldn't he have already reached the first rank? Meanwhile, the boys were silently looking into each other's eyes. Suddenly, Yun Jiao made an obscene gesture and shouted at Xuan to get out of his way. But Lan did not move and replied that he had not come to swear, but to speak for his demented brother Lan Fei, to which Yun Xiao replied that a dog had come to see him. At this, Xuan exploded, asking why Li was so rude, to which Yun Xiao recalled the long-standing confrontation between their clans, adding that Lan Fei was just an idiot. Now Lan was shouting, exclaiming that Yun Xiao would regret being born for such words, and Li began to encourage him that his behavior was much better. Xuan pulled out a piece of paper and said that today he had come to challenge Lan Fei, although he did not justify Lan Fei's behavior, but as his older brother, he would teach Li a lesson. And the crowd began to shout that Lan Fei was indeed a criminal, and Wang Feng jumped up and down because his other nephew was also unthinking, publicly recognizing Fei as a criminal. Xuan leaned over to Li and hissed that he was offering him two options. The first was to kneel before him and swear that he would never hurt their family again. The second was to fight him, and after he humiliated Li, he would beg for his forgiveness. He added that if he were Yun Xiao, he would choose the first option, and smiled nastily. The students in the crowd started shouting that it was very cruel, because if he chose that, then Yun Xiao would never wash away the shame, and fighting Xuan would be equal to death, and only Li calmly said that Fei had committed such crimes that the whole clan was ashamed of him. Zhen started laughing. How could Yun Xiao say such things standing behind Juyue's back and being the grandson of a duke and the son of General Fai Long? But Li just spat in his face. He shouted that he would accept the challenge, and in 3 days they would meet at the art arena where he would make Xuan lick his shoes. His friends rushed to the boy, begging him not to agree to the slaughter, but the boy did not change his mind and only thought that despite the fact that Yun Xiao had achieved nothing. In his 15 years, and without striving for anything, he managed to make real friends, and Gu Feiyan himself was completely alone in his past life. He sincerely smiled at everyone, and thanked them for their concern, and assured them that no one should worry about him, because everything would be fine. Bai Zhen and Zhu Yue stood as if dug in after these words and were silent for a moment, and Li turned around and left that Zhuan started shouting again if he did not return here in 3 days. He would not have a place at the academy, and Li shouted that he would not wash his shoes for 3 days, and Zhuan yelled that if he did not destroy him, he would not be worthy of the Lan clan. The animosity between the Li and Lan clans had not subsided for decades, and to put an end to it, Yun Xiao decided to destroy the Lan clan and would start with these snot-nosed children. The next morning, Yun Xiao went to the Pagoda of Alchemy Masters, and when he entered, he saw one of the alchemists working on a potion. He was loudly calling out the names of herbs in order to balance the power of the soul. The pot in front of him was boiling, and the smell of the potion was wafting throughout the room. Yun Xiao stood behind him, watching the alchemist's movements with interest, when he suddenly exclaimed that he was putting in too many cross-processed herbs. The alchemist looked back in surprise, and Li continued to say that he needed to put in a dust flower and weaken the medicinal effect of the mixture, otherwise it would explode in 5 seconds. The man snapped that the boy didn't know anything about it, and Yun Xiao counted the seconds out loud. And at that moment the explosion really happened, and the alchemist was engulfed in fire, with only his eyes visible. It was Lu Yu, an apprentice alchemist, who was standing all over the potion, and did not understand how it happened. He asked the boy how he knew that he had put too much herb, to which Yun Xiao replied that he could smell it, and added that he was looking for Jia Jun and asked him to find him. Lu Yu replied that Jun was in seclusion and that he was not of such a high status to be disturbed. At that moment, a girl entered the room and asked with concern if her brother was hurt. Lu replied that nothing terrible had happened, only a pity about the ingredients, and Yun Xiao happily exclaimed that he was glad to see Ms. Lu Yao. It was the same girl, the secretary of the guild, who greeted him in surprise and added that last time Master Liang Wenyu had praised his recipe. Hearing her words, Lu Yu was surprised to hear that the guy was probably also a master of alchemy, and Yun Xiao replied that he once was and would soon become one again. He added that he would like to meet with Jun, and Lu Yao agreed to take him and told her brother not to get discouraged and to stay on until everything worked out. Lu Yu shook his head and muttered that all these years his sister had spent money on his education, and he no longer wanted to be a burden to her because he thought he had no talent for algebra, that he had no talent for alchemy. Lu Yao began to calm him down, saying that he should believe in himself and that her brother would always be better than anyone else, and Yun Xiao instructed him that next time he should add 3 less stems, and if the colour of the potion becomes light, he should add 3 sky-piercing Coriolis. Lu Yao whispered to her brother to try to do exactly that, because last time Yun Xiao had shown the recipe that had delighted Master Liang Wenyu and the boy had agreed. The girl smiled and wished him good luck and went with Li to Jia Jun. After a while they reached Jia Jun's room and Lu pointed to the door. She started knocking on it, calling out for Jia, but no one opened the door. Yun Xiao also began to shout that it was young Master Yun and let him open the door. Lu Yao looked back at him and whispered that he should not speak like that. Suddenly, the door opened and Jia Jun flew out with tears in his eyes, shouting that he was glad that his master had come to see him. Yun Xiao barely restrained him with his foot and ordered Lu Yao to go back inside and thanked him. Dumbfounded, Lu barely said that it was good, not realizing what had happened to the ever-proud Master Jia Jun, as if he had found a secret way in an instant, and increased the strength of the soul. Young Xiao walked into the room, and Jia, who was chattering that he had not only regained his soul power, but had made a real breakthrough. Lai was sitting on the couch, saying that he didn't have time to listen to this nonsense, and explained that he was looking for him to help Jia make some pills. He explained that the first pill would affect the beginning, and the second pill would undermine the beginning. Jia was horrified to think that only a second-stage alchemist could make these 2 types of pills, and he had only risen to the first stage, so it would not work. But Yun Xiao stood his ground, ordering him to start preparing the materials because his time was limited. Jiagun stood there in shock, not believing that Li was really going to show him how to make these pills and how he could possibly know how to make them. However, after a while, Jia gathered the components and put them on the table and invited Li, who looked at them and asked why he needed 3 sets for only 2 pills. Yijun explained that a first-degree alchemist can make a pill with a 60% probability, and these pills are close to the second degree. Yun Xiao announced that they were starting and Jia would do whatever he told him. The guys began to create. Yun Xiao occasionally shouted out calling Jia an idiot for not making sure the medicinal power was even and cleaned up. After a while, the coveted pills appeared, and Jia, with tears in his eyes, took one of them and exclaimed that they really worked, and even the first time. And at once both of them did not believe how this was possible, thinking that he was ready to endure Li's abuse as much as he wanted, even every day, if he would only show him how to make the pills. But Li extinguished his joy by saying that they were not clean enough and added that he would clean them himself and lifted them into the air, and Jia asked in surprise, "Is it really possible to purify ready-made pills?" and watched with delight as the guy began to move it in the air. At the same time, he thought that he had never seen such secret seals of purification as Yun Xiao had applied, and that they definitely had some incredible beyond skill. In the meantime, everything worked out, and Yun Xiao looked at the pills with pleasure, but at the same time realized that his soul power was still too weak. And the guy said that with the initiate pill, he would be able to break through to the first rank in 3 days, and he would keep the initiate pill for later. Jia whispered in shock that the guy had just used an incredible 72 techniques. Jun was so excited that he was ready to follow Yun Xiao forever. Meanwhile, Li was walking along the guild hallway and met Lu Yu and his sister, who was happily shouting to the crowd that he had succeeded. And when he saw Lu Yao gesturing to him and thanking him, he nodded silently, thinking that he needed to go into seclusion because he needed to destroy Lan Xuan, and to do so, he needed to reach the first rank. At that moment, Luo Yunchang was sitting in the office of the academy director, Jun Lishan, and the old man was telling her about Yun Xiao's fighting strength, which had exceeded 500 kilograms, and the open chakras, and how Lan Fei was expelled from the academy, and Xuan accepted the challenge. Luo sat in shock because a lot of significant events had happened while she was in seclusion. Lishan laughed and said that the more descendants of noble families in the academy, the more they are unbound, but now it is Yunchang who is only 21 years old. And she has already become a master of the 4 elements martial arts, and at the banquet he will announce that she has been appointed deputy director of the academy, and Luo did not listen but asked, "How can it be that Yun Xiao was talentless before and could not open the chakras?" The girl got up and quickly left, explaining that these guys had to be stopped immediately. And the director finally got it because he also jumped up and ran after her, asking if Yun Xiao was really so talentless and couldn't open the chakras. He added that in that case, this guy was hiding deep plans and had most likely made a breakthrough to the rank of the only beginning. But Luo was sure that even under such circumstances, Yun Xiao would not be able to compete with Xuan because he was 3rd in the ranking and had little time left to get the rank of master. But she remembered the boy's good deed, thanks to which she had become a first-degree alchemist, and so she could not leave him in trouble. Jun Lishan bounced alongside her, saying that he would also go and see what level all the current students were at, especially Zhen, who was at the 3rd level. Meanwhile, in the tenfold gravity hall of Jialan Academy, Luo Lando was sitting with a fellow student. She was meditating, and the guy asked her if they were sure they wouldn't go to watch Yun Xiao and Xuan fight today. The girl said that there was no time for that, and that Xuan was right behind his brother Yu in the rankings, so Yun Xiao would make a fool of himself, even though Xuan was also quite mediocre. She added that she considered only her brother Lin Yu and Bai Chengfeng to be strong. The guy freaked out and said that in that case he would go alone because he was eager to see Yun Xiao destroyed. Lando watched him go, annoyed, thinking that it was very low to watch someone destroy someone you couldn't defeat, and then she felt someone rushing behind her. Turning around and looking at the familiar silhouette, she recognized Yun Xiao. Meanwhile, in the martial arts arena of the Jialan Academy, numerous spectators were gathering. Xuan was sitting meditating, and the students were actively discussing that Yun Xiao would probably not come to avoid embarrassment and deceive everyone. Zhu Yue found Hanbai in the crowd and asked him if Yun Xiao would definitely come, and he replied that he hadn't seen him for several days and suggested that Li might have escaped. Zhen heard this and said that this could not be true, because then he could not be the heir to the Li family and be their friend, because it would be a lifelong disgrace. Suddenly, the crowd started to cheer, and all 3 of them looked around whispering that the loser had really returned, and Xuan opened his eyes at the commotion. Yun Xiao walked down the road to the main arena of the academy, ignoring the whispers of the crowd and collecting his thoughts. He looked calm and balanced, easily holding a huge sword on his shoulder. Meanwhile, Xuan hissed that he was almost destroyed. The crowd was wondering if he had dared to come and hope to win by brute force, and everyone was quietly betting on how long Li would survive Xuan's blows. Zhu Yue and the boys rushed to the guy, shouting why Yun Xiao came here because Xuan would definitely destroy him. Suddenly, Luo Yunchang's figure appeared in front of Li, and she demanded that he leave the arena immediately because she forbade him to fight. And she added loudly for all the spectators to hear that she was cancelling the fight by her own decision. Yunchang was as angry as a panther and tried to scare Yun Xiao. And in the crowd, all the students started shouting that Yun Xiao was a complete loser and a disgrace to the Li clan, and this battle would not change anything. Luo also heard this idiocy and shouted out that Yun Xiao was her student, and as a teacher she had a duty to protect her students. Finally, Yun Xiao came up to her and suggested that she should defend Lan Xuan instead of him. Yun Chang looked at him in surprise, and Li walked on down the path, telling her that he strongly recommended that everyone leave because there was nothing to see here. Luo couldn't understand why the guy was acting like this. Was he really driven by fear? And she decided to get ready to provide at least some help, so that at least Li would not become crippled. Meanwhile, Yun Xiao was already standing in front of Lan Xuan and confidently placed his sword next to him. Lan looked at him with a blank stare. He was sure that Yun Xiao would change his mind about coming, but Li firmly told him that empty talk would not help him prolong his life. And at that moment, Luo Yunchang realized that Li had turned into a real warrior, even though only a few days ago he did not have even one open chakra. Xuan's fools also noticed this and could not believe their eyes, because Yun Xiao had really become a real warrior. But at that moment, Xuan burst into red fire and started laughing, shouting that now he understood why his worthless brother could not be Yun Xiao's opponent, because he was really hiding a lot, but his luck had finally run out. Meanwhile, the teachers were placing their bets. Buping asked how many blows Yun Xiao could take, and Luo assumed that he would be crushed to dust from the first blow, and only another teacher suggested that the boy was a real warrior and would be able to become a master in a month. Wang Feng prayed to God that Xuan would finally destroy Li, and the director of the academy, who also joined, mysteriously announced to everyone that everyone was underestimating the boy. Li Shan looked closely at Yun Tiao walking in the fire and noticed that there was something strange in his movements, as if the space was shaking. Yun Tiao walked into the circle of the illuminated pectogram, and Zhong noticed that the world orders inside this circle pulsed with the pace of his steps as if alive, which meant that his steps were a secret technique because Li set the space around him in motion. Meanwhile, Xuan was fuming with anger, shouting at Li that he really wanted to defeat him, because under the pressure of his strength, the guy was even walking with difficulty. Lan threatened not only to destroy Li, but to beat him so that he would be forced to beg for forgiveness on his knees, and that his whole family would forget what pride was. Zhuan used the floating cloud martial technique and activated a huge spinning star in his palm. He threw it at Yun Xiao, causing everything around him to be covered in purple fire and explode. Wang Feng whispered with delight to Buping that the martial art in his palm was like a spinning star. But at that moment, something incomprehensible happened. Yun Xiao broke free from Xuan's fire and flew high into the air. Lan could not understand what was happening because the boy. He seemed to have broken through his strike, but Li had cleverly used a moonwalk to move elusively. Xuan watched in shock, as if paralyzed, as Li moved through the air without understanding what kind of technique it was. And the entire teaching staff, along with Principal Lishan, stood there as if dug in. Old Zhong still managed to see that Yun Xiao's step was a continuation of the preset pace, and the frequency and time period were completely the same. He also noticed that the boy's movements were not intended to hide from Xuan, but to complete the chain of these incredible steps. Meanwhile, Yun Xiao was spinning in the air and everything around him turned white, and Li Shan whispered that the rhythm of the whole world seemed to obey his movements. The entire crowd of teachers and students gasped loudly at once as the power of the universe was concentrated in Yun Xiao's body, and Li's eyes lit up, which meant that he was using the power of the universe. At this moment, a bright energy field appeared around him, confirming the guesses about the use of power. The guy closed his eyes and folded his palms in a strange way which glowed with bright fire. They turned into huge pentagrams and flew through the sky, and Yun Xiao began to descend from the air. Poor Lan Xuan stood there in such shock that he could not say a word. His arms and legs were paralyzed, and Yun Xiao exclaimed that life passes like a dream, as if photographing flying swans. And at that moment, Yun Xiao's huge palm appeared over Zhuan's body. He used it. Li Shan couldn't believe his eyes, realizing that Li couldn't have cast the seal by relying on his own strength alone, which meant that he had used the power of the universe. But this required not simple skills, but an understanding of the universe, and even Li Shan himself could not master such deep knowledge. Luo asked him if she could really see the seal, but Li Shan did not hear her, but only whispered that Li was a disciple of Yang Di himself, and Luo thought about it. Meanwhile, a huge palm seemed to be crushing Xuan, who fell to his knees and was pushed to the ground. His clothes were torn apart by the force of the pressure, and he was standing there in only his pants. In a moment, a huge ethereal palm fell on Xuan with a roar, releasing a huge energy force. The entire crowd gasped as Xuan lay on the ground and huge craters formed around him. Lan Xuan, the head of the Xuan Brotherhood, who was ranked third in the ranking of outstanding, was destroyed by Yun Xiao, the young master of the Li family, whom everyone considered to be the best. It was a complete defeat by mediocrity. The Universe Force martial technique is used against low-level warriors and requires too much training time. Yun Xiao stood and looked at Xuan, who had lost, and so mercilessly because there was no living space on him, but no one understood how the gap between them had come about. Li lifted his leg to finish off Lan as Director Li Shan shouted for him to stop immediately, but the boy could not hear him and whispered to Xuan that he could not be saved. Li Shan rushed to the boy, trying to stop him, but even his orders could not stop him. And so it was that Yun Xiao kicked Xuan in the stomach, causing him to scream with an unbearable scream. But Li kicked him with his dantian and crippled Xuan, and if not treated in time with the legendary 7th-ranked medicine, Lan could remain disabled for life. Li Shan rushed to Yun Xiao, shouting at him to stop immediately or he would cause trouble. But the boy didn't seem to hear him. Luo Yunchang also started shouting at him, but it was too late because Li kicked his shoe right in the boy's face. He whispered that he had warned him that he would lick them and that he had kept his word. And finally Li tore the amulet off Xuan's neck, saying to himself that it would be useful to him, and Li Shan ran to him, shouting that it was very cruel. But Yun Xiao turned around and kicked Xuan's body so hard that it flew like a rag right under the director's feet and ricocheted off the ground. Li Shan stopped and asked him menacingly why he was mocking someone who was already crippled. Yun Xiao answered, with his arms folded across his chest, that it was a fight for life and Xuan's life depended on him, and added to the director that it was none of his business. Such impudent words cut the old man's ears, because even the king and the head of the Alchemist's Guild had no right to speak to the director of the Jialan Academy like that. However, the shocked Li Shan laughed and asked Yun Xiao if he knew who he was, and the boy brazenly named Li Shan's regalia, adding that he was 100 years old and already had the 5th rank. All the teachers who heard this gasped and decided that the guy must have gone completely crazy, and then Li Shan's eyes lit up and the old man shouted that he was going to destroy Yun Xiao. He hit Li with so much energy that he could barely stand up. He shouted at the old man that he was pushing his 100 years of strength against his 15. Under Yun Xiao's feet, the ground cracked, and Li shouted that if he was not destroyed today, Li Shan would pay for it. Li Shan was fuming, thinking that under the power of his rank as a prince, this insignificant 1-star warrior was still confidently holding on. It was amazing to him that a guy 4 ranks below him could still resist him. Meanwhile, Yun Jiao was screaming, and Li Shan was wondering where he got such determination and a strong spirit in such a weak body. And Luo Yunchang, who was standing on the balcony, suddenly felt something strange. She was looking at a huge sculpture near the arena that gave her a familiar feeling. She got up and came closer to it and began to carefully examine the sculpture of Gu Feiyan, and she finally realized that Yun Xiao's manner and image were exactly the same as Gu Feiyang's. Meanwhile, Li shouted at the old man not to think that since he had the rank of a prince, he could not do anything to him because he could mortally wound him even at the cost of his own life. And he quickly swallowed the pill that undermined the beginning and became even more covered in fire. Li Shan looked at the boy and realized with horror that he could subdue not only a warrior of the 1st star but also a great master. The director thought about how he could humble Li, but in such a way that he would not injure him, but his name would already be covered with shame. Suddenly Li closed his eyes and folded his arms as if he had fallen into meditation, and he began to fold his arms in a strange way, creating eruptions around him. What Luo realized was that a terrible hurricane was rising around everyone. Li Shan stood in shock. He was a martial arts master who was cold in the face of this warrior, not realizing who Yun Xiao was. Because of the boy's movements, a strong wind rose and the sky was covered with clouds. It looked like Gu Feiyan, and his hurricane palm technique was standing in front of everyone. Yun Xiao silently continued to spin the hurricane air, which was getting stronger and stronger. Legend has it that at the top of the sea of clouds that were on the snowy peak near the Temple of Heaven, Martial Emperor Gu Feiyang used the power of his hurricane palm alone to crush 10 9-star martial emperors. He laughed at the mistress of the Hunian Temple. By allowing himself to walk through the forbidden rooms of the temple, he conquered the whole world and went down in history. Meanwhile, the old man trying to stop Yun Xiao had a good mind. If this is really Gu Feiyang's palm, then there is nothing to fear because it came from an ordinary 1-star warrior. But this guy is definitely steadily related to Yang Di because he knew how to use everything. Li Shan exclaimed that he would not say anything about Zhuan's injuries, but he should not show his cruelty and said that this would be the boy's first offense and left. And at one point he seemed to disappear underground, leaving his energy flows behind. The crowd of students began to whisper how it happened, that Principal Li Shan was so kind because he would have sent someone else who offended him like that flying with a punch, and even the Emperor's son would have gotten a kick out of it. Meanwhile, Luo Yunchang jumped to Li and shouted at him to calm down his crazy power immediately. Yunchang was surprised and angry at the same time, not realizing who Yun Xiao had become. But Yun Xiao didn't hear her. He was looking off into the distance and filtered that the old man could run too fast, and Luo realized that Li was absorbing the original qi from the origin pill, which he had just eaten. The guy was sitting in the lotus position with his arms outstretched. Yunchang realized that this posture hid a rule, and her intuition told her that the rule was strong. She looked intently at Yun Xiao and thought that she could borrow this rule's power to improve herself, and sat down in front of Li in a similar pose. The students whispered about why Yunchang had begun to improve next to Li. Suddenly, Buping shouted that the fight was over and ordered everyone to leave the arena. He began to watch the two of them with interest. Luo was covered in red fire and Yun Xiao in yellow, and there was silence around them, and only the cracks in the ground spoke of what was happening. The fire of both of them became brighter, and now rose into the sky, and Luo and Li sat silently in deep meditation. A minute later, a bright glow appeared over Yunchang, and she was completely engulfed in red fire. Her coat rose into the air like wings. The girl felt that the problem that had been hindering her in her improvement seemed to have been completely solved, she felt. that the original chi of the world gathering from everywhere and flowing into her body. But the thought of what had happened to the loser Yunxiao and what techniques he was using did not leave her. She finally opened her eyes and saw Li smiling in front of her. Yunchang gasped in surprise and the guy looked at her curiously. Luo asked him what he was going to do, but Yunjiao replied that it was nothing, just congratulating her on her promotion. At this news, Yunchang froze, barely asking if Li had become a 2-star warrior, but these words confused the guy and he explained that Luo was a 4-star lord. And for her to rise in rank is much more difficult than for him, and so he, a simple warrior, did it right away, so nothing strange happened. Luo Yunchang's patience broke and she grabbed Li by the ear and began to twist him, shouting that he shouldn't pretend to be a fool because he had become a warrior only recently. She added that she had only been alone for 5 days and the world had turned upside down and demanded an explanation. Yunxiao begged to wait a couple of weeks for him to recover. He promised to explain everything. Yunchang finally dropped her ear and barked that she was giving the kid only 3 days and waiting for him in her office, and snorting turned around and left. Yunjiao watched her go, whispering that this girl had no common sense but had incredible talent that was worthy of development. The boy returned to the academy where everyone greeted him with delight, but Li wanted to use the primary chi remaining in the pill to improve it. With such thoughts, Li walked down the hallway past the students who looked at him with admiration, not noticing Lando in the crowd who did not understand how Li managed to stay intact. The students kept whispering that Li had a fierce aura, and everyone was afraid to come closer, and that Bai Chengfeng and Lin Yu couldn't even compete with him. Lando stood aside and listened in disbelief as they said that Xuan's chakra channels were destroyed after the fight and that Yunxiao had humiliated even the principal. But now Xuan would remain crippled if he did not take the pill of the frozen spirit. Yunxiao was now a second star warrior and his soul power had been restored to the first stage. Li stood there and thoughtfully looked at his hand, thinking that Dantang's divine technique was incredible. He did not expect it to be able to renew his soul power so quickly. But now he would be able to make weapons and various medicines on his own. A few days passed and Li went to Yunchang's house as promised, but he was afraid to enter this house. He decided to run away when he suddenly heard a familiar voice that he didn't even think he could do such a thing, and looked back to see Luo, who added menacingly that he had missed it. Luo pounced on him, demanding to know where he had been for 5 days, and Li began to make excuses that he was studying and had forgotten his promise. Suddenly, Yunchang understood everything and whispered that he had become a 2-star warrior and had risen in rank in just 5 days. The girl was shocked by this news. She demanded an explanation for such an incredible transformation and reminded the surprised Li of the consequences of taking unknown drugs. Yunxiao realized that there was no getting out of it this time and started asking Luo questions about how he learned the secret of promotion, how he became a 1-star warrior, and where he learned the seal. There were so many questions that Li did not have time to hear them, and suddenly asked what the director thought about it. Luo was surprised to hear that Lishan suspected Li of learning from Yang Di. Yunjiao liked the idea of blaming everything on Yang Di, whom Li had no plans to meet, and he said that the director was really smart for getting it right from the start. But he was mistaken because Luo said that she understood everything perfectly well. First of all, the Li clan had a huge influence, but she had never met Yang Di, and secondly, she knew that Yang Di did not know the Hurricane Palm technique. Yunxiao's stomach went cold inside and he whispered how she knew about all this. Yunchang grabbed her head and sighed, saying that she would not force him to tell her everything, and explained that she was very worried about the boy and wanted to save him. And taking his hand, she said that they needed to go for a walk. They went out to the main street of Tangshui where Luo pulled the boy, explaining that she had finally found him a mentor. Yunchang explained that the mentor said that he would test his soul strength to make a decision. Li was not happy about this idea and yelled that he didn't need anything. But Luo didn't hear anything because she had already agreed on everything and was praising her mentor all the way that he was the most promising alchemist. Entering the hall, Yunchang saw Jiejun dictating something monotonously to the students near the blackboard with diagrams. The crowd parted and Luo rushed in, shouting that she was looking for Jia, and brought with her the young man she had asked for last time. And then Yunxiao realized that Luo had asked Jiejun to become his mentor. He almost burst out laughing, but Jun didn't see him and reluctantly told her to find an apprentice in the outer hall to test his strength of mind, and Luo would drag him on. Suddenly, Li heard a familiar voice, Lu Yao's secretary, who rushed to the boy, exclaiming that her brother was now preparing the medicine and his success rate had risen to 100. The girl thanked Li incessantly, and he replied that her brother had a great talent and should develop it. Lu continued to gush with delight that her brother. He made a lot of medicines and earned incredible money from it, and now he went into seclusion to get the next level, and asked Li with a tear in her eye. How can she thank him? To which Yunxiao cheerfully replied that she could become his girlfriend, for which he received a kick from Luo with a reminder that he was in a good place. In a decent place. After receiving a slap on the head and a painful bump, Luo dragged him further to be checked because she was already tired of this crazy day. The conversation was not quiet, and one of the students nervously made a comment. Luo apologized for the noise when Jiejun suddenly shouted out what was going on. Yunchang nervously stopped, holding Li's ear, and one of the students explained that these idiots were making a noise and he was going to kick them out of the guild. Finally, Jun saw an exhausted Yun Xiao with a bump on his head and a red ear, and was stunned for a moment, and the student was already flying to another corner of the classroom cursing. And Yun Xiao was already standing next to him, listening to Jia shouting to the whole class that he was a man with a great will to learn and was probably the best among them all, and began to demand to follow his example. Luo didn't understand anything, and after greeting him, she explained that he was Li Yun Xiao and there was no need to be formal with him. Jun began to stammer, and Yunchang slapped Li again and demanded that he politely greet the great alchemist Jia Jun. At this picture, Jia's jaw dropped because of his master. He was being beaten like a cider goat for no reason. Yun Xiao loudly and politely shouted his greetings, and Jia jumped up and down at the sight. Meanwhile, Luo said that she was going to take the boy for a soul check, and Jun waved his hands and began to assure him that no check was needed. And at that moment, Yun Xiao got another kick, saying that he had no manners, and Luo began to beg Jia to show him leniency. Jun couldn't bear to watch this and fell to his knees and begged Luo to stop, explaining that Li had a very high potential and didn't need to be tested. The hall was frozen in a ringing silence. No one could say a word. Everyone was looking only at Jun, who was on his knees, not noticing anything around him, but looking only at Li, with tears in his eyes. Finally, Luo came to her senses and asked if she hadn't heard about the boy's high potential, and Jia assured her that everything was correct and he would definitely take him. He turned his attention to Li, who was looking at him with surprised eyes as if asking if he would really teach him, and Jun assured him that he would not take him as a student. Luo couldn't understand what was happening, and asked why Jia was acting so strangely, and Jun fell to his knees again and begged him not to hit the boy and that he would do anything. Suddenly, everyone heard the voice of a guard demanding that everyone make way for Mr. Zhang, and the students dispersed and a tall, elderly man entered the room. It was Zhang Qingfan, the third-degree chief alchemist of the royal court. There was silence around, and Yunchang bowed humbly to Zhang, and the alchemist nodded silently in response. He walked with the guards down the corridor to the silence of the entire crowd. Yun Xiao followed him curiously with his eyes, feeling an incredible wave of soul power. Arlo explained that Zhang had personally visited the guild because Jushui's illness was probably progressing. Yun Xiao heard the name of his fellow student and asked what happened to her, and Luo told him that Juyue was ill. Since birth, she has been suffering from the 5 yin, tearing her chakra channels, and only thanks to the Prince of the 5 Elements did they find a medicine that would extend her life by 10 years. But 9 have already passed. Li thought about it and suddenly blurted out that if the 8th-ranked 5-dragon pill of Ji Yan was not used, nothing could be cured. To which Luo reminded him that only an 8th-ranked alchemist could make such a pill, and Jun added that such an alchemist was the same as a deity, but the boy remained silent. Then he suddenly asked Yunchang to return to the academy, because he wanted to talk to Jun personally about his future studies. Jun picked up the boy and assured him. He assured him that he would definitely teach him and follow all her instructions, so there was nothing to worry about and everything would be great, and the surprised Luo agreed. A moment later, Yun Xiao was proudly walking down the hallway, grumbling that he needed to find a quiet place where he could think, and behind him, Jun was running, bowed down. Luo watched and could not understand how this proud Jia had turned into a humble boy in a moment, and after a while Li announced to Jia that he had to find Zhang Qingfan and tell him that the disease could be treated. Li went on to say that in addition to the 5-dragon pill, her illness could be cured by affecting her vital points with golden needles. He would be able to cure her in several attempts. Jun was shocked by what he heard and asked if it was true that the master had a legendary technique, and if he was sure about it. Yun Xiao was already making new calculations in order to hurry up, and when the needles were ready, he would do everything personally. Jun begged to be present at this action, and Yun Xiao agreed and ordered him to run and tell everything because there was little time left. Li gave Zhang a piece of paper with the ingredients, and Jia began to read it with excitement because he had a chance to learn a rare legendary technique. But he suddenly asked why there were so many of them, because weren't they components for creating weapons? Li was already leaving the room, exclaiming that they were, because he lacked the components to create a black-rank weapon, so he would use this opportunity to do it all at once. Although only 1 box of needles was needed to affect the vital points, their size, thickness, length, weight, purity needed to be carefully checked. Yong Xiao decided that it would be better to find the material and make them himself, and that way everything would be under his control. With these thoughts, he reached the store. The shop was run by an alchemist, Jun Liang, who was arguing with a girl who didn't have enough money to buy and who didn't want to pay the price. He could not think of anything better. He offered the girl to become his bride. Yun Xiao looked closely and recognized Meng Wu from the maple grove he had recently rescued. The girl freaked out and rushed to the exit, and Junlan ran after her, offering to become his bride for at least 3 months. He asked the girl after her if she didn't want to cure her younger brother. Meng Wu instantly stopped and turned around, and Lan hissed that he would give her the magic water. If she agreed to his terms, Meng Wu whispered that she would pay back all the money in 3 months, and Jun mockingly replied that her brother would not last and she should agree. And he started to brazenly touch her, when suddenly something inexplicable happened, because something hit his hand, which he was stretching out to the girl, and Jun screamed, "Who was it?" Yun Xiao was standing in front of him, shouting in Lan's face how dare he touch his girlfriend, and Meng Wu was frozen in surprise. Looking closely at Yun Xiao, she recognized the boy from the maple grove who had saved her, and recalled all the events of that day. Meanwhile, Junlan was holding his hand and yelling at the boy that he was not worthy of her and did not know who he was, and he began to threaten Yun Xiao that he was in big trouble. But Li just smiled and asked who he was. Jun stood up and clenched his fists and promised that now everyone would not laugh because he was an intermediate apprentice. And Master Jiazhong is his teacher, and his older brother Long Hao is the son of the commander of the royal guard. Jun screamed like a madman, demanding 300 gold pieces in addition. Yun Xiao began to play a trick and took out a bag of gold, said that he had the money but had never heard of Jun, and threw the bag in front of the fat man, so that he would definitely think about whether his life was worth the money, and looked at him with a strange look. Jun rushed to the money and instantly realized that if he touched it, Li would destroy him. Meanwhile, Meng Wun, who was watching this action, kept recalling the events in the grove. She urgently needed money and then had to agree to Fairy's trick. She remembered the day when Yun Xiao stood in the arena. The guy looked incredible and looked like a real martial artist. Suddenly, her thoughts were interrupted by Jun's screaming brother Hao ran off somewhere joyfully. A tall man with a tall man came to the crowd of unknown people guarding him and began to point a finger in Yun Xiao's direction in complaint. The man looked intently at the boy and began to walk away, shouting that Li had created problems for himself out of nothing and demanded an explanation. It was Long Hao, the fat man's brother from the guard. Long said either Yun Xiao kneel down in front of Jun and leave the girl and the money and apologize, or become a cripple and go to jail, and gave him 3 seconds to think. Meanwhile, Jun hissed with satisfaction that he had warned about his tough foster brother, and started threatening Yun Xiao again. This idiot had already pissed off Li enough to shut him up, so he kicked the fat man in the stomach, making a big noise. Jun flew straight into the arms of the surprised Lun Hao, who barely had time to pick him up. Jun could barely breathe and whispered to Lun that he had been punctured in the dantian. A moment later he swore that he would be crippled and sobbed like a child. Long Hao shouted at Li how dare he hurt his younger brother. Yun Xiao replied that he had simply chosen the second option and shouted that he was going to be sent to prison because he did not mind. Such arrogance and self-confidence angered Lun Hao that fire lit up in his eyes, and in an instant he grabbed his sword and swung at him, because right before his eyes, the worst thing happened. Liang Jun became crippled, and now his master and father would not forgive him, and he promised Li that he would destroy him. And at the moment of swinging that sword, suddenly Long saw the energy that appeared in the air and heard a crackling sound, and Long Hao concluded that this was impossible, not believing his own eyes what had happened. And what happened was that Yun Xiao stood and held his huge sword with just 2 fingers, restraining the full force of the blow without straining much and even smiling in his face. Meng Wun and the guards stood there as if dug in, just gasping at what they saw, not understanding how this was possible. Only Yun Xiao broke the silence by shouting out a finger technique that he understands without words, and smiled again. And at that moment it finally dawned on Lun Hao that he was not just a brawling boy, but a high-level master, and Lun gritted his teeth in helplessness. However, he shouted to Yun Xiao to look closely at the sword, for it was not a simple sword, but a precious sword of the new moon, and he also laughed in response. Before the boy could even answer him, Long Hao cast the seal removal spell and the sword shone brightly, burning Li's fingers. Long Hao began to spin the sword around him, drawing an energy circle that Yun Xiao barely managed to dodge. Imong Wan loudly exclaimed that this was a true black rank weapon, a special type of weapon that could only be wielded by those who were improving. In addition, the cost of such a sword is equal to the cost of an entire city, and Long Hao added that the sword was made of frosty iron mined in the depths of the sea. And it came out of the hands of Liang Wenyu, a second-degree alchemy master, and Yun Xiao, the third, who saw his seal broken. And today his blade will drink blood, and this will be the third life sacrificed to him, and rushed at Li, who stood calmly waving that sword. However, the guy rubbed the back of his head and replied that it was just a useless weapon of the first-degree black rank, because garbage always uses garbage. At this, Long Hao screamed and rushed at the guy, slamming his sword into the ground as it moved with the impact. Suddenly, something strange happened, because Yun Xiao released an energy ball from his palm and hit the sword blade with a clang, and then he released another one and another and another. A dozen balls hit the sword, which was barely held by Long Hao, who did not understand what was happening. Long looked down at the sword in horror and whimpered that his precious sword was screaming out loud in despair as a light smoke came out of the sword. The sword was no longer glowing and did not emit any energy, as if it had been turned off. Hao twirled it in his hand, whispering what had happened to it and how to restore it. He raised it above his head and again loudly shouted the spell, "Precious sword of the new moon," breaking the seal, and the sword did not light up. Long Hao nervously began to swing it left and right, repeating the spell again, but nothing happened. Everyone looked at him in silence, not understanding what had happened. Hao shouted with tears in his eyes what was wrong with his sword, and added that his clan had begged Master Liang Wenyu 1,000 times to make it. He leaned over the sword in despair, not knowing what to do next, and Yun Xiao asked if this was all he could do. Long Hao was filled with rage, and he loudly ordered the guards to kill the boy for him, personally. And together with them, he rushed at the boy, cursing. But it didn't happen as expected. Yun Xiao scattered all the soldiers as if dancing. With ease, he flew into the air and destroyed them one by one as if he was walking in the forest, and Mengwen asked if it was a dance or some kind of combat technique, and the guy explained the technique. This is the punch that carries the petals into the chaos. It was created by Emperor Yuan Shixiao, who was disappointed in life and began to go crazy but had superpowers, wars, and were mega-talented. Yuan Shixiao created this technique in order to show how to use chaos to take the enemy by surprise, and to strike him with blows that cannot be avoided. Yun Xiao was explaining all this to Meng Wu while fighting with the guards. One after another, they flew across the sky like sparrows, screaming to the whole area. Finally, Yun Xiao reached Lun Hao and grabbed him by the ear and growled. He said that even though his sword was now worthless, it was still worth a lot of money, and he would take it. And at that moment, he kicked Hao in the knee, breaking it to pieces, so that Long screamed in pain, and Yun Xiao whispered whether he had any other interesting things for him. Hao gathered his last strength and shouted back that his father was the commander of the royal guard, and if Yun Xiao dared to steal anything, their men would destroy the Li clan. Long did not get up, and Yun Xiao sat down and asked if they were really interested in his entire clan, and he would like to see how the destruction would go. And at that moment, he heard someone's loud voice shouting, "Who made all this mess?" Hao looked around and exclaimed with joy that the royal guard had arrived, and began to shout that he was the commander of the 3rd platoon of the royal guard, and this guy had attacked them. He started begging for help. It was really 2 armed soldiers of the royal guard, Guang and Ming. One of them demanded that Yun Xiao surrender without resistance and put down his sword. Yun Xiao replied that the guards did not know the whole situation and should not immediately blame him. Guan assured him that the royal guards were close to the king and could not harm him, and that Long Hao was a warrior of the 3 stars and could not lose. And he flared up with anger and rushed at the boy, threatening to beat the truth out of him. However, Yun Xiao was already prepared and gripped his sword tightly. He shouted the spell Seal Breaker, and the sword activated and scattered a green haze around him. Shiguang wondered how it could be that a warrior of the 2 stars could use such a complex blade, and looking closely at the sword, he finally realized that it was a black rank weapon, and now it became clear to him why the guy fought back so easily. At that moment, an incredible idea came to Guan's mind, and he decided that he had to get this blade at any cost. And he shouted to Li that today was not his day, because he had met the guards, and that the atrocities would end there, and Yun Xiao simply told him to go to hell. Yun Xiao, meanwhile, was assessing the situation because he was facing 2 masters who were 1 step above him, and he needed to pull himself together. Otherwise, these 2 would win. Meanwhile, Guang shone with a red glow and announced the destruction of his enemy, and the 2 rushed towards each other, when suddenly the unexpected happened. Yun Xiao seemed to disappear into thin air using the illusory movement of the demonic wind stage. A moment later, Li suddenly appeared above Guan's head, striking him with fire. Guan did not expect such a sneak attack and backed away, and Li kicked him in the stomach without wasting a moment, and he went for the next attack, realizing that he had to defeat Guan in 1 move so that he did not have time to use his strength. However, Guan was not a weak warrior, and managed to shout a curse, Sword Seal Breaker, and the sword burst into flames. The fight started again, and the 2 boys rushed at each other and clashed with their swords. Suddenly, Guang realized that something was wrong with his sword. It was not working properly and seemed to have shut down. But Yun Xiao did not miss this moment of Guan's shock and rushed towards him, trying to hit him and not noticing Ming behind him. Ming stabbed the guy right in the back with his sword, trying to kill him, and was surprised to see Li's body turn into a shadow. And Yun Xiao was already shouting that he had just provoked him and promised to destroy them both by shouting the spell Moonstrike Fallen from Heaven. The situation was perfect because Li was in the air and both warriors, Guang and Ming, were standing below him, looking up at the sky in horror. They realized that the guy had deliberately distracted them and was now trying to destroy them with just 1 blow. Guan felt a mortal threat from Li. He could not believe how the warrior of the 2 stars dared to destroy them. and at that moment the warriors unanimously shouted the spell Bow of the Royal Guardian's Unification Soul Link and joined hands to form a huge fire arrow. Meanwhile, the arrow was released with a roar, piercing the boy's energies. Yun Xiao was horrified to realize that the warriors had mastered the unified attack technique. This meant that all his calculations and plans were ruined. The arrow flew too close to him and knocked the sword out of his hands. Li began to fall rapidly to the ground because the magic was also destroyed and fell painfully to the courtyard. Mengwu looked at the falling guy in horror, as she had never seen two warriors attacking at the same time. In addition, the guy managed to shout at her to run away immediately. Yun Xiao was lying bloody and unconscious, and Mengwu stood there as if frozen, unable to move a single step. Finally, she realized the guy's last words and ran as fast as she could, while Long Hao started shouting that the girl was trying to escape, but the soldiers didn't even pay attention. Guan stood there shocked, realizing that an ordinary 2-star warrior had forced him and his brother to use a complex and rare unification technique. He couldn't believe what had happened and reached out for Hao's sword, and it fell into his palm as if magnetized. Moon was outraged and reminded him that it was a very expensive sword of the new moon. However, Guang took it with him and said a dry goodbye, thanking him for catching the criminal, and got on his horse and ordered him not to interfere anymore. Long Hao rushed to them, but Guang only said that he did not need to see them off. Long stood there in despair, remembering that all his family's money had been spent on this sword, and Master Wenyue had only been pleaded with through his father's connections. Hao fell to his knees in despair and only repeated the words, "My precious sword." The furious Hao approached Li and ordered his soldiers to immediately go up and take the little brat away, while he hissed at the boy that he had lost his sword because of him. Meanwhile, Mengwu kept running in tears, trying to find at least someone to ask for help. She remembered the helpless Yun Xiao and tears flowed. Suddenly, raising her head, Meng saw a pagoda with a Li sign, which meant that this is where the Yun Xiao clan lives, and the girl did not understand how she got there. She instantly wiped away her tears, remembering that Li was the eldest grandson of the Li clan, and she would definitely find help for him here. Meanwhile, Li Yi, the manager of the Li clan residence, stood in the courtyard and looked at his sword, saying to himself that it was a second-degree black rank weapon with a seal. It can demonstrate extraordinary strength, and if you remove the seal, the power will be incredible. But his attention was drawn to a soldier running toward the gate, and Li asked him what happened. The servant bowed his head and reported that a girl was standing at the gate, saying that Yun Xiao had been captured by the king's guards and asking him to report that help was needed. However, Li didn't even move and just blurted out that the boy was a complete mediocrity and should be at the academy, and told him to tell the girl that the master already knew everything. The servant dutifully told Mengwu all the words, and the girl asked when Li would help, to which the servant explained that this was a matter for the leadership and she was told not to worry. Li Chunyang was the chief military officer of the Tianshui state who brought peace to it, and after the king had the greatest power and authority that 6 other people had. And Mengwu decided that if Yun Xiao's grandfather had told her not to worry, then everything would be fine, but she felt a strange anxiety deep in her heart that was getting stronger. Meanwhile, Yun Xiao was dragged to the prison and thrown into a cell. He was lying on the floor, but he regained consciousness, and the first thing he thought was that all his channels had been broken on his arms and legs, and he now cannot use even half of his strength. Opening his eyes, Li saw a room with other prisoners in rags. It was an underground prison. Among the prisoners, a grey-haired man of unknown age was sitting closer to Li, who noticed that the boy had opened his eyes and spoke to him. Li asked the man what this place was. He explained to him that it was the underground prison of the Long clan, and called the boy a brave man and told him that he had heard the guards discussing that the boy had managed to break both of Long's arms. Yun Qiao listened in silence and asked if this was surely not the capital's prison, to which the man explained that it was underground because those who committed serious crimes were thrown into the capital's prison. Li mumbled that having a private prison was too much and that when he got out, this family would be responsible for the prisoners. The man asked him if he was serious. He added that the guy was funny, that he had broken Luna's arms and hoped to get out, and said that when he was the same age, he spat at the gate of the clan and was imprisoned. And since then, he has been imprisoned for decades. And he pointed to the prisoner and added that when he was 8 years old, he went to the city with his father and looked at a girl from the clan. He was imprisoned, and now that boy is 48 years old. Yun Qiao was shocked by this lawlessness and promised the old man that as soon as he got out, he would free everyone. But the old man just sighed with a frown and said that it was impossible to dream, so he had to accept his fate and just sit quietly because a horse and freedom is illusory. Adding that it was not so bad because they were at least fed once a day, but with expired food, Li only hummed. He knelt down and began to apply the technique of the heavenly tyrant in the form of a woman, kneading each of his crippled arms and legs through strength and pain. All the prisoners watched the guy, and they whispered that there was another one who did not want to obey, but time would pass and he would definitely resign and break. Meanwhile, Li's eyes lit up and he fell into deep meditation, saying to himself that the power was coming out of the Dantian zone and starting to penetrate the destroyed channels. Restoring them and the Heavenly Tyrant technique is indeed the best technique for training the body. Yunxiao managed to activate all his points in his body and began to recover. Meanwhile, in the Alchemist's Guild on the 4th floor, there was a real commotion because Luo Yunchang came and said that Yunxiao had disappeared and was nowhere to be found. Poor Jia Jun felt cold inside and asked in a trembling voice if Luo was joking and the boy was okay. But Luo explained that she had searched the entire academy and asked all of his friends and Yunxiao was nowhere to be found. Jun was shivering and almost had a heart attack. The teacher reminded all the masters that they needed to find another assistant for the golden needle technique because the girl was already on triple doses of medicine and the disease was progressing. And Qingfang volunteered to assist personally and not wait for Yunxiao. And at that moment Jun fell to his knees in front of them. He was going to confess everything and all the alchemists were frozen. And Jun told them everything. Qingfang barked irritably that he thought too highly of himself and no one gave him permission to joke about the princess's life and Jia begged him to believe him. Shutai had already entered the dialogue exclaiming that Li was rich and pulling his leg, and he believed him because a 20-year-old boy could not possibly master the golden needle technique. And Qingfang exclaimed that when it was all over, he would personally imprison Jun in a heavenly prison and then cut off his head. Jun almost fainted from these words, and he threw himself at Zhang's feet, begging him to stop and believe in Li Yunxiao because only he could help the princess. But Jun made him even more angry and punched him in the face so hard that Jia flew several meters away. Zhang nervously asked Jia if he knew what crime he had committed. If he did, he would have taken the princess to the other alchemists much earlier, but now it was too late and the medicine did not control her illness. Zhang did not know how to report this. Suddenly, Luo yelled at him to stop and Zhang was about to yell at her that she was also guilty because Yunxiao was her student and she would be punished as well. However, Yunchang was persistent and explained that she had only managed to move to the next level with Yunxiao's help, which stopped Zhang from turning around. He replied that it was just a manifestation of the boy's intuition and nothing more, to which Yunchang said that she had personally seen Li knock out Lan Xuan, the grandson of the first minister, with one punch. Zhang was not surprised, but Shuhai wondered how this was possible, muttering that until recently this guy could not open his channels and could not improve. And that's all Lo was telling him. Lo denied him some fairy tales, however, and told him that Yunxiao had opened all his chakra channels in a few days, and he defeated Lan Xuan with the martial technique of the Seal of Ethereal Life. At this news, the alchemist stood there in disbelief, and Zhang wondered if the Seal of Ethereal Life had really been used. Suddenly, Zhang grabbed his head and whispered, was it really a seal? Because it meant that Yunxiao could be a disciple of Yang Di himself, and everything inside him went cold. Finally, he said to Luo that if Li was in fact Yang Di's student, then he could indeed master the golden needle technique, to which Yunchang replied that she did not know this fact. Finally, the old head of the guild Shu joined the discussion and recalled how Wenyu had once told him about the condition of Yunxiao's body and the destroyed channels, the channels that could not be restored, and now Li Yunxiao was able to defeat Lan Xuan using the Seal of Ethereal Life. He was thinking about something, and in a moment he shouted out to use all the forces possible to save the boy, but they had to get him out of the ground as soon as possible and bring him to them. Meanwhile, events were unfolding in the bar of the Jialan Academy, where Luo Lando and her friend were sitting. The guy was already pretty drunk and was convincing Luo that the whole academy was buzzing about a fight she hadn't come to. The guy's name was Yu Hezheng, and he was barely speaking, saying that even Yu and Bai Chengfeng would not be able to defeat Yunxiao. The girl's patience was running out and she asked for the score. She sharply told Yu that she didn't want to listen to all this and asked him not to bother her with these conversations anymore. After paying the bill, Luo explained that she was in a problematic situation and was going into seclusion for a few days and abruptly turned around and left to Yu's surprise. Hezheng took another drink, grumbling that the girl was acting like a fool because he was falling for her and she was not paying any attention to him, and slammed the bottle angrily. Suddenly, his mutterings were overwhelmed by the voice of Meng Wu, who worked as a waitress. She smiled sincerely and offered him a new cocktail to try, Lavender Lovestree. Yi Hezheng smiled nastily and asked if they had met somewhere before, and after complimenting her on her beauty, he blurted out that he remembered her name. She bravely told him his name and announced that he would soon become a real warrior. Hezheng was already quite drunk and grabbed a glass of cocktail and asked, "Is it okay to sell her booze?" Meng Wu blinked her eyes in fright, repeating that each glass cost only 6 silver coins. But Hezheng was already drinking the first one, laughing that it was a very cheap love story, and the girl recoiled from him in fear. The drunken Zheng suddenly grabbed her face and nastily told her that she was too pretty for such work and offered to become his girlfriend, and he would pay her 10 gold coins every month. Meng Wu pulled his hands away from her, shouting at him to behave. But it was too late. Hez Heng went on a rampage and started calling her a hustler for daring to reject him and grabbed her face again, breaking all the glasses on the tray. Yuards was yelling so airily that the bar was silent and all the patrons turned to look at the bar. Suddenly, at that moment, Han Bai and Chen Zhen walked into the bar and discussed among themselves the futile search for Yun Xiao, who seemed to have fallen through the ground. Bai was silent for a moment and asked why the bar was so quiet and what had happened, and the guys approached the bar and saw Mengwu and Hezhen and recognized the girl. Zheng whispered in surprise that this was the same girl who had framed Li, and Bai replied that she was with Lando's henchmen. The drunken Hezhen assessed the situation, thinking that these two would not be an obstacle for him, and yelled for the guys to leave in 3 seconds. To which Bai replied that Hezhen was too confident because he probably didn't know who they were, but he should know Yun Xiao and Lando was his passion. And Zhen added that they were not at the academy and could call people to deal with him right now. Hezhen began to sober up rapidly. He finally realized that all those around Yun Xiao were the children of the king's honorable people, and that they were not really at the academy and could beat him up. Hezhen said that he did not have time to interfere in the affairs of the rich because he urgently needed to improve himself, and he did not know this waitress either. So the accusations are groundless, and telling everyone that he had drunk enough and would probably go to rest, he left the bar, slamming the door. Bai looked disappointedly after him, saying that if it wasn't for Yun Xiao's search, he could have brought this rascal to his knees. The guys ordered a drink and started discussing how the Alchemist Guild and the guards were looking for Li, and mentioned that Yun Xiao had changed a lot lately and no one knew where he was. Finally, Mengwu overheard their conversation and rounded her eyes to ask if they were talking about the same Yun Xiao. But her question angered Zheng, and he yelled that Mengwu had set Li up and that they were not going to listen to her. To which the frightened Mengwu replied that how did it happen that the Li clan had not found him in these 3 days? Now Bai turned to her and grabbed the girl's hands and demanded that she tell him everything she knew, and Mengwu was stunned. Because now Zhen was already shouting at her why she hadn't told him anything before, and Mengwu stammered and explained that she had told the clan everything, and Grandpa Li told her not to worry. Now Bai was pushing, asking if she had seen her grandfather. Mengwu sobbed, barely able to say that she hadn't, because a clan servant had told her that. Wu Zhen lost his nerve and rushed to the door, shouting that he needed to be rescued immediately, but Bai stopped him. Explaining that first he had to inform Master Jiang and Yun Chang, Chen stopped and Bai told Mengwu that she would not get away with it and would go with them. Meanwhile, in the courtyard of the Long Clan, the second son of the Long Clan, Jiang, was practicing martial arts. His father came up to him and praised his improved technique, adding that Jiang was harder working than his older brother, Long Hao, and would definitely become a master of his craft. However, Jiang argued that his brother had already received his 3rd star, so he was doing much worse, and looked at his father and asked why he was so upset. And the man explained that recently the whole city has been looking for the young man, but there has been no progress for 3 days and he is in charge of the entire royal guard and therefore tired. He added that he was the eldest grandson of the Li clan and asked where Hao was. Yijan blurted out that Hao had gone to prison because some guy had broken his arms and now Hao would take revenge. His father was furious and hissed that his eldest son was chilling all day because he was a squad leader and his arms were broken. But suddenly Zhang remembered that the guy in prison was quite young and was taken just 3 days ago, and maybe he was the one they were looking for. His father's face turned cold and he clutched his heart, while the boy continued to blabber on about hearing Hao say that the boy's name was Yun. The man immediately exhaled and whispered that if his name was Yun, he was not the one they were looking for. And he was frightened in vain when suddenly Jiang blurted out again that he remembered the name, and it was Li Yun Xiao. The man felt sick at these words because he sent out all the guards to search for Li, who had been looking for him for 3 days, and he ended up in his own underground prison. His heart was pounding, and he was already having a heart attack because he remembered that Li was the eldest grandson and son of General Fei Lun, and Jiang added that he hoped that Hao had not killed him. And at that moment, his source, the unexpected happened. The gate opened with a bang and the workers ran screaming that someone had broken into the Long family estate. The father exploded in anger and began to scream at those who dared to break into his house. He shouted so loudly that Jiang and the other boys covered their ears, because it meant that to be the head of the family, you had to be strong and able to shout so loudly that everything shook around you. And at that moment, figures appeared around his father and Jiang. It was Luo Yun Chang, the commander of the Royal Guard, and Zhang Qingfan, who announced that they were temporarily taking control of the House of Long. And if anyone opposes them, it will be punishable by law and recognized as treason. The head of the Long House stood in shock as all the martial artists stood around him. As soon as he recovered, the head of the house saw Yunchang Qingfang Bai Zhen and other masters entering the gate under the protection of the 4th unit of the Royal Guard. Mengwu and Jiajun and the head of the Alchemist Guild, Xu Hai, were walking with them, and the head of the house realized that he was going to be in big trouble. The man pleaded with the masters, shouting that he did not understand what was going on and what had happened, trying to somehow get out of the situation. To King Fang loudly shouted for him to confess everything and said that the young descendant of Yun Xiao was imprisoned in his house, and the whole state had been looking for him for 3 days. But Long began to play the fool, saying that he did not understand where such strange gossip came from, thinking that he was ready to finish off Long Hao with his own hands. However, no one answered him, and Luo Yunchang turned to Meng Wu and asked her to tell him everything she knew. And the girl cautiously told about everything that happened that day, including that Zun Liang molested her, and Yun Xiao stood up for her, injuring the guards, and that Hao captured him. And after that, Qing Fang once again announced that the house was under his control, and if these were false facts, he would be personally responsible. And Yun Chang added that if there was no evidence, no one would have touched the house, and in this situation, Moon should act with them. Long stood and held onto the door jamb, realizing that it was all because of his stupid son. His legs began to tremble, and his heart started to race again, and Qing Fan shouted that he had only one question. He shouted to the whole courtyard whether Yun Xiao was alive or not, and that Long should answer quickly. Long answered in a trembling voice that he did not know because the boy was imprisoned by his stupid son, and he himself had just learned about it and waved his hand and invited everyone to go to the prison. Meanwhile, Yun Xiao continued to heal and revive through meditation. All the destroyed chakra channels were restored with the help of the woman's form, and the true chi energy of his body began to flow freely through the channels. The guy heard the stomping of feet and regretted that the guests came a few hours early, and he did not have time to complete the restoration of chi when the cell door opened and a man in a cape with a lantern came in. It was Long Hao in person, along with the rest of his squad. Long bellowed for them to open the cell and drag the trash to him. And sitting down on a chair, he added that today he would make Yun Xiao regret being born. They pulled the boy out of the cage and chained his hands to the cross. Li pretended to faint and hung on the cross like a rag. But he quietly looked at the squad and realized that there were only 35 people in it, and 12 of them were soldiers. And one grey-haired old man in a kapori most likely has the level of a master. The guy reasoned that the chi energy had not yet fully recovered, and it would be very difficult to finish them all off. So he decided that it was not clear what was happening outside the house, and so he would pretend to be lifeless for a while. Meanwhile, Hao gave the order to bring him back to life, and the soldiers began to pour buckets of water on him. Hao smiled evilly, knowing that the water was filled with a substance that burns blood vessels and eats away at the body, and the guy would not be able to withstand such pain. For a while, everyone heard the hissing of skin, and after pouring out 4 buckets of water, the warriors recoiled because all the wounds on Yun Xiao's body disappeared. His skin was smooth and even scarless. Yun Xiao looked up and shouted at Hao who he was and did he really think he was a human being. At this insolence, Long Hao jumped up and in a second was already at the boy's side and punched him in the stomach. And at that moment, Li threw up all over Hao's face, which made him go numb. He rushed to wipe himself off, and Li added that right then he saw who Hao was, and it turned out he was nothing more than a stray dog. And suddenly he asked Lun how his sword of the new moon was doing. These words infuriated Lun, and he ordered the soldiers to kill the boy immediately. But his friend Jun Lan, who was holding him back, whispered that Yun Xiao was deliberately provoking him, and that the dessert that had been prepared for him had not yet been brought. In a moment, Hao calmed down, hissing to Li that he had almost fallen for his bait. He added that the main dish of the Long clan would soon be served, and that he would be given 100 strokes of the cane in the meantime. But Yun Xiao's brain was occupied with something else. The guy was thinking that when Hao hit him, cold energy entered his body, and it took the energy and processed it into qi, and moved it to Dantiana. Li thought that this must be the effect of the Heavenly Tyrant's body tempering technique. That year, when he fought with the Heavenly Tyrant for a place at the top of the Greats, they fought for several days, and that's how it went. That the sky fell and the earth split and the entire sacred abode was destroyed, and it became obvious that the tyrant's position was more favourable. In the end, the tyrant, thanks to his body strength, resisted the true qi of Yun Xiao, and Li lost by a small margin. It was only after today that he finally realised that the tyrant's body could absorb the enemy's qi and convert the energy into his own. The only thing he didn't understand was how such an abnormal technique existed in the world, because the Heavenly Tyrant's technique was not inferior to the Divine Dian technique. Although it allows you to absorb the enemy's qi, for this you need to take on someone else's attack and allow the true qi to enter your body, and only then can it be absorbed and processed. What Martial Emperor would dare to accept the attacks of a strong enemy without resistance? For even a Heavenly Tyrant would not dare to directly attack the enemy without extreme necessity. But now Yun Xiao did not like this, because he thought that this technique was impossible to master and had its weaknesses. Meanwhile, one of the soldiers was waving his whip in front of the boy and shouting at him where his toughness had gone. At that moment, he began to whip Yun Xiao all over his body, making him scream in pain and shout for more. But none of them noticed that Yun Xiao's body had regained gained its true chi. The soldier continued to whip him, but Lee remained silent. And the surprised old man in the cap whispered that it was strange that this guy had quite strong bones, and was silent during the torture. The cheerful June interrupted their conversation, laughing and saying that it was even more fun because it would have been sad if Lee had asked for mercy or committed a crime right away. Meanwhile, Yun Xiao gritted his teeth and endured the blows, thinking that he would have to endure a few dozen more to reach the third warrior star. Suddenly, Long Hao jumped up and shouted to stop, and Lee smiled. Hao walked closer to him and growled that he had underestimated the kid who had lasted so long, and now they had prepared a celebratory dinner for him. Yun Xiao, meanwhile, felt he had fully recovered to the peak of the second star and could have broken free at any time, but his body was too damaged. And looking at his grandfather in the Kapori, he realized that he would not be able to defeat them yet. Meanwhile, Julan took out a jar from the bag and announced that it was a remedy he had made called Eunuch's Madness, and meaningfully put his fat hand into the jar and took a pinch of pink powder. He threw it into the faces of the two soldiers who were curiously looking at him. Instantly the boys were dumbfounded and their eyes turned pink and their breathing became laboured. Then their faces turned red and shiny and disgusting smiles appeared, and the boys began to hug each other. Yun Xiao threw up at the sight, and Hao vomited and ordered them to experiment only on Li. Yijun, laughing, brought the jar to the boy, explaining that the soldiers had taken only a pinch and that the whole jar would be his. And at that moment the unexpected happened. Yun Xiao activated the true breakthrough to the third warrior star because he absorbed enough Hao energy. The guy glowed with fire and easily tore his shackles like threads, and with screams to make all the perverts gasp, he rushed at Junliang, overturning the damned jar of powder. The jar flew into the air and crumbled over the entire gang, enveloping them in pink smoke. Long Hao rushed over to Junliang, screaming for him to get the antidote quickly. Jun smiled lustfully and managed to answer that there was no antidote and began to hit on Hao. Lun Hao was overcome with madness and kicked the fat man so hard that he flew into the corner of the room. He shouted to his grandfather in the cape to kill Yun Xiao immediately. The old man quickly threw off his hood and tore his robe right on himself, promising terrible torment. And in a second, the old man turned into a huge, pumped-up warrior who shouted at the whole prison that some loser was trying to disrespect him. But the guy was not confused and used the spell of the demon moon to suppress the spirit of heaven and earth and looked the old man straight in the eye. He quickly formed an energy ball and hit the old man with it. The old man flew away like a rag, realizing that the guy was no ordinary man. As soon as he got up, the old man whispered that this fool had a soul technique, and at that moment the entire squad of soldiers attacked him with kisses that were under the influence of the substance. His grandfather had no chance. It was a shameful end to his life, and finally Long Hao also threw himself on top of the whole bunch of soldiers. Meanwhile, Yun Xiao watched with satisfaction and twisted the ring on his finger and shouted, "Change clothes!" And magic happened. His torn clothes turned into a new outfit. Yun Xiao was in a hurry to return to the Alchemist's Guild because Yushui's illness could not be delayed. He loudly kicked the prison door when he saw the entire alchemist staff of his friends and Mengwu in front of him. For a moment, Li stopped in shock, not understanding where all his teachers had come from. Jun rushed to him, asking if he was okay, and Yun Xiao surprisingly replied that he was fine. But Chen was already running further into the prison, asking what those strange sounds were. Meanwhile, Qingfang approached Li and asked if he was the same Yun Xiao, and what those strange sounds were, looking at the kid curiously and feeling that something was special about him. At that moment, Jen with square eyes flew out to everyone and vomited right at their feet. Bai, not understanding his friend's condition, also went inside to check it out, but Yun Xiao only said that maybe he didn't need to go, because Hao decided to play with his soldiers there, and probably shouldn't interfere with them. But his words didn't stop anyone, and the whole crowd went into the cell, and a second later ran out screaming, numb and without saying a word, but with horror on their faces. In a moment, everyone was vomiting together, and the cunning old man Long asked Yun Xiao what had happened here, to which Yun Xiao replied that his eldest son had decided for him that he was going to visit. The man looked at Li with anger, assessing his physical strength at the level of a third-star warrior, but at the same time felt that he could not be his opponent. He felt sick again and thought that maybe he was feeling sick because of what he had just seen in the prison, but he realized that he had to get out of it somehow, and exclaimed that Yun Xiao was completely safe now, to which Jun replied, coming up behind him, that probably like a son, like a father. And Lun began to get hysterical. He began to argue that he was the commander of the Royal Guard and a master and could not be a pervert, but he could not explain what had happened in the dungeon. Meanwhile, Qingfang asked the boy if he was Yun Xiao, and Li smiled and asked him if he was Zhang Qingfang. Zhang furrowed his brows and asked if the guy knew who he was. And Li explained that the head of the guild Xu Hai was on his left and Luo Yunchang was on his right, and then he could be either Qingfan or Qin Wang. The man laughed at this logic and asked if it was true that Yunjiao knew the golden needle technique, and the boy said he could try. Qingfang was surprised to hear that it was strange to try because their princess was priceless, and if he was not sure of himself, he would not allow him to experiment. But the boy laughed, reminding him that they had no choice but to let him try. For a moment, Qingfan was dumbfounded, and then laughing agreed and added that if the result was positive, Tian Shui would not be in debt, and if he made a mistake, even his grandfather would not help him. And turning around, he left, and Yunxiao whispered that his life would always be in his hands. Jun intervened, asking how long everyone would be standing there, because every hour of Juyu's life counts. But Yunxiao noticed Mengwu in the crowd, trying to hide from his eyes, and exclaimed that last time she had set him up, and this time she had saved him, and they were now even. He slyly added that he would need an assistant in the treatment of the princess, but Mengwu hesitated because she did not know anything about it, and Yunxiao said that she would be useful anyway. Li then turned to Qingfan and asked him to help teacher Luo and Mengwu and pay all their expenses, and he humbly agreed. And at that moment Jun hugged the boy and began to ask for help. The fact is that the golden needle technique was legendary and few alchemists had it. Therefore no one would want to miss the opportunity to see it. Suddenly Yunxiao asked him menacingly if Liang Zun was his student, and Jun's mood instantly shattered. He understood the hint of the guy, who quickly walked ahead and shouted after him that this loser had been his student before and was quite stupid and inept, but Li did not pay attention to him anymore. The whole crowd had already left through the gate, leaving only moaning from time to time. Meanwhile, Qingfang explained that the girl's bed was made of purple-blue jade and was slightly restraining the girl's illness, but it was obvious that the limit had already been reached. But it will. Yunxiao stared at Zhuyue, saying that he had a low level of soul power because he had not seen her damaged channels in time, and a tense Luo whispered whether needles and cloth would be enough or something else. Lai was silent, thinking about something, and Yunchang panicked and asked him if he was sure of himself but got no answer. Qingfang was also tense and asked the boy how many % he was sure, and if the percentage was too low he would inform the king. The whole crowd was tense because if Li didn't succeed, the girl would be finished, and finally Yunjiao answered that if the princess was in a man's body, the success would be 100%. But because she was a girl, he would have to throw the needles 15 meters through the fabric, and Hao's mockery took away his strength, but he was 90% sure of success. Qingfan's heart nearly jumped out of his chest at the words. The man started shouting how he could throw needles that far just because she was a girl. Xu Hai also stood in shock and added that the master had told him that without 5th degree soul power it was impossible to succeed in such an operation, and Li gave such a high percentage. Luo also stood up and began to shout that Li was not Yang Di, and that such a high percentage could not be possible, and the price of the experiment was the princess's life. But Yunxiao calmly replied that he was not nervous, and that the whole crowd was only disturbing him with their tantrums. And he announced the beginning of the operation, ordering Luo to cover the girl with a cloth, and Mengwu to lift and hold the princess. But Qingfang was angry as hell and pulled the cloth out of Luo's hands and ordered him to act directly, because Jushui was priceless and he would not allow this. Yunjiao was also furious at this and yanked the cloth out, shouting that he needed it because the girl needed to be completely undressed. And then Li could not stand it any longer, and exclaimed that if he saw the princess naked, he would be obliged to marry her by order of the king. He pointed his finger at the crowd and said that he would not fall for this trick, and turned away in a huff. Qingfang stood in shock, thinking that the guy was treating such a serious matter as if it was some kind of child's play, and his nervousness rose again, but at that moment, Yunxiao. He began to kick all the men out of the room, explaining that they were wasting time and would interrupt Jushui's life in one go, and then the girls would stay and everyone else would leave. He ordered Mengwu to undress the girl and Luo to cover the bed with a cloth. Luo rushed to cover everything with a cloth and grumbled to Li that he shouldn't take all the responsibility and should be more serious. But the boy did not listen to her anymore. He closed his eyes and formed all the needles into one energy ball. And he warned teacher Luo that he would throw the needle at the point of the cloud gated, and it would enter 7 millimeters. In a moment, the golden needle entered the point on Yunchang's body exactly 7 millimeters. Luo stood in shock because her underwear was made of golden silk threads and this was impossible. The woman could not understand how Yunxiao knew that she was wearing such underwear, and then Li explained that while they were outside he noticed the golden glow on Luo's neck and realized everything. And he calculated that the underwear and 3 layers of clothing added another 6 meters of distance and used a third of his strength, and then Luo cut him off, exclaiming that the guy had a boneless tongue. But Yunxiao didn't pay attention to her, just exclaimed that he had to start because now he was sure that he could control the needles on the fly and the naked princess would really distract him. He also added that Jusui's body was really fantastic. Luo rolled her eyes and whispered to Mengwu to ignore the fool because he was finally starting. Meanwhile, Yunqiao shouted at Mengwu to pick up the girl and hold her tightly. Mengwu quickly picked up Juyue and exclaimed that she was ready. And the guy stretched out his arms and launched all the needles into the girl's body under Yun Chang's close supervision. Meanwhile, all the men were standing outside the door. The head of the guild couldn't resist asking Zhang what he thought about this and whether he thought Yun Xiao was suffering from nonsense. Zhang was quite nervous and answered ambiguously that everything was going to the point where there was no other way out, and noticing Qingfan's intense gaze on him, he thought he urgently needed a pill. Suddenly, everyone looked up as the door clicked open and Yun Xiao came out with a bang, stretching his arms. Qingfan rushed to him and yelled that he hadn't started anything yet, and Li covered his ears from the screaming. After waiting for him to calm down, he quietly replied that everything was already done. Surprised, Zhu Hai approached him and asked if everything had gone well, and the guy replied that everything had worked out as he had planned. Everyone's jaws dropped at these words, and they all thought at the same time that everything had happened so quickly in a few minutes and that Li must be making fun of them. And Jiejun was hysterical because he decided that he was finished and now his life would be over, and so would Li's. And then Qingfan could not stand it and rushed at the guy with balls, shouting that he was an insolent bum and dared to play with the princess's life and make him nervous. A fight would have broken out in a moment, but Yun Chang suddenly stood between them, bowed and said that Zhu Shuo was really feeling much better. And looking up, she added that the princess was safe and sound and looking good. Dumbfounded, Qingfang stopped and stammered and asked Luo if the girl was really feeling better or if she was joking, and Luo silently nodded. The whole crowd broke into Juyue's room in shock. Yun Jiao was victoriously silent, and the amazed Jun thought that it took this guy only a few minutes to heal the princess who had been sick all her adult life. Yijang finally realized that his life had been saved by him again. Qingfan meanwhile looked at the satisfied Li and asked how it was possible to do it so quickly or if it was a trick, and hummed. And this laugh blew the guy away. Young Xiao exploded in anger and shouted that he would laugh at his sister, and he only needed 18 needles, and if they were knives he would personally throw them at Qingfan. Li did not calm down and continued to shout how long Qingfan thought this procedure should have taken because he was the whole chemist of the royal court who had become dumb in the palace. Again, everyone's jaws dropped. Gazelle dared to tell off the chief alchemist of the royal court, and only Qingfang stood silent, thinking that he had been called stupid only as a child. But it was strange that he did not feel angry with this boy. He felt strangely vulnerable. Qingfang calmly asked Li if he had really called him stupid, and the boy exclaimed that he had, and the alchemist hummed. At that moment, a frightened Luo jumped up to the boy and demanded that he immediately apologize for such behavior. But Yun Xiao said that Qingfang should first learn to operate needles at least a little bit from a distance and then find him, and then he will think about whether to apologize. And the boy left, and Luo rushed to Zhang to apologize for her student to the shocked silence of everyone else. However, Qingfan lowered his head and muttered that Li was right about something and ordered everyone to leave, and he would stay for a few days to observe Zhu. Everyone looked at him in surprise, and Luo hissed to Bai and Zhen Yu that they would go with her. They went outside, and the teacher put her hands at her sides and said that they were both close friends of Yun Xiao, and asked why he had changed so much lately, and had become a first-class doctor, and forbade her to lie because all these skills could not be acquired. So quickly, Lo did not stop and continued to attack that if we assume that Li was hiding everything and doing it secretly, but still the guys must have some clues. The friends looked at each other, and Bai scratched his head and said that Yun Xiao had always been a burden to everyone, and they had to look out for him, while Jen added that they themselves hadn't expected Li to be the best. Li would become the best of them all. Luo thought about it and replied that Yun Xiao had always been a bit of a loner, and suggested that it might have something to do with the Li clan situation. The boys were frozen by her words and could not say a word. After all, Li was the most talentless among them all and was not considered. And then suddenly he started to shine, and everyone suspected that he was hiding something because he dared to enter the arena right now and probably prepared well for it. Lo thought again and suggested that something extraordinary must have happened in the Li clan. Bai said that Li's grandfather was on the verge of his life and handed over all the affairs to Li Yi, and that General Fei Long, who is Yun Xiao's father, is guarding the borderlands and cannot control Li Yi. And there are also rumours that now this Li Yi is in charge of everything in their house, and Jen added that he heard a version that the boy's grandfather is not sick but is imprisoned by this Li Yi. Therefore, everyone believes that this Li Yi has too much power, and although Yun Xiao is now winning all the battles, there is an older generation in their house, so the boy's time has probably not yet come. Yun Chang went through all the options and said that perhaps there was a change that no one knew about, and that Li would most likely receive some support and get back on his feet because of the needle technique. And the seals of ethereal life are proof of this. And the guy said that no one likes this Li Yi, and therefore when Yun Xiao reaches a certain level, her many will take his side. And suddenly Bai asked Luo whose side she would take in the event of a conflict between Li Yi and Yun Xiao. This question made her jump and just exclaim. She said that she was the commander of the sacred guard that protects the throne and is a subject of the king. And then she turned around and added that Li Yunxiao was her student after all. Meanwhile, Yunxiao was walking down the street sneezing incessantly, not realizing where it came from, and suddenly heard someone calling him. It was Meng Wu who caught up with him and suddenly asked him in tears if he could help her see her younger brother. The guy smiled and slyly said that he was probably sneezing, because today he was lucky in love, and pulled out a bag and gave it to the girl, explaining that there was 1,000 gold pieces for his brother's medicine and it was a reward for her help. 4 hours later, they reached Meng Wu's house, and the guy exclaimed in surprise that he now understood how she managed to open as many as 7 chakras because every day Meng walked to the academy. And this is almost a solitary life, to which Meng Wu, embarrassed, explained that housing in the city is too expensive and they cannot afford it, and she said that their father used to be the best officer, guard of the kingdom, and they lived in the city, but 3 years ago he died and they were forced to survive on a tiny pension and had to look for a cheaper house. Tears stood in Meng Wu's eyes that Yunxiao was so touched and put his hand on her shoulder and added that it was time for them to go. They both entered a small wooden house where everything was old and abandoned, with empty kitchen shelves and poverty in every corner. In the darkness, there was a grey bed in the corner, and Meng Wu whispered that her brother was lying there. The boy was sleeping and breathing heavily. His skin was green and his veins were swollen. The girl explained that his name was Meng Bai and he had been like this for 4 months. And she was trying to make money any way she could, so she agreed to do the show in the maple grove. Yunxiao stopped her and asked her not to mention that incident again, and began to check the boy's condition. When he ran his hand over Li's skin, he saw that it began to hiss. Yunxiao recoiled in shock and Meng Wu cried, saying that all the alchemists had abandoned him and that she was the only one who could save her brother's life. The magic water resurrection and its effect began to weaken noticeably, and the girl threw herself sobbing on Yunxiao's chest. The boy patted her head to calm her down and promised not to let her brother go to the world even if he begged for it. Meng Wu asked him what had happened to him. The man frowned and explained that it was the poison body of heaven and earth. Meng Wu stared at him, whispering that such a scary name, and asked if there was a chance to cure him. And the guy suddenly answered that it was impossible to cure him while holding Meng's hair in his hands. Meng Wu became hysterical, asking to save her brother, and promised to do everything for Li that he wanted. But this angered Yunxiao, and he shouted that she was provoking him to commit a crime. But the girl begged for salvation, and the boy explained to her that the poison body is not a disease. He gave an example that if she was born a girl, she would not treat herself to become a man. Meng Wu did not understand anything and asked how this could happen. Yi Yunxiao explained that there are many people in the world who are not like others from birth, and each of them has peculiarities that may manifest themselves differently from ordinary people, and the poison body is one of them. But Meng Wu asked again if there was a way to fix it, and the boy sighed and nervously replied that she didn't understand because her brother had a lot of poison in him. Yunxiao pulled out a golden needle and explained that Meng was too weak because the toxin was too deeply rooted and very strong, and if Meng could not control it, he would try to do something. The guy brought the needle to Meng's chest, saying that he had read about such cases and that it was necessary to constantly contain this poison, but that it required building up physical strength. Yunxiao pierced the entire chest with needles and they began to smoke, and Li whispered in surprise that it was stronger than he expected. Putting his hand on Meng's head, he began to restrain him and the boy began to scream as black poison flew out of his body. Frightened, Meng Wu asked if the magic needles hadn't worked, and Li replied that it was okay to scream because he was going to absorb the poison and everything would be fine. Sitting on a chair, the guy decided to use the energy creation technique and crossed his palms in a strange way. The girl asked again if it was possible and what to do with Meng if it worked, and Yunxiao replied that he should be afraid if the poison was in his whole body. And he added that Meng had opened 5 chakra channels, so nothing should be serious because the substance that was absorbed would give him a tonic effect. And then he hit the boy's body with energy, which made him scream even more, but his skin became noticeably lighter. And Yunxiao whispered, turning green from the poison, that it was quite simple, but for some reason it was corroding from the inside, and shouted the spell, "Heaven and earth obey and create energy." Meng Wu stood there teary-eyed because no one had been so kind to them since their father had died, and everyone who had been with her had always used only her beauty without hiding their nefarious intentions. Meanwhile, Yunxiao was creating energy one by one, and Meng Wu was warmly thankful that this guy was helping her out of his own life, and it made her feel warm. Meng Bai became completely light, and Yunxiao became completely grey, as if he had aged 20 years. Meng Wu, seeing all this, throbbed uncontrollably with happiness, and Yunxiao created a huge green energy ball of poison in front of him. The guy looked at it with satisfaction, laughing in his mind, and saying to himself that this was really an innate ability and he was incredibly lucky today. Meanwhile, Meng opened his eyes and barely asked where he was, and Mengwu saw this and rushed to him, hugging him and exclaiming that he was finally cured. Bei saw an unfamiliar boy sitting in meditation purifying himself and asked who was in their house. Mengwu explained that she was in the same class with Yun Xiao and that he had saved his life, so she should thank him. The boy stood up easily and walked over to Li and bowed low, saying words of gratitude for his rescue, and Li just hummed. However, he asked why his body had produced so little poison because he barely had enough. Mengbai blinked in confusion and looked back to Mengwu and said that Yun Xiao must be joking. Lai replied menacingly that he never joked because meeting him was a complete happiness for the kid, and ordered him to bow 3 times and only then would he accept him as a disciple. Mengbai rounded his eyes and asked if he would be accepted as a student, and then laughed and added how old Yun Xiao was because he looked the same age as his sister and wanted to teach him something, and he would definitely bow if Li was at least at the level of a guard. Yun Xiao could barely restrain himself from being so impudent, but little Bai kept joking that he was of course very grateful for the rescue, but bowing was too much, when suddenly Mengwu jumped up to him and grabbed his head and bent it, ordering him to bow. For Yun Xiao, although young, is an unsurpassed master of martial arts and alchemy, and it is a great fortune that he will become a teacher. Bai fell to his knees in surprise, and Mengwu burst into tears that her brother was disappointing. Meng rushed to comfort her, promising to bow down after all, and then he begged Yun Xiao to become his teacher and accept him as a student. Li sat down and told him that he would teach him the Heavenly Tyrant technique, because it was perfect for his poisonous body and that his achievements could be limitless in the future. And then Bai said that he would like to learn only martial techniques such as the Tiger's Fist, and Yun Xiao rolled his eyes at such stupidity. After all, what he was suggesting was at the top of the outstanding rating. Meanwhile, Mengwu could not resist slapping the kid and hissed that he would learn what the teacher said. She added that he was a beginner and should start with the basic Heavenly Tyrant technique, and only when he learned it would Yun Xiao teach the Ethereal Life technique. He looked at the kid and replied that he would have enough Heavenly Tyrant technique to use it safely and offered to teach him 3 of the 18 positions of the technique. After showing only 3, Li added that Bai should practice day and night, and when he made a breakthrough to the level of a first-rank warrior, he would personally select the best martial technique and teach it to him. But Bai started talking about the Tiger's Fist again, and Yun Xiao couldn't help but shout that he should stop mentioning this garbage because the fist is the most primitive technique and he was ashamed to teach it. And after calming down a bit, he added that Bai should trust his feelings, and now it was his duty to strengthen his body and increase the level of poison. Suddenly, the boy's eyes fell on the baskets of ore stones, and Bai explained that he used to go with his uncle Shu to mine this ore, which was low grade, and its remains were in the house. Yun Xiao examined the stones with interest when he suddenly began to feel something unusual. He rummaged through the basket and found an unusual stone. It was unlike anything else, and Meng explained that he had taken it from the mine because he also felt its strange energy. Yun Xiao asked where exactly he had found it. Bai said that he had found it in an ore vein of 5 peaks outside the city, explaining that there might be more like it. Li's eyes lit up and he explained to everyone that it was a purple sunstone, a 5th-degree material that can produce gravity and is used in the academy. Bai listened to him with his mouth open, and then said that the stone must be worth a lot of money, and Li agreed because not all academies could build gravity halls. It was almost impossible to find it on the market, and only the strongest clans on the mainland had the ability to create such halls because the stone could create gravity within a radius of 3 meters. The kid was going crazy from these stories, happily exclaiming what a cool thing he'd brought. But Yun Xiao took the stone right in front of him, and Bai asked why he was taking his students' things. Lai replied that there was no point in leaving it to Meng, and he would keep it for the future and return it when the kid could use it. Leaving Mengwu and Bai standing there numbly, Yun Xiao left, telling Meng to remember to practice and develop poison because he would soon return for it. Yun Xiao walked through the forest in a great mood because he never thought he would have a disciple with a poisonous body, and he knew that with such qualities little Meng would one day become an outstanding follower. And now it was time to create a mystical weapon, and for this it was necessary to visit the alchemists. In the meantime, Qingfang announced an order to find the boy immediately in the Alchemist's Guild. After a while, Li Yunxiao reached the guild and entered the crowded hall where he was met by the secretary he already knew. The guy said that he wanted to use the strengthening formation, and when he realized that they were looking for him, he asked what happened. The secretary Lu Yao mysteriously asked him to follow her because Zhang and Shu would personally explain everything, thinking that someone else would be jumping for joy at such respect. After a while, the two entered the huge office of the guild head, and Lu Yao loudly announced that she had brought Yun Xiao. Qingfang and Shu jumped up and down in surprise, and Lu quietly left the room. But Yun Tiao, without greeting, silently walked across the room to the amazement of the men. He sat down on the couch with his feet up and asked them why they were looking for him. The men looked at each other and hesitated, and Qingfang took out a sheet and handed it to the boy, explaining that it was an invitation from the king who was organizing an event for his close associates. It was in honor of teacher Luo Yunchang's promotion and the princess's recovery, and she was allowed to bring as many as 5 people. Li looked up and asked irritably if that was all they wanted. Once again, the room fell silent, broken by Qingfan timidly asking if Yunxiao was a student of the great Yang Di, to which the boy irritably replied that he was not. Qingfan jumped up and asked what about the Xie boy's mastery of such techniques as the seal of ethereal life and golden needles. Yunxiao sighed in exasperation and got up from the couch and nervously asked if these were all questions for him. Qingfan almost burst from such humiliation, and old Shu rushed to the boy asking him to wait a little longer. He pointed to a chest and a wooden box on the table. Meanwhile, Zhang explained that they actually wanted to thank him for saving the princess's life. He and Shu prepared small gifts and mysteriously walked over to the table and handed the box to Yunxiao. Lin silently opened it and saw a golden badge of a second-degree alchemy master on the velvet cushion, and Shu added that his golden needle technique is actually superior to the second degree. But he is not allowed to give this badge to the next rank, and if the guy is not offended, he can always be certified in a higher rank guild. Tali closed the box with satisfaction, saying that the badge was beautiful and he was satisfied with everything given the good salary he received every month. Yuhai approached the long wooden box and asked to look at it, and Yunxiao said that even with his eyes closed, he would say that it contained a mystical weapon. And indeed, in the box on a velvet lining was a mystical, gorgeous sword that glowed with a blue glow. Qingfang took it in his hands and asked him what he thought of it, thinking that he was tearing the sword away from his heart to learn the cherished golden needle technique. Li twirled the sword and said that it was quite good, although it had defects, even though Zhang had the third degree and was miraculously able to control it, which puzzled him. The harsh words about the defects shocked the men, and Qingfang gnashed his teeth, thinking that he was going to burst into tears because the sword was awesome and very valuable. But Yunxiao pretended not to see their distorted faces and only added that he could see that everyone agreed with him, and he began to speculate that the sword of the spring waters was most likely made of illusory iron. The sword was made of 4th-ranked Northern Waters illusory iron, but Zhang and Shu were unable to understand the true meaning of the sword, which was much stronger than a 3rd-ranked weapon. And although the sword has more piercing power, the warrior holding it in his hands must have high qualities because it is easy to break. Qingfang stood shocked because he had not thought about it, and Yunxiao continued to say that it was important to make a choice between handcasting and using the true flame, and asked Zhang if he had used the demon beast flame before. And if he had, Zhang had definitely damaged the sword, and the handcasting technique was quite crude, and asked Zhang why he had used the sword because, according to Li, it was only to demonstrate the discharge. Shocked, Qingfang looked at the sword he had always been proud of, and now, after Li's words, he really saw the flaws that made it look like a cheap, rusty piece of junk. The boy's words shocked Shuhai as well. The old man thought about the fact that for so many years there had been no one in Tianshui who could give them guidance in the art of alchemy, and he did not expect that someone would ever be found. And in an instant, a high ladder of the path to true knowledge appeared before both of them, and it began to magnetically attract them. Zhang and Shu stood there as if mesmerized by enlightenment, and Qingfang begged him to tell them how to make high-quality mystical weapons. Yunxiao easily replied that this was exactly what he was going to do, and he would need the guild's laboratory, and invited the men to be observers and learn everything at the same time. Zhang, Qingfan and Shuhai stood there and just blinked their eyes. Only Li's words that you will remember and learn by yourself were spinning in their heads. And then a strange thing happened. Qingfan burst into tears and began to thank Li for inviting him to the masterclass before the weapon was cast, and everyone went to the laboratory. There was a huge metal ball with holes in it. In the hall were all the alchemists whom Zhang had gathered from the guild with the requirement to attend this lesson. Yunxiao looked at the formation with satisfaction and exclaimed that even he did not expect the guild's formation to be at such a high level, and that it would greatly facilitate his experiment. To which Shuhai proudly explained that the ball had once been set up by the great master Yang Di himself. The guy looked at this bullet with delight and asked Jun if he had prepared the materials from his list, and Jun shook his head, saying that everything was ready, and Li explained that he would make pills along with the weapon. Already prepared everything. At this point, Zhu approached Li and asked if one formation could support 2 different processes, because it would be an incredible miracle to melt 2 formations separately. The guy said that Zhu would not only hear this, but also see it with his own eyes, and went to the ball. Qingfan whispered to the puzzled Shu that today's youth is too eccentric, and when he fails he will admit his mistakes. Meanwhile, Yunxiao walked over to the ball and announced the start of the experiment and tapped on its wall. The ball made a noise, and flaming light burst out of all the holes, and all the ingredients flew out of Jun's chest and straight into the top opening of the formation. Jun was frightened and asked if he should have made 2 types of pills, and Li explained that he would make them simultaneously to save time and effort. The man couldn't believe his ears because it was impossible to make pills in one oven and cook everything at the same time. Xingfang also stood in horror, cursing himself that Yun Qiao must have been a fraud and knew nothing about alchemy and had fooled everyone. And Xu Hai also felt like a fool for falling for the random success of the golden needles and going to watch this nonsense while rewarding Li with an expensive badge. They were both sure that the guy was only bragging and had learned about the needle technique by accident, and they, respected scientists, had fallen for this lie, and God forbid anyone should find out about it. Meanwhile, the formation had already fully activated and began to draw a pentagram on the floor. Yun Xiao looked at this flaming furnace and shouted the pill concoction spell in the furnace. The stove puffed and turned red and jumped up and down with tension and bubbled. Yili shouted the next spell weapon, casting formation. Instantly the furnace was covered with blue smoke and began to smoke again, and Shu exclaimed that the formation had not fully activated. Qingfang added that Li may not be as strong as everyone thinks, but he feels that the flames are much stronger than the ones they use, and only Li shouted to everyone to close. He explained that this is a large spirit-activated formation consisting of 48 formations, which corresponds to the number of smelting methods, and if they are combined in pairs and threes, they can get a huge number of additional effects. And this scheme is called the Amplifying Auxiliary Formation, and if you activate it completely each time, it is necessary for this. A huge amount of soul power, and right now he is going to make simple pills and mystical weapons of the first stage and use 20 basic smelting methods for this. Qingfang and Shu stood in shock at this. It was amazing and seemed impossible, but it opened the men's eyes to alchemy. But Yun Xiao continued to shout that using the power of the soul and qi during smelting of each particle is of great importance, and therefore when choosing and activating a formation, it will be the best, and that is why a good alchemist is a good alchemist. Is always a good master of the formation, and it was Yang Di who managed to establish such a large formation with additional components, which proves that his abilities were much greater than the other alchemists in the guild. Qingfang could hardly breathe with delight looking at the formation and whispered that this guy was none other than God. He asked the guy that didn't he say that each part of the soul force was very important, and how he could smelt and talk to them at the same time. Yun Xiao sharply replied that he was doing it so that they both could see everything and ordered them to be quiet and watch carefully. Jun saw the boy's gaze and fell to his knees, and all three alchemists watched the boy's actions as if mesmerized, but in silence. Yun Xiao closed his eyes and formed a pentagram with his palm. His every movement was like a delicate art and shocked every cell of his soul. The alchemist continued to be shocked every moment, speechless, and Qingfang thought that he would never have thought that he would ever see such a delicate processing process, and Li exclaimed that now. Everyone will see him smelting the weapon, and a huge metal ball appeared and melted. In a moment, Qingfang's jaw dropped again because he was looking at a form of high-quality iron, and Li exclaimed that when he got to the base of the iron, he could create a weapon and launch the purple sunstone into the formation. The formation absorbed Little Bai's stone, and the whole room was filled with purple smoke. All three alchemists gasped at the same time. Yishu exclaimed that the fog was so thick that he could not see anything and that he had to use his soul power. But Yun Xiao didn't hear him and looked at the piece of metal that hadn't disappeared and shouted at it loudly. Freeze! The metal rumbled, turned black and then turned purple and turned into a huge sword. Yun Xiao stretched out his hand and struck it with his energy. It turned into metal circles and rushed towards the sword, and there was a terrible explosion so that the alchemists could barely stand on their feet. In a moment, the fog cleared and everyone saw the sword sinking into the ground, a huge sword of unusual shape but incredibly beautiful. All the alchemists had an attack of shock and simultaneously approached the sword in fright, taking turns examining it. The ball of formation continued to puff but stopped heating up and only released steam, stopping, and the alchemists realized that Li must have already finished. The guy stood exhausted, covered in dust and breathing heavily, but he was incredibly happy and satisfied. Jun saw him and rushed over to Li, handing him the bottle. Yun Xiao sniffed the potion and threw it away, saying that this elixir of heart cleansing and soul restoration was of such a low quality that it was only good for animals. Jun's heart almost broke at the words. The alchemist fell down and sobbed because he had bought it for a lot of money, and Qingfang handed over his bottle of high-purity elixir to the guy, who only glanced at it. And at that moment, Shu took out his bottles, saying that he had a spiritual fruit that allows you to restore qi, and the tolo flower is for restoring the soul, and the white crane pills will give you joy. Yun Xiao twirled the jar of white crane pills in his hands and asked if they were an aphrodisiac. Yishu, coughing, suddenly replied that they were for Old Man Zhang, and the guy instantly swallowed the pill, saying that it was really what he needed. And all the rest is just garbage, and he will be able to restore his body on his own, and sat down and began to create energy. Meanwhile, June asked Li if it was okay that he had just eaten a second-degree aphrodisiac, and Qingfang hissed at him to shut his mouth. But the guy didn't hear anyone else. He was in deep meditation and covered in energy, and the alchemists who sat across from him followed suit and began to meditate as well. The impression that Yun Xiao made on them this time was fateful, and now all three of them seemed to be in a dream, trying to digest everything they had seen and regaining their strength. After about 30 minutes, Yun Xiao opened his eyes and grabbed his head, which still hurt a little, and said that he had recovered about a third of his strength because this smelting took a lot of energy. The alchemist sat across from him and blinked, and June asked in surprise if his soul had really recovered by a third, to which the boy replied that it had, because he had only the power to do so. At the level of a first-degree warrior, it was normal for him to recover faster than Jun, to which he replied that he recovered only 7 days after such a smelting. Yun Xiao looked at Jun irritated and growled that he had just compared himself to him, and Jun shrank back from the words. Li came over and finally picked up the sword and examined it, saying that it was not bad, and everything was as he had planned. Yang nearby began to clap his hands, exclaiming that Li had done a good job. And Li held out the sword to Qingfan and Shu, asking for their opinion. The alchemists were dumbfounded with delight, and taking the sword, they simultaneously leaned against it and began to examine it with their spiritual gaze. Yun Xiao watched them and smiled broadly, and finally asked what they thought of the new sword, and Qingfang replied that it was a high-quality first-degree sword. It has such a perfect structure that it even seems that the earth and heaven have been reborn, because Jiang can feel the energy flowing through it, and he honestly admitted that he had never seen such a harmonious sword. And then he asked Li if the seal was already removed from the sword, but the guy just smiled, and Qingfang asked to remove the seal to see what form it would take. Yi Yongxiao explained that during the smelting he had put huge pulses of energy into the swords, and that is why it would not be possible to remove the seal during the battle, and explained that he had added a purple sunstone to it. Xu Hai was surprised to hear that this stone was the key material for creating the gravity formation, and Li replied that it was. He had indeed combined 2 gravity formations in this form of mystical weapon, and asked everyone to take a close look. The guy grabbed the sword tightly and shouted, breaking the seal, and the sword buzzed, giving off a 10-fold attraction. Everyone around him was struck with furious energy, and Yun Xiao exclaimed that he had released only 1 formation and there was another that also contained 10-fold attraction. And if they are combined, they can get 100-fold attraction. But unfortunately there is too little purple sunstone, because then he would create a third formation with 1,000-fold attraction. The alchemist listened to him in total shock, and Li continued to explain that the weapon itself could not withstand such a force, and if all 3 formations were released, it would self-destruct. Qingfang and Shu Hai stood there with exhausted faces trying to digest the events of the day. Suddenly, Jiang asked Yun Jiao to give them the sword to study for a few days, but the boy became gloomy and said that then he would have to walk around with some other garbage, and the alchemist giggled because that would be the case. Jishun stood there in snot and thought that not long ago he had proudly presented his sword of spring waters, and now at least no one would know that he had created it. Suddenly, he raised his head high and looked down at the alchemists, thinking that they would soon learn that being shouldered and humiliated by Yun Xiao was an honor and a status and a morale booster. Yun Xiao, meanwhile, said that such a sword should be used to improve oneself daily, withstanding 10 and 100 times the gravity, but it will speed up the process. And although they say that a heavy sword that cannot be attacked is delicate work, he will call his new sword the Black Maiden. The alchemist nearly fainted at this suggestion. June, who was stunned by this news, asked what the reason for such a strange name was, and Li just slapped him on the head, saying that he could name his property as he wanted. But suddenly the guy calmed down and ordered everyone to forget, and June sighed and thought that this time he got away with it. Yun Xiao, meanwhile, told everyone to go and see how the pills were doing, and opened the door of the formation and inhaled their strong aroma that had not yet faded. There were 8 pills inside the ball, and Shu Hai whispered in awe that they were the purest. Jiang thought with satisfaction that his master had created these perfect pills, and he was the happiest person because he was his slave. Yun Xiao decided that as a thank you for the laboratory, he would spend an hour enlightening everyone and would be able to answer any question the alchemist had. And the endless questions began. And although Shu Hai and Qingfang were honorary citizens, but only in Tianshui and Yun Xiao was a 9th-degree alchemist in his past life. He was famous all over the world. The alchemist asked him 1,000 questions, and Qingfang and Shu Hai diligently wrote down the boy's instructions and answers like elementary school students. After an hour of this quiz, both alchemists bowed low to Yun Xiao and sincerely thanked him for all the answers they had received and the doubts they had cleared up. Yun Xiao announced that it was time for him to leave, promising to give some more advice when he had some free time. Qingfang and Shu Hai watched the young man go, and Jiang asked the old man how he was, and Shu replied that his knowledge was limitless. Jiang agreed with him and recalled how he had once studied with Yang Di, and this guy really had a lot in common with his teacher. He added that he personally would not trust this legend, because his inner voice says that Yun Jiao is much more mysterious than Yang Di. Meanwhile, Mengwu, tired, barely made it to her own house and went inside. Suddenly, she jumped up because Li was standing in front of her. She was frightened and asked what he was doing here. But instead of greeting her, he just remained silent and after a minute asked how her brother, Meng Bi, was doing. Mengwu was embarrassed and began to tell him that Bai was much better and had gone to the mine with a neighbour, and at that moment they both heard Bai's voice shouting that he had returned. The boy was indeed in the mine, carrying a basket of ore on his back, and he was happy to see his teacher. And he poured all the stones in the middle of the room, boasting that he had mined so much ore. But the joy was short-lived as the boy immediately received a delicious slap from Yun Qiao. The boy fell down and Li yelled at him to get on his knees immediately. Bai was holding his bloody nose and did not understand anything, only asking why he got it. Yun Xiao blurted out that he was his teacher and ordered Bai to practice the 3 positions of the Heavenly Tyrant technique hard, and he was doing bullshit. Meng Bai began to make excuses that he had to earn money because he was a man and it was his responsibility, not his sister's. And Mengwu started crying and begging her brother to apologize to Li immediately, but the boy wouldn't listen. He began to shout that he was not going to apologize because he had been hit for nothing and this teacher had not taught him anything. Yun Xiao was furious at the boy's words and he barked that he did not dare to be stubborn and again ordered him to kneel down and waved his hand and hit Bai's knee with energy. The boy fell to the ground screaming, his knee turned red and his pants ripped. However, Bai did not give up and started shouting again that Yun Xiao was only 1 year older than him, and in another year he would no longer be his opponent, and if he dared to insult the weak, then he should destroy him. Yun Xiao's eyes lit up and he blurted out that useless students only embarrass teachers and that he would have to end it once and for all. Mengwu rushed to Li, begging him to stop and forgive the boy, and looking at Bai, she hissed that he had made her cry, and if he didn't apologize, she would no longer have a brother. But at that moment, all 3 of them heard a man's voice asking what the noise was about, and the door opened. A burly man entered the room and Bai began to shout to Uncle Li to save him. It was Li Daiyuan, a warrior who lived in the neighborhood. Meng Bai kept yelling and pointing at Yun Xiao that he was the one who was threatening to kill him. Li looked at Yun Xiao and replied that he saw a 3rd-star warrior with great potential, but violence was not for everyone. Yun Xiao snapped back, asking where the stranger came from, and why he cared how he taught his student. Daiyuan shouted angrily that he would teach the boy manners, and Mengwu rushed to stop him. Meng Bai shouted that he wanted Li Daiyuan to be his teacher, and the man smiled at him and said that he would probably do so, and added that when Meng grew up and made a breakthrough and became a warrior, he will organize an army of mercenaries for him, and they will have an income 100 times more than the mine. The boy jumped up and down with delight, forgetting that he liked the idea, and he began to list all the techniques he knew and promised to teach them to his uncle. Daiyuan promised him that he would, but first he had to deal with Yun Xiao. Mengwu again began to beg Daiyuan not to do anything, realizing that even though her uncle was a 5th-star warrior, Yun Xiao would quickly finish him off with 1 punch. But Daiyuan tried to calm her down, explaining that he would only teach the impudent man a lesson and not even leave a scratch on him. And at that moment Yun Xiao said irritably, he said that he would stand still and not even dodge or deflect blows or use chi energy, and if Daiyuan could even touch him, he promises to lick his shoes. After this monologue, Daiyuan stopped in his tracks, digesting every word he said. The boy's words seemed to explode in Daiyuan's head, and he shouted that Li was completely out of his mind, and even if he were the Martial Emperor of the 9 parts of the sky, he would have knocked him down. With his diamond fist and iron palm, he leapt into the air and swung at the boy. However, Yun Xiao stood still and only his eyes lit up with red fire, and the boy quietly said the spells, "Humble the spirit of heaven and earth and impose a ban." And then an incredible thing happened. Daiyuan froze, his eyes became glassy, and he stood still without even blinking. Mengwu and Bai rushed to their uncle's side, and Yun Xiao whispered, "Kneel down," and the huge man fell to his knees as if spellbound. Li did not stop and ordered him to crawl to him and lick his boots, and little Bai cried and growled at his uncle to get up quickly. But Daiyuan didn't seem to hear him, and he crawled over to the boy, mesmerized by the boy's cries, and hit Yun Xiao with his diamond fist and added an iron palm. But the miracle did not happen. Daiyuan got to the boy's shoes and licked them deliciously. Yun Xiao was watching him with satisfaction when he suddenly kicked the man so hard that he flew across the room. He fell unconscious on his back. Bai rushed to him because Daiyuan, who was the strongest person in his life, was kicked like a dog. The boy looked up in fright at Yun Xiao, who told him that it was his turn to be destroyed, and Bai vowed not to approach him. Mengwu rushed over to Li and grabbed his hand, begging him to stop and not to touch the little fool. Sobbing, she added that it was her fault because she had raised him badly. Yun Xiao only huffed at her words. The girl sobbed even more, and Li looked at Bai and muttered, "Tell me." good natural talent. And turning around, the boy walked to the door, saying that Bai's student was absolutely no good. Suddenly, the boy screamed at him not to leave and threw himself at Yunxiao's feet and fell to his knees. And to the surprise of Meng Wu and Li, he began to crawl to him, crying. Bai grabbed Yunxiao's legs and begged him not to leave because he wanted to learn martial arts from him, and he fully admitted his guilt. But the furious Yunxiao sharply replied that he did not need such mediocrity and pushed him away. Meng Bai fell face down on the ground and sobbed, begging for forgiveness and saying that he was really in the wrong. And Meng Wu shouted that she swore she would not allow Bai to go to the mine anymore and would make him train at home. When she said that, Bai said that she could not feed their family alone, and he would go to the mine but finish his studies. Finally, Yunxiao stepped in and said that he was giving Bai one last chance and that in 5 days he had to open the 7 chakra channels and become a warrior, and only then would he recognize him as his student. Meng Wu looked at Li in fright and explained that the boy had only opened 5 chakras and that it was impossible to open 2 more in just 5 days. But suddenly, little Bai exclaimed that since the teacher had set such a deadline, he was sure that he would succeed. And satisfied, Yunxiao replied that he would return in 5 days to check the results and left the house. He went back to the hotel room near Meng Wu's house and began to meditate to improve himself again. Meanwhile, the head of the guild Zhu Hai and the alchemist of the Qingfang royal court announced to everyone that they were going into seclusion for the first time in decades in this mysterious decision. It caused a lot of gossip among people, and Jia Jun went into seclusion without telling anyone at all. 5 days later, Yunxiao completed his refinement and made a breakthrough to a 4th star warrior. The boy took his mega sword and went to Meng Wu's house, and from a distance heard the girl's voice shouting at her brother to stop and at least rest, and the boy stubbornly answered. Meng Wu was yelling that the body's poison had increased, but Bai did not retreat. Yunxiao came into the room and saw Bai turning green again from the poisoning. The boy's voice was not his own, and his eyes were lit up, but 7 balls of open chakras were flying around him. There was even smoke coming out of his body, and Bai declared that he had managed to make a breakthrough to the warrior of the 1st star. Meng Wu, not seeing the guest, shouted that she had to urgently look for Yunxiao because only he could help. And looking back, she saw Li laughing with satisfaction, saying that there was really no poison and as much as he needed. The boy shouted joyfully when he saw his teacher that he had managed to make a breakthrough and it really only took 5 days. And Yunxiao came closer to him and ordered him to sit down because he would start absorbing his poison. Bai lost consciousness and Li began to pull out green tongues of poison, directing them towards him. And after a while, Meng woke up and asked why. When he gave the poison, it seemed to him that he was losing some of his strength, although he stopped hurting. Yunxiao explained that the more saturated the poison, the greater his strength, but he cannot control it yet, and when he reaches a balance, the poison will stop eating him and he will become invincible. He added that he had to take the path of a warrior and follow it, and after a while the boy would start meeting people like him. Yi Bai asked if the poison was a useful thing, and Yunxiao nodded, saying that otherwise he would not have absorbed it, and suddenly Meng said that Yunxiao was becoming stronger at his expense, and Li stumbled at these words because it was really true. But without showing it, he took out a pill, explaining that he was leaving it in case he was gone because it would be able to hold back the poison for 3 days, and the best way was to increase his strength, and to count on a level of perfection, and Bai thanked him. But suddenly Yunxiao looked at Meng Wu and said that she also has potential, but because of making money, she had lost her skills, and so he was giving her a pill that would help her jump to the next level of combat power. Meng Wu could not believe her luck and such an expensive gift. And at that moment, Uncle Dayuan came into the room asking Bai if he was going to the mine with him today, and seeing Yunxiao, he changed his face. But Meng Bai ran to the man joyfully exclaiming that he had managed to make a breakthrough to the level of a warrior, and the frightened Dayuan, covered in sweat, replied that it was fine, nervously thinking about their guest and remembering his last visit. Meanwhile, Yunxiao calmly waved his hand and invited Dayuan to come closer to him. Dayuan approached the boy, frightened, and quietly said that everyone called him Uncle Li, and Yunxiao could call him that too. But the boy rounded his eyes and asked if he really wanted to be called that, and if so he chose destruction. Dayuan started screaming out that his name was Li Dayuan, and that was the end of that. Yunxiao found out from Dayuan that Gogong himself had sealed the mine, where the purple sunstones were mined, and the boy instructed Li to infiltrate the mine's workforce, and Dayuan promised to fulfill the task and find more stones, and Yunxiao in return gave his word to pay 10 gold pieces every month. He told Meng Wu and Bai to change their clothes because he was taking them to a banquet. They both looked at each other and asked where the banquet would be, and Yunxiao replied that it would be in the royal castle. Meng Wu and Bai jumped up and down at the news, and since they had neither clothes nor money, Yunxiao took everyone to the store where happy Meng Wu began to look through those dresses and try them on one by one. The girl's joy was overwhelming and she dragged her brother along with her, showing him the dresses that poor Bai had already started to hide from her. And when Mengwu got to the makeup, the boys rolled their eyes and Yun Xiao exclaimed that he remembered something urgent. A second later, he was already at the entrance, shouting that he would be waiting for them at the castle, and disappeared. Yun Xiao jumped out into the street and walked calmly, grumbling to himself that it was better to have a friend who bought the goodies, and continued walking happily. But suddenly he heard someone calling him, and looking around, Li noticed a figure wrapped in a cloth running away, and the boy shouted out that they were not trying to deceive him. And holding a wooden stick from a treat, he threw it right at the back of the fugitive. The stick whistled and miraculously wrapped around the body of the stranger, who started to run away from it. It painfully stabbed him right in the palm of his hand, going deep into it. The stranger stopped and grabbed his hand in pain and shouted, "Why, the wand smelled like veal." Suddenly, something strange happened. All the energy in his body seemed to be blocked. He was unable to take a single step, and Yun Xiao, meanwhile, jumped into the air and flew toward the stranger. Landing right next to him, the guy punched the stranger so hard that he fell off his feet, and Yun Xiao asked who he was. Without showing his face, the stranger began to justify himself, explaining that he intended to take the boy to a deserted place to give him a message. And abruptly taking off his hat, he exclaimed that it was him and laughed. It was Qin Lixian, the courtier. Surprised, Yun Xiao asked him why he had come, because he was supposed to be with his fourth uncle, and Qin replied that the rumours about him were true because Li had defeated a warrior with one move. 9th-ranked Lan Xuan, and saved the princess's life, and everyone at home was waiting for all. Yun Xiao abruptly interrupted him and asked him again why he had come. Qin hesitantly explained that his fourth uncle had heard rumours about the banquet, and that these rumours had reached Li Xuan, who would definitely take revenge on the boy. But Yun Xiao just brushed him off, saying that Xuan was just a child who was given a nickname by his family for his good behaviour, and he never took him seriously. He added with a keen look in his eyes that if Xuan got in his way, he wouldn't mind teaching him a little lesson, and Qin felt scared at the sight. He tried to reassure Yun Xiao and sincerely reminded her that Li was quite strong and had good support, and that he had his entire family under his control. He added that Yun Xiao's father and uncle were worried about him because of this issue, and were preparing, and Yun Xiao should wait, and then altogether they would take down this tyrant. But Yun Xiao objected, saying that he would not join them and that it was most likely the king who was helping Li, because without his help he would not have been able to control this old dynasty. Qin was shocked by what he heard, because he had already heard similar things from the boy's uncle, and he did not think that Yun Xiao was so smart and would guess before everyone else, and asked Yun Xiao how he came to this. The boy replied that it was obvious because his grandfather was a recognized leader in military circles, and hundreds would respond to his call, and his father commanded millions of soldiers. And he guards the western border, which literally means that the entire national army is subordinate to the family. And he slyly asked Qin if he were a king, would he be satisfied with this situation? Adding to this, doesn't the sharp growth of the Lan family and the king's pawns represent a new branch of strategy development against them? Because even Qing Zhen could not sleep well, so he got himself a dog, Li. Most likely the king wants to defeat the Li family and control his father on the border with someone else's hands. And when he saw Qin's frightened and surprised face, he told him to go home and tell his uncle. He told him not to worry and to relax. Qin tried to ask him something, but Yun Xiao cut him off, saying that he was not interested in anything else because he had his own plan of action and did not need help. Yun Xiao left Qin with his unanswered questions and abruptly left without saying goodbye. In the evening, a crowd of people dressed in evening clothes was already gathering at the entrance to the king's castle for a luxurious banquet, because every royal banquet was an opportunity for officials and nobility to get closer, and to establish relationships. Yun Xiao arrived at the castle on time and went inside to see his two old friends Chen Zhen and Han Bai. The guys happily greeted Li, and out of habit Chen punched him, and instantly a lump popped up on his hand, and Zhen asked what was wrong with Li's body because it felt like stone and his hand was swollen. And Yun Xiao, as if not hearing the question, showed 2 pills and explained that if they were taken, he would be able to become a warrior right away. The boys curiously took the pills in their hands, not believing it was possible. Chen asked if this was possible because he had recently opened only the 4th chakra, and Bai said that Li thought they were fools because the pills were different and transparent, like beads. Yun Xiao was fed up and shouted at them to return the pills if they didn't want to eat Qingfan's creation, and the boys abruptly changed their minds. Suddenly, Li heard someone calling him and looked around to see the beautiful Mengwu with Meng. Li did not even recognize the girl at first because she looked so incredible. Chen began to mutter that this girl reminded him of someone, and Bai suggested that it was the girl from the bar and pointed at her, and began to whisper in Li's ear that now it was clear where he had disappeared. And Jen began to giggle and whisper that girls become beautiful when they dress up. Bai pulled his sleeve and said that devils are found in a quiet swamp, and Yun Xiao just rolled his eyes. The boy's patience finally broke, and he introduced Mengwu once again, calling her his friend, and little Meng added that he was her brother and Yun Xiao's student. Both of them were dumbfounded by this news, and Bai assumed that Yun Xiao must have taken a difficult path to get the girl by pretending to be a teacher. And little Meng Bai suddenly rushed to Yun Xiao, asking if it was true that he had taken him as a student just to drive wedges with his sister. Yun Xiao rolled his eyes again and took Meng Wu's hand. He led her into the banquet hall and she looked around and gasped at the luxury and beauty around her. This was the main hall of the castle, and those who had the privilege of being in this hall had not the least roles in the kingdom. On the balcony of the hall stood Li Yi, proud and dignified, raising his wine goblet and greeting every nobleman. The room was full of people when suddenly everyone became quiet and parted as Yun Xiao walked away, whispering to the others. Amidst this grave silence, he went up to his balcony and sat down with Meng Wu, little Meng, and the boys at the table with food. Next to Li Yi stood Yun Xiao's own uncle Li Bai Feng, who was irritatedly watching the boy, thinking that he was famous for being trash and suddenly became mega popular. And on top of that, he had so easily defeated Lan Xuan, who was considered the genius of Jialan Academy, so thought the head of the civil servants, Lan Hong. The next observer of the boy was the commander of the city guard, Xiao Qinwang, a stout red-headed man who also thought that Yun Xiao had skillfully cured the princess with needles. He was also watched by the second-ranked alchemist Lian Wenyu, a young skinny guy with glasses. Yun Xiao noticed the gazes of the first Prince Qin Yang and the second Prince Qin Yue on him, and he realized that he would definitely be the key figure of the banquet. Finally, Li Yi respectfully exclaimed to Yun Xiao that since he had already come here, he should come up to him and sit down next to him, because after all, everyone was a member of the Li family. The room was sent, and Yun Xiao looked at Meng Wu and asked her if she knew why people's nostrils looked down. At that moment, Li Yi began to drink from the glass, when Yun Xiao pointed at him and added, if the nostrils were pointing upwards, they would fill up during the rain. They would fill with water when it rains. Li Yi choked on his drink and it came out of all the holes, and everyone around him laughed out loud until they were crying, looking at him and pointing, and the commander of the city guard, Xiao Qinwang, loudly exclaimed that the boy was talking. Li Yi, unable to bear such humiliation, shouted at Yun Xiao, and one of his relatives jumped up and attacked the boy, shouting to the calm Yun Xiao, who was drinking wine, that he, as a family member, should bend the knee and apologize to the head. Li managed to finish and stood in front of his relative, throwing away the glass, and instantly issued a slap. The man flew off at his words that he was waiting for attention to be paid to him. He struck him again in the chest, tearing a piece of his shirt off his back, and the man fell to his knees in front of him, while Yun Xiao managed to catch his glass in his hand. A deathly silence hung in the room. Everyone was shocked by what they saw, and Li Yi whispered how he had done it. To Yun Xiao heard his whisper and loudly exclaimed that it was just a matter of kicking, and kicked the man so hard that he flew straight into the table with the food. The man looked at Li Yi and added that he understood that Li was such a good slave that the whole Li family had awarded him his nickname, but he should take better care of his dogs, and besides, slaves should know their place. Otherwise they might inadvertently become food for those dogs. Li Yi blushed and hissed at what he heard, and Yun Xiao continued to say that this was the king's banquet, and that was the only reason he was not going to tear him to pieces in front of everyone. This was the last straw of patience, and Li Yi snapped, rushing at Yun Xiao with threats and drawing his sword, and at that moment Qinwang shouted at him to stop, and the magic of the redhead hit Li Yi's body and he fell into the hands of Li Bai Feng. And Qinwang added that today was a holiday and the king had organized an event for all his subordinates, so there was no need to spoil everyone's mood. Qin Yang, the first prince, supported Xiao and ordered the servants to clean up and reserve everything. Yun Xiao sat as calm as the ground and poured himself some tea. Suddenly Li Yi finished threatening him, promising consequences and reprisals. But the guy was unwavering, calmly drinking his drink. He threw in Li Yi's face that usually mutts do not bite, and the banquet continued. And Qinwang kept watching Yun Xiao, thinking that his movements were so smooth that even his hand did not tremble. He didn't understand how an ordinary warrior could do this. He could show such an intuitive fighting technique because he saw the strength of a man who had been trained for years, and deep down the redhead admitted to himself that even he did not have it. He did not have such a deep understanding of martial arts as Yun Xiao. At this moment everyone heard the call of the coming king, and the guests simultaneously stood up and bowed their heads in respect, and they loudly greeted the king who sat on the throne with Luo Yunchang and Princess Zhu Xue standing on either side. It was the emperor of Tian Shui, Qin Zheng, a man of 50 years of great stature wearing an elegant imperial robe. The two girls looked into the crowd and almost burst out laughing, barely able to contain themselves, because they saw Yun Xiao smiling and pointing with his fingers as a sign of victory. Zhu Xue stuck out her tongue at the boy, and and Yun Chang was furious at the prank. Finally, the emperor spoke. "I've arranged this reception to celebrate two joyful events, the promotion of Luo Yun Chang to the rank of alchemist and the healing of his dear daughter Ju Yue from the illness that had tormented her all her life." These two events brought the emperor indescribable joy and relief. The crowd cheered and blessed him. Lan Hong came up to the emperor and bowed low to congratulate him and added that he had prepared gifts for the girls on this occasion and opened the chest, illuminating the entire hall. On the red velvet were huge pearls in gold, and Lan explained that with great effort he had managed to get these 2 moon pearls from the Eastern Sea, which he was giving to Yun Chang and Ju Yu. Red Qinwang sighed, muttering that Lan was wealthy because the gift was worth a fortune, and opened his chest to reveal 2 rare books on the art of sword fighting and the art of inner peace. The girls were delighted to see the gifts when young Lian Wenyu came over and presented them with second-order pills to preserve their beauty and youth for 20 years. The girls squealed with joy. And then Li Yi came over and presented them with a magical jade hair amulet that would awaken only pure thoughts in others towards them, and which was created by the best jewelers of the country to preserve eternal youth and irresistibility. And he handed over the gorgeous jewelry that shone in his palms, adding that this thing would help to maintain concentration and meditate and also scare away evil spirits. He looked at Luo Yun Chang and explained that this jewelry was worthy of only her. Luo was embarrassed and thanked him for such a generous gift, and Lian Wenyu added that the jewelry was very rare. Then Li Yi switched to the princess and sang in a sing-song voice that she was the quintessence of beauty and the pride of the whole country, and he personally always looked at her with reverence. And the cunning Li Yi bowed down before Jusui and blasphemed that he could not think of anything in this world that would be worthy of her. His blasphemy was akin to courtship. But at that moment, Li Yi received a gift, a demon beast egg that he had bought for a huge amount of money to give to Ju Yue as a gift while blaspheming. The egg shone so brightly that all the guests gasped with delight and generosity, and it was no ordinary egg. For demonic beasts were very powerful creatures, and even the most stylish martial artists kept away from them. Many tried to tame them, but they were defeated, because these animals were very hot-tempered and cruel and did not accept people. And one day someone invented a method of taming them. You had to be close to the animal while it was still in the egg, and when the demon was born it was necessary to feed it and take care of it, because only then did the beast become tame and loyal, seeing a human from birth. When this method became known, the price of eggs skyrocketed. Qin Wang watched this show put on by Li Yi and muttered that this idiot would do anything to get the princess. Meanwhile, a bewildered Ju Shui held the egg in her hands and whispered words of gratitude. The girl was shocked by this extremely expensive gift and could not believe her eyes. Suddenly, everyone heard Yun Xiao's voice shouting out whether the dead creature was useful, hinting at the precious egg, and Li Yi blinked at the boy. Yun Xiao added that Li Yi had probably decided to fry it, and that the egg had long since turned cold and was quite inedible. Yun Xiao's words infuriated Li Yi, and he jumped up and down and began to shout how Yun Xiao knew it was rotten, reminding everyone of its enormous value. But Yun Xiao stubbornly repeated that the egg was rotten. The emperor intervened in this hysteria and asked the boy how he knew that the egg was really rotten, and the boy calmly replied that his explanation was not important to anyone because no one would believe it, and that he needed to break the egg. Li Yi again claimed that he was being bullied and who would cover his expenses. But Yun Xiao replied that then everyone could wait until after many months of incubation. The princess noticed that there is no life in the egg, and then everything would finally become obvious to everyone. The emperor, unable to stand this argument, loudly shouted at Yun Xiao to watch his tongue because he could not say such things without proof. But the boy only huffed because the egg really did not have any signs of life by its appearance and energy, and most likely its rarity obscures the eyes of people who do not see the obvious. The incident seemed to be over, and the guests continued to present gifts. The first Prince Qing Yang presented 10 dragon's eye pearls that shimmered beautifully in the chest. Lan Wenyu and Lan Hong were shocked by these gifts because each pearl was worth tens of thousands and was extremely rare because the more a warrior trained, the stronger the pearls became. However, Luo Yunchang thought differently because she knew that although pearls were very expensive, they were only dust compared to the original stones. But the first prince thought differently. He wanted Jusui to take a couple of pieces and the rest to go to Luo, because she was the only one who had achieved such results in the last 1,000 years. And her support could have been invaluable on his way to becoming emperor. And besides, Lo was an incredible beauty to whom Jian was attracted and had already confessed his feelings to her several times. But he received only cold rejections because the feelings were not mutual, and Qin Yang really hoped that these pearls would melt her heart. However, Luo Yunchang bowed respectfully in front of Qin Yang and replied that she could not accept such an incredible gift. And struck by her words, Qin Yang rushed to the girl, shouting that she did not understand his feelings, and falling to his knees in front of Luo, He loudly exclaimed that today, in the presence of the entire congregation, he was making her an official offer to marry him. The girl rudely replied that if he crossed the line again, it would not be her fault. Qin Yang's face stretched at this turn of events, and the man shouted. He knew that he was not worthy of Yun Chang, but there was no one better and more suitable than him in all of Tianshui. Luo Yun Chang nervously turned around and walked away from him, throwing over her shoulder that he was a bit forgettable. Qin Yang started shouting that Luo was in love with someone and demanded that she answer this question, saying that if she did, he would fight. However, the girl remained silent to his stupid demands. The whole room was silent. Everyone was really curious who the heart of this cold and strong girl in Tianshui belonged to. The girl stopped and began her story with a sigh. 15 years ago, when she was only 5 years old and had never even heard of love and romance, she trained day after day. In Shenggong Castle, she thought that her life would always be like this, and one day her mentor returned from the foot of the mountain, and the woman seemed to have been replaced. She became nervous and cold and stopped forgiving her for everything. She was constantly whispering a name, and later Lo recognized it as Gu Feiyan. One day, little Luo overheard a conversation in the castle where they were discussing pills that contained the elixir of fate and the ancient unknown laws of alchemy. The ruler of the Nine Heavens, Fuchishui, reported that everyone had gathered to answer Mrs. Q's call and no one seemed to ignore it. And in a luxurious armchair sat an incredibly beautiful girl, the Empress of the Nine Heavens, Kui Hong Yan, who announced to everyone that she had gathered for urgent help. She added that there were only 10 elixirs left in the castle that would be useful even for the Tianwu emperors. One of the rulers of the Nine Heavens, Mu Yanxiu, thanked for such a good elixir that would be appropriate for his training, and added that he would do whatever Kui asked if it was not a fight with Gu Feiyan. Another ruler, Luang Zonghao, who looked like a strange mummy, entered the conversation and said that all the elixirs would not be enough for a fight with Gu Feiyan. And the fat man, Kon Yankui, who was also a ruler, added that Nu Feiyan had taken third place in a recent competition between heaven and earth and was not a force they could compete with. But Luan's contradicted Kong, explaining that he had missed the competition because he was secluded, and now he regretted that no one would test his technique. He asked Kon if he could fight Feiyan if he showed up and suggested that they attack Feiyan together, and at the same time because it would be more effective. Another ruler in an elegant white outfit and an incredible hat, Chen Feizhou, entered the conversation and asked Luan's what divine knowledge he had received since he was ready to fight Gu. And Luan's, falling apart with delight in his eyes, asked everyone if they had heard of the Ganges Mahamudra, the highest spiritual teaching of the Sama schools of Tibetan Buddhism. And all the rulers began to say what they knew about the teaching, that it was invented by the first man on the continent 10,000 years ago, and that it uses the great seal of the Ganges Emperor. Zonghao replied with satisfaction that that was correct. The technique of the Ganges Emperor was really indeed all, and would defeat not only Gu Feiyan but also the bandit Ao and tear him apart, and suddenly everyone twitched. Zi Chenghai laughed and began to ridicule Zonghao's knowledge, saying that he had also found a 9th-ranked dark weapon in the ruins. And the strange-looking ruler Wen Guohu, whose eyes were covered by a helmet, replied that they were all rulers of the kingdom and only the pitiful Gu Feiyan was against them. To which Chenghai replied that since everyone knew about everything, Gu Feiyan probably wouldn't come because he was afraid. And Zonghao added that if Feiyang decided to escape, it would be a great opportunity to inspect Shenggong Castle. The fact is that none of these guests had ever dared to set foot on the castle grounds, and everyone laughed. The Shenggong Castle was like heaven on earth, standing on a snowy peak wrapped in a haze of clouds. Inside and outside, everything looked calm and serene. The meeting continued, and Zonghao laughed that Gu Feiyang would never dare to come before the 11 rulers of the 9 heavens, and laughter broke out again. Suddenly another ruler, a white boy named Yi Yuan, interrupted the conversation and asked everyone if they thought that Gu could also take someone to help him and bring a dozen people like them. Zongho brazenly exclaimed that 10 for 10 is a tactic with the hope of winning, and in this case he would take Feiyan on himself. Throughout the conversation, the beautiful Hu Hongyang only listened and remained silent, and finally put in her 5 cents, exclaiming that Gu Feiyang would definitely not bring anyone with him. And Chenhai asked, and how could she be so sure? And after a moment of silence, the girl replied that she was sure because Gu Feiyang had already come, to which the puzzled Zonghao replied that she was probably just imagining things. But Kui Hongyan replied that she was serious and not joking, asking everyone if none of them could hear the wind howling strangely. Some of the rulers suddenly tensed up and stopped laughing, and Fei Gu said that they were now on top of a mountain and that such wind was the norm here. Suddenly, the door opened with a bang and the icy north whipped, along with the snow filled the entire hall with a howl, and all the rulers saw a huge hand forming out of the snow cloud and starting to approach them. One of the men exclaimed, "The wind rises to the heavens and dispels the clouds," looking at the boundless golden storm palm, and Fuchishu whispered that it was simply incredible. and everyone should get ready because there is nowhere to retreat. Zunhao began to shout how Gu could be so strong and began to ask for the power of Ganges to protect him. And Chengai, holding up his spear, chanted the spell Dark Weapon of the 9th rank, a divine weapon of hundreds of battles, barely able to stand. All the rulers took turns shouting the spells: Black Widow's Bite, True Dragon, Seal Tianwu Buddha's Hand, Mystical Ice, God's Punch Fire, Sword Balian, and the palm did not stop. It grew even larger with a huge fiery energy center, and at some point there was a terrible explosion and fierce energy hit the castle, that all the rulers of the 9 heavens fell unconscious, although they had a great difference in strength which did not help them, and only the beautiful Chiu Hongyang stood there smiling and whispering that he was still as beautiful as ever, and little Lo stood hiding around the corner as if dug in. The clouds formed steps, and the supreme ruler of the 9 heavens, Gu Feiyang, a young man of incredible beauty and beautiful clothes, descended. Gu Feiyan stepped into the castle square where all the other rulers were lying and asked Hong Yan if it was worth it. She replied that the man she was dancing for was turning the world upside down, and asked if she would dance again for him, and Feiyang advised her to accept defeat. Hong Yan began to make excuses that she had no chance, and tears started to form in her eyes when suddenly she pulled out her sword and exclaimed that someone would be losing their life today. Feiyang replied that she was no match for him and the 10 unfortunate ants had not left a scratch on him, so her chances were 0. Ho Yan courageously replied that she had called the rulers to make Feiyang spend his true qi, and that she did not expect that these lowlifes would be able to do anything. She raised her sword high and struck the snowy sky with her energy. This was the signal to start for the other girls who heard it in the high mountains. The girls were part of the Jingwei Star Squad, and at the same time they received the signal, they formed energy circles. The energy hit the mountaintops with a purple stream ringing loudly, and Feiyang recognized the famous squad. Looking at the enraged Hong Yan, the boy whispered that she was probably really going to go all the way, and the beautiful woman rose high above the ground and exclaimed that the Shenggong Castle Guard, which had a centuries-old history, had never been used. And pointing her sword at Gu Feiyang, she added that today was the day. Together with the Jiwei squad and the sword of the Purple Knight, she would finish off Feiyang on this mountain. The girl knew that the squad could use the energy of the stars, and this would allow her sword to absorb it, the power that the castle usually projects on the mountains and the earth itself. And here on the snowy peak, being under the Jiwei star, she is as strong as a goddess and will defeat Gu Feiyang no matter what. Feiyang realized that no one was joking with him, and that it would be a battle for life. The guy took out his fire sword and whispered that today everything depends on him. And with a flame of fire he shouted that even though billions of stars obeyed Hong Yan, he would still defeat her with one stroke of his star-splitting sword and his all-seeing eye. Hong Yan did not calm down, and became even more furious, shouting that black frost would one day fall to the sky and let people not disturb the evil spirits, and her sword of the Purple Knight would end suffering. And the two warriors clashed in a great battle, cutting through the rainbow energies and turning into one flame as little Lo watched and whispered that she had to hold out a little longer. Luo looked at Gu Feiyang, and even at the age of 5 realized that he was a super powerful man. But unfortunately at this point Lo's memories were cut short, and when she came to she heard rumors that Hong Yan had gone into indefinite seclusion and all the students had gone to other mountains to find their mentors, and there was no one left on the top, so Lo began to wander aimlessly around the continent. To meet Feiyang, and becoming more mature, she realized that Hong Yan had lost and Gu had destroyed all 10 rulers, and after a while she learned about his death. And Luo could not believe this news and did not know who killed him. So wandering around, she reached the land of Tian Shui and decided to stay at the academy only because his sculpture stood here. And she silently recalled how that day in the martial arts arena, Yun Jiao's gaze was exactly the same as Gu Feiyang's. Luo looked at the first prince and said that it was a pity that he was not Feiyang, to which Qin Yang exclaimed, "Who is it then? Because he has the right to know." But Luo Yunchang mysteriously replied that he had already left, and Qin Yang shouted that then he had a chance, asking what exactly this mysterious stranger had done to make her so devoted to him, and maybe he could do the same. Luo huffed and began to tell him again that on the Divine Sea he had made a dark weapon that could cut through the stars and was the youngest alchemist of the 9th rank and the most famous. He destroyed the defences of the Red Moon City in one fell swoop, thus destroying one of the 3 centres of the continent, and in the East Sea he saved his comrade from a massacre that took place at a depth of 8,000 miles, and the Sea King issued an order to ban his entry. In the Holy Lands his power overwhelmed all the warriors, and he was the 3rd most powerful on earth and in heaven, and was nicknamed the Destroyer of Armies. On a snowy peak he appeared through the clouds and destroyed 10 rulers with one blow. And even the most beautiful woman on earth of Shenggong Chiu Castle, Hong Yang, could not conquer him with her beauty. The hall was silent, and even the emperor sat in shock and remained silent. Yilo loudly exclaimed that now everyone knew who her heart belonged to, and if Qin Yang could do even 100th of what he had said, she would accept his offer. The frightened first prince finally realized that he could not reach the one who had left 15 years ago, and Luo apologized. She said that she was very tired and left the castle in silence. All the guests looked at each other and whispered, and Li Yunxiao stood there as if dug in after hearing everything. The boy stood there as if paralyzed, so Meng Wu frighteningly began to ask what was wrong with him, and Li's eyes swam with memories. Meanwhile, the emperor, in order to smooth out the incident, loudly exclaimed that Commander Luo was a little sick and therefore had to leave them all and invited everyone to continue the celebration. And Qin Yue thought irritably that if Luo had agreed to marry Qin Yang, he would have received the support of not only the alchemist and warrior, but also the city guard, and his influence would have increased several times. The celebration continued and the gift-giving continued as if nothing had happened. And little Meng Bai suddenly revealed that he still did not understand who Luo was talking about, because maybe it was Master Yang Di. But Meng Wu sternly replied that it was not Yang Di, but his teacher Gu Fei Yang, and his statue stands in the courtyard of the academy. But he continued to babble on, and his sister whispered that he was definitely an idiot, and Yun Xiao almost choked. And a little drunk, he replied that Bai did not understand anything about matters of the heart. Meanwhile, rumours spread around the room, and Yun Xiao's friends were sure that he was a normal man. He couldn't pass by the fabulous beauty of the Shengong mistress, and therefore something was wrong with that warrior. Yun Xiao exploded with anger at these words, reminding them of the disrespect for the martial arts legend. But the drunken Chen replied that he did not mean anything by it, because he believed that they were not weaker than him. Bai also intervened in the conversation and revealed that Fei Yan had stolen the heart of a beauty and had gotten what he deserved. Yun Xiao could no longer stand this chatter and could barely control himself. Suddenly, he heard Zhu Shui's voice approaching and asking what gift he had prepared for her. The boy was embarrassed and replied that why did she think he would bring a gift? He was actually invited to a party, and Li Yi heard his answer and exclaimed, Yun Xiao had only come to eat for free. Li looked around, calling him an idiot, and Bai whispered that Li should get the gift and surprise the girl. The emperor came up to them and told his daughter that if it weren't for Yun Xiao, she wouldn't be here at all. The girl pouted her lips, expecting a gift, but suddenly Yun Xiao stood up and explained that Zhu Shui probably realized that he did not have a worthy gift, so he decided to show her something, wishing her health and happiness. Li Ai exploded when he heard this and started laughing with Yun Xiao, calling him a beggar who plays the zither and asking him not to disgrace their family with his talents. But Yun Xiao immediately ordered him to shut his filthy mouth, and Li Yi jumped on the table in anger, and only Zhu Yue replied with a charmed reply that she would be happy to listen to his music. All the donors were stunned, for some of them had risked their lives and spent enormous sums of money to make the princess smile, and she was beaming with happiness at this beggar. Meanwhile, a zither was brought into the hall and placed in front of the boy, and the emperor was surprised to announce that Duke Li and General Fei Long literally lived by martial arts, and he did not expect their descendant to be a music lover. But Yun Xiao was no longer listening to anyone. He closed his eyes and touched the strings of the zither. Xiao Qinwang watched him closely, remembering that Fei Yan also played the zither, and finally the old man realized that Yun Xiao had the same energy as Gu Fei Yan. Meanwhile, Yun Xiao began to play, and the hall was filled with the magic of music, and snow began to fall around him, and a winter forest appeared. Suddenly, the snow changed into a huge lake, and the water began to splash. Water lilies bloomed under everyone's feet, and golden, huge koi carp and butterflies appeared. In a moment, the lake disappeared, and thousands of flowers began to bloom around, and the room was filled with their fragrance. All the guests stood there, so shocked by what they had heard and seen that they could not say a word. And Jusua exclaimed that it was a blooming in Guangling. Suddenly a servant ran up to the emperor and told him that all the plants in the garden were in bloom. And the guests gasped at what they heard, because nothing like this could happen in the yard. It was night and not the spring season, and everyone ran to see it with their own eyes. And again they gasped, because indeed the whole garden and yard was covered with a carpet of flowers to the lyrics of Yun Xiao's song that flowers bloomed under the starry sky like the spring wind in agreement with Guangling. Zhuyi whispered in awe that it was so beautiful when everything bloomed under the moonlight, and remembered Luo leaving at such a bad time. And only Qinwang exclaimed that everyone knows that it was the blossoming in Guangling, in the lilac grove on Sunhua Island, that Gu Fei Yang played at his first meeting with Kui Hong Yang. It was winter, it was snowing, and this melody woke up the gods and they blossomed. No one would have ever thought that they would ever witness such a phenomenon, because this melody could only have been created in heaven for someone who performed an incredible dance, and for someone who was ready to turn the world upside down for her. The emperor laughed with satisfaction, exclaiming that he was so old, but it was the first time in his life that he had ever heard such beautiful music, and he told the court musicians to pack up their things. And only Li Yi nervously exclaimed that the boy played well, but what of it? But the hall erupted in incredibly loud applause, drowning out his words, But Li Yi did not calm down and exclaimed to Zhu Yue that Yun Xiao did not spend a penny and his gift could not be compared to his, and the girl irritably called him a fool. Qin Wang sharply replied that Yun Xiao's gift was a real treasure for which it was not a pity to pay money, and Li Yi blurted out that he could just make him play it several times. And Yun Xiao explained that the god appeared only thanks to Juk Shui, but it was not for Li Yi's stupid brain, and he gritted his teeth again in anger. He added sarcastically that Li Yi probably didn't have the opportunity to study in the past and it was probably time to catch up, and smiled slyly. Meanwhile, Zhu Yue looked at Yun Xiao with loving eyes, thinking that Li had just compared her to the very first beauty, Hong Yan. The girl seemed to be in nirvana from her thoughts, and Li Yi continued to joke and told Qin Wang that he was preparing gifts not only for the princess and Commander Luo, but also for Commander Xiao. The redhead looked at him in surprise. He said that he would probably refuse, but Li Yi persisted, and said that a few years ago Xiao had been wounded and had not fully recovered, so he had obtained a rare pill, the Dragon's Eye pill, and wanted to give it to him. Xiao couldn't believe his ears, because it was a 6th-ranked elixir, a pure Dragon's Eye pill of emerald water. Li Yi ordered the 1st-rank alchemist Fan Zheng to present the pill, and Fan honourably served it on a pillow, adding that it would not only heal, but also help Xiao advance in martial arts. Shocked, Qin Wang held it, not believing that he would finally be healed because he was getting weaker every year. The Emperor shouted to Li Yi that his treasure was priceless, and now he would give him anything he wanted. The boy thanked him and suddenly blurted out that he wanted only one thing, for the Emperor to marry his daughter Zhu Yue. When the girl heard these words, she exploded with anger and shouted that Li Yi should know his place and rushed to her father, telling him not to agree. What a cunning Li Yi was born. In the lowest caste of the family, he planned to rise to the top. Zhu Yue continued to shout at her father to disagree, but the Emperor remained silent. Li Yi insisted on repeating his request, explaining that he had pure feelings for his daughter. The Emperor closed his eyes and breathed heavily and continued to be silent. And looking at his daughter, he suddenly told her not to be so stubborn because Li Yi had been so generous and their marriage would be a relief to him. The man added that he believed it. His pure feelings, because why else would the guy give a demon egg if he thought he had to control his family? And here was such a good and convenient option. Zhu Yue couldn't believe her ears. The ground was shaking under her feet, and it seemed that she was going to faint with all her heart. She had hated Li Yi since she was a little girl. The girl bowed her head in helplessness, not understanding how her beloved father, who had protected her and cherished her all these years, could treat her like this. Fierce anger gripped Jusue's heart, and she grabbed the dragon egg and threw it on the floor, sending everyone to hell. The egg hit the stone floor with a loud bang and split, spilling out greenish slime. A fierce stench instantly spread through the room, and the guests were dizzy from the stench. Everyone started snorting and covering their noses, and some of them started to vomit, and finally it became obvious to everyone that the egg was indeed rotten, just as Yun Xiao had said. Juju rushed to her father again in tears, screaming to make sure that the damned egg was indeed lifeless, and that Li Yi dared to treat her like this by bringing her disgusting things and talking about pure feelings. But the Emperor was not to be deterred, saying that these eggs were very rare, and that this incident meant that Li Yi had been deceived as well. The boy pleaded, saying that he would deal with the trader. And the Emperor added that the egg did not change the essence of the matter, because Li Yi's contribution was still very large. And he shouted that he was going to betray Zhu Yue, but before he could prove it, the girl closed her mouth from screaming when someone shouted to stop. Of course, it was Yun Xiao who could not allow this fake circus. The young man walked up to the Emperor and declared that the Dragon's Eye pill was a fake. The whole hall was stunned by his words, and the people were numb to this turn of events. It was a serious crime to give a fake pill in the presence of the king and officials and was punishable by death. Li cured, but Yun Xiao stood his ground and suggested that he check by putting a drop of blood on the pill and giving it to a dog, for example, and if he was wrong there would be time to get the pill back. The Emperor's patience broke down, and Qin Zhen ordered to bring a dog to find out which of the two was lying. He looked at both boys and added that he really wanted to know which of them was the lying dog. Yun Xiao looked at Li Yi and offered to give him a drop of blood, calling him a mongrel. Li Yi jumped up from such impudence and began to yell at Yun Xiao to give him his own, because this idea was his after all. The guy suddenly shouted out 8527, and Li Yi screamed at him for calling him that. But Yun Xiao explained that it was just his servant's number and pointed to Meng Bai, who ran to him and repeated the number. Meng Bai bowed to Li Yi, and Yun Xiao announced that little Meng was his predecessor. The audience burst out laughing at this circus. Meanwhile, Yun Xiao ordered the kid to drop some blood on a pill, and the kid asked why he was doing it and shrank back. Li had to give Bai a kick, and Meng began to drip blood on the pill with tears in his eyes. After kicking the kid out, Yun Xiao loudly informed everyone that this pill would start releasing poison and toxins after contact with blood, and one drop would be enough to kill a person. Yun Xiao was sure that one drop would be enough to expose Li Yi's lies, because the poison of heaven and earth can release even more poison when in the body. The boy took the pill in his hands when Li Yi suddenly said that he would let the Imperial Guard do it and ordered the guard to take it. Finally the dog was brought and the guard gave the pill to it and it swallowed it with pleasure. 5 seconds passed, the dog stood there wagging its tail, and Li Yi assured the Emperor that there was no problem with the pill and that it was all slander. Bidina Zhuyue clutched at her chair, deciding that she had to save Yun Xiao by any means necessary, even if she had to accept the offer. And Li Yi was jubilant, attacking Yun Xiao and calling him an arsehole for lying to the Emperor personally. Yi began to laugh hysterically, but Yun Xiao stood calmly with his arms crossed and only smiled mysteriously. Suddenly something incredible happened. The dog fell down and was covered in colourful spots, and Li Yi was stunned by what he saw. The ground under his feet shook and he fell down and screamed where the colourful dog with no signs of life had come from. And he began to accuse Yun Xiao of hiding a healthy dog somewhere and blaming him for everything. But Yun Xiao stood silent, and Li Yi began to hysterically demand that he bring a healthy dog, realizing what would happen to him now. And Yun Xiao's uncle gloated that the problem with Li Yi was so easily solved. The Emperor's cry for Li Yi and Fan Zheng to be arrested was heard throughout the hall. The Emperor was torn at the thought that he had invested so much energy in this idiot and had caused so many problems. Li Yi continued to shout that he was being set up, and an irritated Qin Zheng reasoned that if he did not punish him, he would not be able to look Qin Wang in the eye, and if he did, there would be a problem with the control of the Li family. Meanwhile, Qin Wang grumbled that he was suddenly unwell and apologized and bowed. The Emperor shouted after him that he would send 100 men to get hundreds of such pills, and Qin Wang just huffed. Suddenly, Yun Xiao shouted at him to tell Xiao to wait because he wanted to see his wounds, and the Emperor added that this guy knew acupuncture because he had even healed the princess of the 9 terminal yin chakras, and Xiao stopped. He replied why not, since he had nothing to lose anyway, and gave him his crippled hand. The guy touched his fingers to the palm, activating the all-seeing eye of the universe, and Xiao's veins glowed. Qin Wang asked what he saw. The boy replied that 3 times a day Xiao felt as if he was being bitten by ticks in the places of the 3 bones, and every day the Fengmen and Shengdao points seemed to be freezing. Xiao nodded in the affirmative. Li continued to say that last year his qi seemed to dissipate in the middle of the night, and Xiao felt electric cramps. Qin Wang was surprised to hear that it was true. He exclaimed that the boy had understood and seen everything correctly, and it was incredible, not believing his own ears. To Yun Xiao, hearing that he had taken the chicken leg and started chewing, sharply replied that he could not know what the kid knew. It was all a coincidence. There was a deathly silence in the room. Everyone was looking at Li, who was chewing on the leg. Qin Wang explained that he had always called his grandfather old and his father Li Changfeng small, and therefore did not know how to call mini Yun Xiao. The guy wiped his hands and said that he could be called just young Mr. Yun. Li's friends sitting behind him choked on their impudence, and everyone present almost fainted from such a statement, realizing that Yun Xiao Qin Wang could easily be killed for such words. However, Xiao calmly asked the boy if he understood who he was talking to, because no one had ever dared to say such a thing to him before, and furrowed his brows. But Yun Xiao brazenly took the next leg and bit it off, saying that no one was forcing Xiao, and if he doesn't hear such an appeal, he still has a pile of lamb in front of him and nowhere to go. Qin Wang was furious with anger and such impudence. He did not understand why Yun Xiao was behaving like this and had never seen such impudence. He leaned over Yun Xiao like a mountain, but Yun Xiao did not even turn in his direction and continued to eat. Qin Wang sniffled loudly, which was heard by all the guests, and Yun Xiao looked up at him and scolded him for being so dramatic. Finally, the boy's uncle lost his patience, and Li Baifeng jumped up to save the day and began to ask Xiao to forgive the fool for the sake of their family's history and to ignore him. But suddenly something incredible happened. Qin Wang's loud laughter rolled through the hall, echoing off the walls. He slammed his huge palm on the guy's back so hard that he almost choked, and added that the descendants of this weirdo were very similar to him. He shouted to everyone that it was so, and from now on he would address the boy as he asked. The guests could not believe their ears, because friendliness and Xiao were opposite things, and Xiao whispered to Yun Xiao when he would finally start treating him, but the boy calmly drank his wine and remained silent. Xiao's patience was running out, and he hissed at Li not to go too far because he had pampered his ego enough, and the boy hissed back that Xiao had almost crushed his shoulder blade with his hands. Qin Wang persisted and asked Li again what he should do, but the boy remained silent. He suddenly said that he would like to drink with Xiao first and leave the treatment for later, and the red-haired big man agreed and set his glass down like a bucket. And again he slapped his hand painfully on the guy's back, shouting that tonight they would get drunk together. And Li Baifeng's surprised uncle whispered that there were still people in this family to be reckoned with. And Xuan, who had been watching all these events, finally accepted the idea that he had lost, not because Yun Xiao cheated and bowed his head. The banquet was slowly coming to an end, and the guests began to leave, saying goodbye to the Emperor. Suddenly, Yun Xiao heard Zhu Yue's voice running up to him and happily thanking him for his salvation and blushing. The guy smiled back at her and said that he would do anything for her, and the princess almost fainted from such words. And he told Xiao that he needed to think about his problem and decide how to solve it, and Xiao assured him that he would visit him soon. He also went home staggering, thinking that this boy was quite funny and extraordinary. Yun Xiao's friends rushed to the boy with excitement and began to chatter. How did he know about the poison, and that they were very proud of their friend who was so cool? Yun Xiao shrugged his shoulders and said that the pill was really real and there was no poison in it. The guys jumped up in horror when they heard this, and Yun Xiao asked them to leave to explain everything. When Yun Xiao went outside, he told them about Meng Bai's unusual illness in his blood, and the boys asked him with delight how he had the courage to do it. And Bai and Zhen looked at each other and realized that if Yun Xiao told such a terrible secret, it meant that they had become real allies for him. But they didn't notice how a strange man with a lantern approached them and asked if it was Yun Xiao, adding that his master would like to invite him to a meeting. Li yawned and replied that it was late and he was tired, so they could probably meet some other time. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from a nearby building and exclaimed that although the time was late, 1,000 glasses of wine would not be enough for close relatives. It was the second prince of the Qinyue kingdom who came out of the house, adding that the king had come to the conclusion that Yun Xiao deserved to be in his inner circle and invited him to a feast. However, Li did not change his mind and replied respectfully that even as someone's close friend, he did not want to meet with a man face to face and at night. But Qinyue was persistent and explained that this was not a problem because he was surrounded by 2 beautiful women who could entertain him with songs and make him laugh. And suddenly Yun Xiao changed his mind, exclaiming that this was a great offer, and it looked like a really important meeting. The boy went into the tent where a table was already set and 2 beautiful fairies were sitting. One of them sat next to the second prince and poured a drink into a glass, and the other one sat next to Yun Xiao and poured wine. Xin Yu said that he thought the rumors were not exaggerated, and that Yun Xiao had a noble and mysterious aura. Yun Xiao slyly replied that the prince flattered him and his manners were as majestic as a dragon's, because Yue was a real prince. Xin Yu smiled and replied that Commander Bai had previously said that he would have the meeting of a lifetime, and that his life would be unhindered by obstacles, and this was probably the meeting. Yun Xiao asked in surprise if this was not the most mysterious commander of the 3rd Division of the City Guard, Bai Mo, because he had heard that he had the gift of clairvoyance and was well versed in astrology. The prince suddenly fell silent and clapped his hands, and to Yun Xiao's surprise, the commander of the 3rd Division of the City Guard, Bai Mo, a girl of incredible beauty and grace, entered the room. Mao quietly said that it was a great honor for her to meet Yun Xiao, who exclaimed in surprise that the commander was a woman and looked at the prince, adding that as long as he had such security, everything would be fine, and he has no desire to take part in coup d'etat. And everyone in the room froze for a moment at his words, and one of the girls almost fainted from the information she heard, because of which she would soon lose her life. Bai Mo smilingly replied that Yun Xiao was very sharp and exceeded all her expectations. But Prince Yue will definitely be the next ruler of Tianshui, and therefore Yun Xiao's help will reflect well on the Li family, and asked if the boy was trying to ignore the problem he was in. Yun Xiao froze and thought that he didn't really care about what was happening in this family, but his blood flowed in his body, and if he regained his strength, protection would be a small matter. And if the clan wants to separate, the creation of a new state will not be a problem. But if he is gone, there will be no one to protect the family, and we will probably have to help. And looking at the prince, he said that he should support the clan and asked him to promise to ensure prosperity, peace, and a good reputation for the clan. Prince Yue became agitated and promised that as long as he was alive, there would be no rebellion in the clan and everyone would live in peace and prosperity, adding that the clan had made a significant contribution to the empire as it should have been, and bowed his head, thinking about his father. Bai Mao asked how confident Yun Xiao was that he could cure Commander Xiao. The boy remained silent and drank, and the prince reflected that everyone claimed that Commander Xiao's wounds were incurable and that the entire strategy of the army was rebuilt because of this. Finally, the guy finished his drink and confidently replied that he would succeed. The prince and Bai Mo looked at him with great surprise, and Qin Yue asked him again if he was sure of his words. The guy sighed and added that there would be no problems with this, and sarcastically said that maybe they didn't want to do it at all, to which both of them shouted that he had misunderstood everything and that treatment was necessary. The prince explained that while Xiao Rin Wang was here, his older brothers would not dare to lift a finger, and the longer it took, the better. To which Yun Xiao summarized that Prince Yue will just turn 16 and Prince Yang is 30 years older than him, and therefore he is sure that the king will support him. However, given his current situation, his time is most likely already numbered. These strange words surprised Yue and he asked what Yun Xiao meant, and Bai Mao added that the boy's medical skills were unsurpassed, and perhaps Yun Xiao thought he was sick. To which Li replied that the king was 70 years old and in poor health, but that was not the main thing. Because he noticed blood in his eyes and swollen veins, and these are symptoms of slow poison in the body. Bai Mao cried out and asked who dared to poison the king, and suggested that it was most likely his older brother, because he had not been able to sit on the throne for a long time. Yun Xiao replied that the end of the king's life, although it would be a tragedy, would be a great opportunity for the prince to prove himself and convince the king to issue a decree of succession. The prince hesitantly asked if Li was sure that the king would do this, and the boy replied that he was 100% sure. The fact was that Qing Yang always accompanied the king in all wars, and so he was widely known as the heir to the throne. But the king had recently neglected him, trying to distance himself from him as far as possible, and the prince's authority had noticeably diminished. It was a plus for the younger Yue, and even Bai Mao's presence here explained the king's willingness to protect Yue, Yun Xiao explained. The boy continued to analyze what everyone around him had already realized, that the king really supports the younger descendant and that Qin Yang has quite a lot of military and political influence, and so the king was worried that Yue would not withstand the pressure. That's why he postponed his transition of power. Qin Yue suddenly sighed and lowered his head, hiding his eyes as Li asked if he had said something wrong. The prince replied that if even Yun Xiao understood everything, he could not blame everyone else because he was just a pawn in the hands of the king who had to look after Qin Yang. And the prince began to shout at the boy that he really thought he needed the throne. His father had forced him to do all this, or Yue would pay with his life. Yun Xiao listened to him in silence, thinking that from the outside it seems that Yue is really trying to protect the prince. And remembering the emperor, he came to the conclusion that the only person he was trying to protect was himself. Seeing Yue's surprised look, the guy continued his explanation. That Qin Yang dreams of the throne, but the emperor is too carried away by his power, and therefore does not intend to give his throne to anyone, and asked if he promoted Yue to divert attention from the heir. To which Yue replied that Li was very smart, and Bai Mao added with delight that the guy had analysed the whole situation in detail. And it seems that what she was counting on happened. Young Yun Xiao is the very genius whom the prince was supposed to meet. Yun Xiao got excited about the analytics and continued to talk. The boy coughed and replied that it was a bit problematic because the emperor had been under pressure for a long time and could fall ill at any moment, and without the support of the throne, it would be quite difficult to rebel against the prince. And finally Yue realized that if Xiao was cured, it would be a blessing from heaven, to which Yun Xiao replied that Xiao's help would be a great favor to him and therefore he needed to get closer to him. To which the prince replied that the outcome of this battle with his brother would be decided by 6 people, and if he received a majority, he would have nothing to fear, and Bai Mao added that the prime minister would be the cunning fox. Li Jingguo's grandfather supported the prince's heir, but at the moment his position is unknown and changes are taking place in the clan. In addition, Commander Xiao Qinwang is very loyal to the emperor and does not take sides. The chief royal alchemist Zhang Qingfang is also loyal to the emperor, and the head of the alchemist guild Qingfan never interferes in political intrigue because he is only interested in alchemy. And the director of the Jilan Academy, Lord Zhonglishan, has the closest ties to the emperor. Finally Yue got it and exclaimed that he could help restore order in the Li family, and then there would be the support of the family itself and his teacher, and if you add Xiao, it's 2.5 votes. Yun Xiao said that Yue should not forget that the emperor was still alive and therefore any efforts were pointless even with 6 votes. The prince asked if this meant that as long as his father was alive, anything he did would only do harm, and Yun Xiao replied that whether it was good or bad depended on his decisions. That's why everything must be done perfectly. Yue whispered that if the emperor died, everyone would know about his poisoning, and Yun Xiao added that he would win with the support of the 6. The prince grabbed the boy's hands and vowed that if he helped him get the throne, the first thing he would do besides peace and prosperity would be to announce Yun Xiao and Zhu Yue's wedding. Li almost choked on these words, asking what he meant, but the prince, not understanding, continued to ramble on that although the girl had a difficult character, a connection with Li would be good for her, and he would quickly arrange everything as soon as he received the throne and patted his future son-in-law on the shoulder. Meanwhile, Bai Mao sat and remained silent throughout the conversation without interfering and watched the 2 boys. He noticed that the relationship between Yun Xiao and Zhu Shui was rather complicated and asked to talk about it later. Suddenly, everyone heard a scream outside the door, one of the guards yelling to be careful because the building was attacked by mercenaries, and the guards surrounded the building around the perimeter and engaged in a battle that could be heard clanging weapons from the street. Yue sat steadfastly. Even Yun Xiao noticed that even in the face of the enemy, Yue remained calm and collected, and it impressed him. Yue explained by pointing to Bao Mu that under her protection he had nothing to fear, and Yun Xiao did not even twitch at the thought of intruders. Yun Xiao laughed and remarked that Commander Bai only protects the prince, and he probably doesn't qualify for protection and would probably have to beg her for it. Yue laughed at his words. assuring him that Lee could be calm because he had already been attacked several times, and that with Commander Bai, no one but Martial Emperors were afraid. No, but Yun Xiao suddenly sighed and smiled mysteriously, saying that this time it would not be so easy. Suddenly Bai Mao exclaimed that things were very bad because there was a master among the attackers. She abruptly disappeared as if she had vanished into thin air, and Yun Xiao noticed that Commander Bai's technique was quite unusual. He added that the enemy was probably quite cruel, but it was clear that with her Yue had nothing to fear. But the prince was not upset at all, and on the contrary, he shouted with enthusiasm and smiled that today they would not spare any mercenaries. And he heard Bai Mao's voice shouting to dodge urgently because fireballs were flying into the house, but the commander managed to set up a protective magic dome and all the bullets hit it directly. But there was a terrible explosion and the protective dome cracked and its parts flew apart with the building. In its place was now a huge sinkhole in the middle of which Yue was sitting, crouched down. Bai Mao rushed to her master in fright and the boy grabbed his head and quietly replied that he was fine. The commander looked at Yun Xiao and exclaimed that he had pushed Yue away to save some 2 girls. Li laughed and explained that he had only 2 hands and instinctively saved the 2 beautiful ladies, and that the prince seemed to be unhurt. Angry, Mu started to run toward him, but Yue stopped her and explained that Yun Xiao was just charming because he was the first to rush to save the girls and that was normal for him. Everything was burning around them, and the bodies of the soldiers were lying around and they had to get out somehow. But Bai Mao shouted to the attackers so that they would not think that she did not know who they were, and there were 2 men standing in front of her. They were wrapped in cloaks and big hats. The commander shouted to them that although they were hiding their bodies using the method of crossing the bones, she was sure that both of them were not trying to succeed, and their goal was to distract her in order to get to the prince. The strangers were silent. Finally, one of them threw off his hat and the girl shouted his name, Gao Feng, and he jumped up and down in delight. He shouted like a madman, demonstrating his strength and power. Finally, they both took off their cloaks and hats. It was the commander of the first unit of the National Guard, Gao Feng, and his Tan deputy, Ji Meng. Bai Mao realized that they were unlucky today because one of them was a martial emperor of the 4 elements realm, and the other was a martial artist of the 3 beginnings realm. And the girl asked Gao how he could join the Crown Prince's forces as a commander of the National Guard and whether he was not afraid of punishment for this from Commander Xiao. Gao brazenly replied that she should look at herself because Mao was more mired in this power struggle than he was, to which the girl replied that she was protecting Prince Yue by order of the Emperor. Both the Emperor and Xiao know that Gao is here now, but Feng was brave and exclaimed that this chatter must end and those who escape will be lucky. Looking back at Ji Meng, he gave the order to kill them all and help deal with Bai Mao. In an instant, both of them rushed at Prince Yue before he could even blink, and Gao Feng exclaimed, noticing Mo's gaze, shouted where she was looking and hit her forward, but Bai managed to dodge. Jimong also swung his fist trying to reach Mo, but she had managed to create a protective dome over everyone, and Ji's punch fell on it. Yun Xiao, who had been watching the whole time, exclaimed with delight that Mu's cloud flag was embroidered with incredible designs, and Bai Mo shouted to Feng whether he knew whose flag it was, and that he would not be able to get through anyway, unless he was a martial emperor, so it was better for them both to leave. The impudent Feng did not back down, saying that it was true that the flag would not let him pass, but it had one defect: its protective effect would last only an hour, and he ordered Ji Meng to first destroy Yun Xiao and the girls and then finish off Prince Yue. Bai Mo shouted at Li to run away and call for reinforcements. The boy picked up the girls and began to run away, and Ji Meng rushed after him, shouting that no one would be able to escape him. Suddenly, the square lit up with a pectogram in the middle of which Yun Xiao was standing, and Bai Mo thought that it was probably the end because Ji Meng had used the peach blossom technique. But Yun Xiao suddenly stopped and exclaimed that the wind was lifting the flower petals that were being washed away by the water, and Ji Meng's sword could only reproduce part of the technique because the water flow never appeared. Ji Meng shouted furiously for Li to shut his mouth because his life would soon become this stream of water. Yun Xiao held out his sword and shouted at Ji Meng to watch carefully, calling him a fool. The guy swung the sword, which turned pink, and showed him what the peach tree blade technique should look like. Everything around him was covered with peach petals and the space turned pink. Yun Xiao began to recite a spell. A peach branch in a blooming peach orchard. The seed of a blooming peach that is embedded in a flower gives birth to a beautiful peach tree. And a man plucks its fruit to sell it for wine. Everything around him turned into a peach orchard, and Ji Meng whispered in awe that this was indeed the real peach blossom blade technique. The magic was so incredible that Ji Meng felt like crying because he had been practicing this technique for 30 years every day. But his technique was nothing compared to Yun Xiao's perfection, and Ji Meng suddenly had the urge to bow to Li for such an incredible sight. Yun Xiao looked down on Jimeng and exclaimed that if he obeyed him now, he would teach Jimeng his true intentions. Jimeng asked him, as if mesmerized, what his true intentions were. Gofeng began to shout at the boy to remember the purpose of their attack, and that he was his deputy and subordinate, but Jimeng did not seem to hear him, and Yun Xiao persisted in speaking. He said that Jimeng was a martial artist first and foremost, and if he lost his passion, even if he was the commander-in-chief, would it mean anything? He added that his life would also end one day, but martial arts would be eternal. Jimeng asked, fascinated, if he would follow Yun Xiao, he would teach him this technique. To which the boy replied that the path of a warrior does not end only with the ring flower technique, and if Meng goes to his side, he will teach him more. Jimeng was silent as if he was in hypnosis, but he was thinking about the boy's offer and weighing all the risks. Suddenly, Jimeng shouted to the surprised Gaofeng to forgive him for staying with Yun Xiao. Shocked, Gaofeng realized that things had gone too far today, and without Jimeng he had no chance of winning and had to get out of there quickly. Gao shouted loudly and was covered by a green magical energy dome. His arms became covered with greenish feathers and turned into huge wings. Gaofeng swiftly flew into the air, shouting to Commander Baimao that they would definitely meet again. Prince Yue rejoiced, exclaiming that today the heavens were definitely on his side, and how lucky he was to meet young Yun Xiao and that things would go much better with Commander Jimeng. To which Jimeng replied menacingly that he now served Yun Xiao, not the prince, and Yue laughed and reminded him that Li was now his ally. And Jimeng said that only today he had taken his side, but it would not be forever, and he would definitely leave as soon as he mastered the peach technique. And then Yun Xiao intervened in the conversation and explained that if Jimeng wanted to get what he wanted and leave right away, then he shouldn't come back and beg to take him back. And Baimu, bowing to the guy, quietly said that Yun Xiao has a high-class skill and she is ashamed that she, being a martial artist, does not have a drop of his knowledge, and it impressed her. To which Yun Xiao pompously replied that martial arts are eternal and they are all just looking for knowledge on the way to the top, and the girls standing behind him squealed with delight. Jimeng thought about the boy's words, because martial arts have indeed existed since ancient times, and no one can say that they have comprehended them all, because each person is only a part of the whole. Baimao thought that every word of the boy's speech seemed to be imbued with the essence of martial arts, and that he was indeed more mysterious than everyone thought. Her thoughts were interrupted by Yue. He ordered her to return to his chambers. The next day, in the family home of the Li clan, Li Yi was stripped of his title, but the emperor allowed him to remain the head of the clan. Yun Xiao immediately learned about this and decided to visit him immediately. The boy came with the whole crowd to Li Yi and brazenly exclaimed that he had heard about his dismissal. Li Yi replied that he had just set out to find him and did not even expect the prey to come to him of its own accord, and laughed. But Yun Xiao continued to pile on, saying that regardless of what happened, Li Yi still belonged to the lowest caste and somehow escaped punishment, and he came to celebrate this. Li Yi exploded at his words and shouted to his soldiers to immediately destroy Yun Xiao. But it was not to be, for Yun Xiao stopped the entire crowd of soldiers with one hand and destroyed them, and he ordered all his men to punish the enemies for attacking the royal family and the city guard. Instantly, everyone around Yun Xiao stood in a circle and quickly drew their weapons, and Li Yi shouted that the emperor had personally appointed him as the head of the Li clan, and Yun Xiao had no right to attack him. To which the guy said that Li Yi had no title, and if the emperor asked about his fate, he would somehow explain what had happened. Yun Xiao's patience ran out again, and he ordered the soldiers to immediately capture the impudent impostors. Li Yi barely had time to draw his sword and activate it while fighting off the attack, and he managed to do so by raising his sword up and activating the blue magic and scattering all the soldiers to create a protective circle. Yun Xiao looked at him in amazement, muttering that it was strange because Li Yi was a 5-star master and therefore not as simple as he seemed. Jimeng approached the boy and asked him if he wanted him to intervene because Li Yi seemed to have no more than 3 stars and it would not be easy to catch him, and Yun Xiao agreed. Jimeng rushed at Li Yi, activating his purple magic and raising his sword, shouted "Manifest!" And instantly an ice phoenix appeared in the air and began to attack Li Yi by hitting him with a block of ice, and following this block, Jimeng was already flying, gathering energy to strike again. Meng noticed Li Yi's 3rd rank dark weapon and landed on his feet and shouted that his rank was 3 levels higher than Li's, and now he would see how Li Yi would handle him. The opponent stood on a huge block of ice and had to make a quick decision. In a second, Li Yi stabbed his sword into the ice and shouted that it was a disgrace to fight all against one, and broke the block, turning it into an ice fog that covered everyone around, blinding them for a while. But Li Yi didn't notice where Yun Xiao had gone, and he jumped high into the sky, exclaiming that Li Yi must have practiced a lot. Li Yi was furious, shouting at Yun Xiao that he really thought he could beat him with such a ridiculous rank. But the guy didn't listen to his chatter. He turned on his 10-fold gravity field activated by Li Yi and began to pressurize his opponent from the air, which almost made Li Yi's eyes fall out. However, he managed to avoid direct pressure and bounced away from Yun Xiao, breaking gravity, and at that moment Ji Meng jumped on him. He was actively swinging his sword when he suddenly noticed a familiar figure in the sky that looked like a martial emperor of the four elements. The figure approached Li Yi with such a frantic speed that the boys jumped back. The stranger grabbed Li Yi's shoulder and growled at him to follow him. However, Li Yi vowed that he would not leave until he had dealt with the parasite Yun Xiao and pointed his sword at him. Closing his eyes, he instantly caused fire around him, setting fire to all the buildings, and the stranger struck his trident, causing a wave of water that flooded everything around like a raging river and put out the fire. And grabbing Li Yi by the shoulder, he shouted that they had to get out of there immediately, and both disappeared in the smoke. And Yun Xiao stood there and watched them thoughtfully, wondering who exactly that mysterious stranger was. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice and looked around to see Luo Yunchang appearing as if from nowhere and asking him menacingly what was going on and why a martial artist was hunting him. Yun Xiao indifferently replied that he had no idea why he was here, and Luo nervously asked, pointing to Ji Meng and the soldiers, what they were doing here. The boy sighed and replied that it was a long story and asked what teacher Lo was doing here. The girl was a little embarrassed, but explained that she had been told that last night Li performed blossoming in Guangling, and flowers bloomed in the garden, and she would like to hear it too. Yun Qiao replied that in order to perform such a melody, you need the right time and the right place and the right crowd around, and unfortunately, there are no such conditions now. Luo whispered in disappointment that it was a pity and asked him to perform this music for her as soon as he had the opportunity. But Yun Xiao did not listen to her and said that mercenaries had appeared in the city. They have the rank of martial emperors, and it's all the work of Li Yi, who tried to poison Xiao yesterday, and most likely has something in mind and asked to pass this information on to the king, and to search the city and destroy them. Luo promised to pass it on and asked if he would cure Xiao, to which Yun Xiao cheerfully replied that he would. Luo said that she would send men to guard the boy while he was treating the commander, and Yun Xiao thanked him and said goodbye, thinking that Li Yi was guarded by a martial emperor. And he was obviously hired by Qin Zheng, which makes things more complicated. Ordering the soldiers and Ji Meng to stay outside, the guy walked through the city, and after a while, Yun Xiao came to a dilapidated house with a huge padlock on the door. He knocked it down with one swipe and went inside, shouting at the old man to come out immediately. Otherwise, he would turn everything upside down, but there was not a soul around, and all the furniture was smashed and covered in dust. Yun Xiao's patience quickly ran out, and he pulled out his incredible sword and slashed through the air with a roar. Suddenly, something round and clinking hit his palm, slicing it painfully and knocking the sword out, which flew off and stuck in the floor, and Li heard someone ask her how he found it. Yun Xiao smiled and replied that blood cannot be dissolved in water, and it was all telepathy. And at that moment, the door creaked open, and Yun Xiao saw a familiar silhouette. A grey-haired, stylish old man with a long beard, braided, and sunglasses was walking toward him. It was the boy's own grandfather, Lord Li Chunyan. The old man took off his glasses and asked the boy with interest how he managed to open all his chakras. The old man began to walk around the boy and look at him from all sides, exclaiming that everything was fine because he saw a 4-star warrior and Li was worthy to be his grandson. Yun Xiao rolled his eyes and asked what his grandfather was doing here, because if he hadn't smelled his breath, he would have thought that Li Yi had killed him. And Chunyang laughed because he thought Li Yi was just a servant. He suddenly asked in surprise if Li Yi could smell his breath, and the boy explained that he realized it when he fought Li Yi because his grandfather was grunting during the fight, and Chunyang rounded his eyes in surprise. He said that it couldn't be, but Yun Xiao waved him off and asked what Chunyan had in mind for the Li family. The old man sat down in front of the boy and suddenly decided to test his motives and asked what he would do in his place, and the boy said businesslike if Chunyan continued to hide. This means that he is keeping his distance in order to observe Qing Zheng and watch how events develop in general and come up with a plan, because after all, Zheng has been ruling for quite a long time. And if he was overthrown, radical changes would sweep across Tianshui, so while his grandfather remained in the shadows to plan the future of the Li clan, Yun Xiao was finally convinced of all this. It was when he heard his breathing that he realized that Chunyang had broken through the borders of the realm of the four elements and become a martial emperor. Chunyang's glasses almost fell off from what he heard. And after a few seconds of silence digesting what he had heard, Chunyang laughed out loud, exclaiming that finally their clan had a worthy heir who was so pretentious that even he was. Yun Jiao's father, and he classified the boy as an idiot. He added that he really wanted to test who could gain the most influence among everyone when he was not around, and was disappointed. Because Yun Xiao's father had visited him once and left relieved, and the fourth uncle had executed him terribly, but now everything had changed because the boy's actions had exceeded his expectations, and he asked Li what he was going to do about the situation. The boy waved his hand and replied that he did not claim to be the heir because he was faithful to martial arts and was not interested in these worldly cheers. However, he added that as for the situation in Tianshui, he thought that Prince Yue would win. Surprised, Chunyang asked why he had such an opinion, because the clan had always supported the first prince, and the boy looked brazenly into his grandfather's eyes and replied that it was because he personally now supported Prince Qingyue, which meant 100% success. The grandfather rounded his eyes again and replied that everything had changed dramatically when he retired, and this empire was different from the one he had known. Chunyang stood up easily and loudly declared that since it was so, he would make sure that the entire Li clan was in Yunxiao's boat, and the boy smiled with satisfaction. Suddenly, the grandfather clapped his hands, exclaiming that it was time, and walked over to the column and pressed some buttons. The column moved a little, and the floor in front of it lowered to reveal a staircase. Chunyan silently started to descend without explanation, and to Yunxiao's surprise, the boy followed him and heard someone's voice screaming loudly as if in pain. When Yunxiao followed his grandfather into the room, he saw a huge bathtub with water in which Chunyang was holding a half-naked man who was screaming in pain. Next to them stood another stranger with a bag of medicines and a grey beard. Although he looked much younger, he was a third-ranked alchemist who had brought the medicine. And in the bathroom, a 3-star martial artist, a rather young man with a pained face, was lying in pain. The guy sat down on the couch next to them and began to watch them, noting for himself that these people were all very strong and apparently the connection between them was not ordinary. The man was breathing heavily. Chunyang told the alchemist, calling him son, that the icy ether that had penetrated his brother's body was gradually thickening, and with each purification more and more qi was leaving. The alchemist bowed his head, answering that he had done his best, and explained that Dashan had been poisoned with pure ice ether, and it was a miracle that he had survived so many years thanks to Chunyan. And the alchemist handed over the last jar of pain pills, which was supposed to last only a month, and added that in 30 days the strength of a 1st-star Martial Emperor would not be enough. It would no longer be enough to restrain the effects of the gas, and even the pills would not help. Chunyang asked what he meant, and Sun replied that 5 years ago. He accepted the money from his grandfather and took care of Dashan and did everything he could, and now that the infection has reached the bone marrow, the situation is out of control and he's unable to do anything. At that moment, Dashan called out and told Chunyang that he had been a burden to him for so many years, and if it wasn't for his misfortune, Chunyang would have achieved higher achievements and entered the realm of the 6 dimensions and so on. He was really happy that he would not be a burden to him now, and added with a sigh that it was time for him to go to the world. Suddenly, Yunxiao asked loudly if the alchemist was surely a 3rd-ranked alchemist, and they both looked back at him in surprise. The guy continued to sit on the couch in a graceful manner. Sun sharply replied that if it weren't for the fact that he was a descendant of Chunyang, he would have taken away the boy's cultivation foundation for such behavior. But Yunxiao didn't even flinch at these words and replied. He said that Sun was only a 3rd-ranked alchemist, and he was acting rather arrogantly, and he was probably very jealous of the 8th and 9th-ranked alchemists. Sun jumped up and down at this, shouting that Li didn't know anything about it, because even the Emperor would greet him properly if they met. Chunyang also shouted at the boy to watch his behavior, because Master Sun was an alchemist of the 3rd rank, whom he had specially invited from the Huowu Empire, and the irritated Sun added that when he was learning martial arts while travelling in the Huowu Empire, little Li was still in diapers. The boy said that the alchemist was some kind of a weirdo. Yisun demanded that Chunyang tell the boy off, otherwise he would tell the Huowu Alchemist Guild everything. The grandfather was also shocked by this behaviour and lashed out at the boy, shouting at him that the little rascal was allowing him to slander the good name of the alchemist's son, as if he had eaten nettles, and ordered him to leave the room. The alchemist jumped up and asked if this was a punishment. With an innocent face, the old man asked what Sun wanted from him, and the alchemist shouted that his bastard had insulted him and that he should be cut off all 4 of his limbs as punishment. This was too much for Yunxiao, and the boy exploded with anger and punched the alchemist in the face for such insulting words. That Sun flew across the room like a spindle and fell to the floor like a sack of potatoes. Chunyan and Dashan's jaws dropped at what they saw. Sun stood up and shouted how this idiot dared to hit a 3rd-ranked alchemist. Yunxiao pulled out his guild badge and shouted that he was also a guild alchemist and twirled the golden jewellery in his hand. Now Sun's jaw dropped, and the man shouted how it was possible to be a 2nd-ranked alchemist at such a young age, and Chunyang ran up to his grandson with delight, not believing his eyes. But Li was pushing Sun and said that with such achievements he was acting like a turkey, and it was better to get a slap in the face than to regret it for the rest of his life. Sun began to shout that this was impossible and that Yunxiao had forged the badge, which was the highest crime, and the only punishment for such a crime was hanging. The boy's eyes lit up at these words, and he suggested that Sun hang himself and swung to strike again. The alchemist was shocked by this humiliation because he had reached the rank of a 9-star warrior in martial arts and did not understand how he had allowed himself to be hit. Meanwhile, Chunyang was looking at the badge and asked Li if it was really real, to which the guy replied that of course it was real and no one on the continent fakes such things. Chunyang was delighted with what he saw, and Yun Xiao repeated once again that he was definitely an alchemist to calm the old man down. Finally, it was Dashen's turn, and he also exclaimed to his brother that he now had a worthy heir and that he was probably unrivaled in Tianshui. Grandfather could not get his thoughts together. And Dashen added that if his descendants had even a tenth of Yun Xiao's talent, he would be happy. Suddenly, Yun Xiao was surprised to hear that he was Chen Zhen's grandfather. His maternal grandfather had supposedly died in the war a few years ago, and Chunyan replied that it was his fault for what happened, because he was supposed to have participated in that battle, but circumstances were such that he was not able to. He was in a bad way at the time, and Xiao Qingwang had to put Dasheng in his place because there was no time to think. Yun Xiao asked in amazement if it was in this battle. Xiao was injured, and his grandfather replied that it was in fact Tianshui, and Baizhen fought for the place of the highest state of the Huowu Empire's assistant, and it all happened in the city of Kunjin. 5 National Guard commanders and Qinwang's assistant were killed, and that's when Dasheng fell ill. The man added that Tianshui emerged victorious from the battle, but the losses were significant. There were hundreds of martial artists and only a dozen crippled warriors returned home, and he was sure that he would not live long, but Chunyan brought the alchemist's son to heal his wounds. Yun Xiao was amazed and asked if there could be such a fierce battle for a place in the ranking and why the strange ranking. Yi Chunyang explained that the Huowu Empire is one of the 3 great empires of the Tianwu continent and has troops of 9 states divided into 3 superior, 3 middle, and 3 inferior assistant states. And if a country has a martial artist of the 6 meridians or a corresponding alchemist, the country is promoted to a higher level. If there are less than 3 assistants, a battle for a free place begins. Li asked again why arrange such a bloody mess, and Chunyan exclaimed that in order to survive in Tianwu, you need a huge force generated by resources and this battle for resources, and it is disguised as a rating. And Dashen added that people are like ants and their lives are quite trivial. The grandfather continued to explain that military power is determined by the number of outstanding masters. Therefore, the state must hire unsurpassed masters, and many empires have the support of noble clans and communities. For example, the Huowu Empire is supported by the Tanzong community. The name of the community was quite familiar to Yun Xiao, and he recalled that his student Hua Qianshu had once taught the son of the head of the Tianzong community, and he began to remember his name and grandfather. He went on to say that there are rumors that their head, Qifeng, is a martial arts master of the 7 constellations realm and is now one step away from becoming the supreme commander of the 8 deserts. He was also a disciple of Hua Qianshu himself, and the boy finally remembered his name, Qifeng. Chunyang told his grandson that if he ever had to visit Huowu, he should remember that there should be no conflicts with Tianzong because the battle 15 years ago had caused great damage to their troops and therefore the state assistants paid more taxes and needed to recover. The boy thought for a moment and said that they had to hurry, and that he could only persuade him if Prince Yue ascended the throne. Dasheng was surprised to ask why Yue. He looked at Chunyang, and he told him that he did not know much about the current situation and told him everything in detail. Dasheng was upset and said that the way the king treated his subjects hurt his heart. And looking at his brother, he added that after his death, the fate of the Chen clan would be in his hands. Chunyan reassured Dasheng, promising that the clan would be safe, and Dasheng burst into bitter tears from his helplessness and intense pain. Yun Xiao rolled his eyes at the scene and said that there was no need to sob and added that Dasheng's health was good. He had blown up the same ether that had already reached his bones, and most likely Dashen had been injured by the same person who could create ice ether, to which his grandfather replied that it was true. It was a master from the Baizhan state, the martial king Yi Xiaoshan. Yun Xiao thought out loud that the ice attack of the martial artist who defended Li Yi also consisted of elements. Ice ether, but the poison was much weaker. Yi Chunyang exploded in anger, exclaiming that not only was Li Yi protected by the emperor, but he was also supported by Yi Xiaoshan's people. Yun Xiao added that he would not stop there, and that they would have a chance to get even with him, but first they had to cure Chen. To which his grandfather replied that even the 3rd-ranked alchemist Sun Zhenzong had not been able to do it, and they were not going to be able to do it. But Yun Xiao did not stop thinking that it would not be easy to remove the poison, but his strength would be enough to completely suppress it. Chunyang was angry at the boy because he had hit him where it hurt and warned Yun Xiao not to talk nonsense. The boy said that the martial king chi capsules could help, but the alchemist was still inexperienced and used the wrong pills because it was strong yang qi that was needed. Chunyang thought about what he said and replied that only Commander Xiaozhong Lishan and he had the rank of martial king in the whole country, but none of them had this kind of energy. But Li said that he knew such a person, and after a moment of silence said that it was Luo Yunchang, the commander of the 4th unit. Although she does not have great abilities, she has exactly the kind of Yangqi energy they need. A moment later, Chunyang was already in his weaponry, and the old man was about to find the girl and exclaimed that it was time to go hunting, and Li barely managed to stop him, explaining that there was no need to look for Yunchang now because he would first make some capsules to suppress the ice ether and needed the ingredients at that moment. Chunyan threw a key to the boy, saying that it was the key to the family vault where all the family's ingredients were stored, and if there was anything else he needed, he would get it. Yun Xiao held the key with excitement because he knew that his Li family was one of the most powerful and that there were probably a lot of cool things in the vault that would be useful for his studies. And quickly telling his grandfather to wait for him, he ran happily bouncing to the vault. Yun Xiao went outside happy that everyone in the yard began to whisper that the young master had finally returned. Among the crowd, Li saw his uncle and shouted out to him to take him to the vault. The crowd continued to buzz that this was definitely the young heir to the Li clan. The uncle stopped and said that the vault was a restricted area and that he could not enter without a key. Yon Xiao showed him the treasured key. His uncle began to stammer at what he saw and asked if the boy had seen the elder himself and asked how he and Li had responded. That it was Chunyang's order to take him to the vault, and leaving Jimeng on the street, they both went to the vault building. After entering the storage building and walking down the corridor for a while, they both stopped at a huge door covered with a fiery pectogram with a phoenix in the center. Yun Xiao whispered in fascination that this was the fire seal of Ju Qie, the mythical red bird that was the patron saint of the southern regions. The uncle looked at the boy in surprise and asked how he knew all about the seal, because the elder had sent many alchemists, but none of them recognized the seal, and Li remained silent. He only asked how long the vault had existed, and his uncle explained that no one knew for sure, because the ancestors had said that it had existed longer than the Li clan itself and was not built by their family. Yun Xiao remained silenced and only thought that Ju Qie's fire seal was a 9th level seal, and that this technique had long been lost and that attempts to create something similar were futile. And if one of the ancestors of the Li clan created it, it was the most powerful person on the continent, and the guy inserted the treasured key into the door. The key glowed with light and activated the pectogram, and everything around him was buzzing as if Yun Xiao had been shaken. The door creaked open, and the boy saw a huge long bridge leading to the cave of the vault. The uncle stammered a little and told Li that the vault had always been a forbidden zone, and no one could enter it without the permission of an elder, so he would wait outside. The young man understood and went to the vault, descending the magnificent staircase with crystals on both sides. He entered a huge hall and suddenly laughed, exclaiming that this was a mezzanine space with many valuable artifacts, and it was no wonder that it was protected by a fire seal. The Masonic space was a subspace created by the energy of a magical artifact, so Yun Xiao began to search for the artifact that powered this space. And in the middle of the endless chests and shelves, Yun Xiao suddenly saw a strange and suspicious square stone. He was sure that this was exactly what he was looking for, so he decided to hit the stone with his eye energy and started drilling into it. The stone rumbled and knocked a part of it right off the guy, so that Li fell on the chest and screamed in pain. The energy pierced his eye and it began to bleed heavily. But Li did not pay attention to this and laughed, and exclaimed that the energy was incredible, and he had to figure out what kind of stone it was. He closed his eyes and began to meditate, reciting the incantation like dreams, like illusions, appear the bloom of the water crescent, and put his palms together. Instantly a droplet appeared near his fingers, and the boy placed it on the stone, which began to hiss and split, releasing light that completely enveloped the stone and lifted it high into the air. It began to spin, and the stone became perfectly shaped. Hieroglyphics appeared on it, activating a pectogram on the floor beneath it, and Yun Xiao whispered that it was a divine tablet. The boy thought about it. How the tablet was able to break through his moon technique, its energy flow was much stronger than the black weapon, and Li suddenly thought that it could be the 10th ideal energy. Because it was said that if you enter the 10th ideal realm, you become a martial deity, and most likely this tablet was left by a martial god, and only artifacts of the 10th ideal realm have the ability to attack the soul. Yun Xiao sat down and fell into deep meditation, and a circle of fire lit up around him, and the pectogram dispersed again, and he felt that thanks to the energy of the tablet, the divine evolution technique was going on by itself, and the energy flows seemed to be echoing each other. Yun Xiao opened his eyes and exclaimed that the divine evolution technique could be a martial deity rank technique, and at that moment the drawing on the tablet changed to a swirling universe, which meant that the tablet was creating a connection with the constellations, and it was incredible. Yun Xiao closed his eyes again and folded his fingers in a strange way, broadcasting a white lotus flower in his head, trying to leave a seal on the tablet. And he transferred the lotus flower directly to the top of the tablet, centering it. The lotus descended on the tablet and completely passed through it. The tablet penetrated into Yun Xiao's consciousness in his subconscious ocean when he was still a great warrior. Yun Xiao opened his eyes and whispered with delight that he had done this by moving the tablet into his own mind. Li was happy with the movement of the artifact, and the Masonic subspace disappeared, and 5 stars lit up around the guy, which meant that the tablet helped Li raise his warrior rank to 5 stars. However, no matter what he tried, he still couldn't do anything with the tablet, just enter the Mazinye subspace. Yun Xiao could not control it seemed to be in his body now. The storage room appeared, and Li ran to get the ingredients for the medicine for Dashan and Qinwang, thinking that he needed to make some more supplies because times were getting turbulent in Tianshun. After a while, Yun Xiao appeared at the Alchemist's Guild and asked Liang Wenyu to call Jia Jun, who was in seclusion, and Liang replied that it was not possible. Ijimong added that Jun might lose his mind if disturbed, to which Yun Xiao replied that if Jia found out that he was looking for him, the consequences would be much worse. Yun Xiao's behavior irritated Jimong, who looked at him and thought that Li was too proud and just a young, skilled warrior, and the alchemist did not care about him. Meanwhile, Wenyu said that if Yun Xiao needed something, they might be able to help him, and the boy explained that he was going to make a couple of pills for him. He needed Jun's help. Wenyu replied that their guild didn't have much, but they had plenty of alchemists, and he would have someone prepare the ingredients. Jimeng, who heard this conversation, was surprised to think that since when it had become so easy to negotiate with alchemists because he used to wait 2 months for his second-class pills. Meanwhile, Yun Xiao told Wenyu that this was very problematic and that it would be easier to order Jun to do the job and asked him to bring him again. These words made Jimeng's eyes round, and Wenyu hesitated and replied again that it was not convenient and correct enough. And Li was already getting nervous and said that he was asking for the last time whether Jun would be brought or not. The guy freaked out and shouted to Jimeng that they were leaving, who found this conversation too rude. Meanwhile, Yun Xiao threw over his shoulder and said that if he could not cure Xiao Qinwang because of the guild rules, then let them do it themselves. And Wenyu heard this and shouted to wait. And running up to the boy, he stammered and added that he would personally call Master Jun even if he was going to pass away at that moment. Yun Xiao rolled his eyes and muttered that this was so inconvenient. Wenyu exclaimed that Xiao Qinwang's injuries were a matter of national importance and Li was the only one in the country who could heal them, so he would obey the order right now without hesitation. He didn't want to get himself into trouble. The secretary shrank back in fear, and Jimeng wondered who Yun Xiao was. All 4 of them went to Jia Jun's house and after a while arrived at his chambers. Liang Wenyu ordered La Yao to go to Jun's room and call him. The girl almost fainted and became numb, but she had nowhere to go, so she went to the door and pressed the magic button, quietly asking Jun to come back because there was something important that needed to be done. Her voice was trembling and her eyes were filled with tears, and she was sure that this was the end of her life because Jia Jun would be furious. Wenyu also stood pale as a wall. And at that moment the door loudly opened and the terrible Jia Jun flew out, screaming at those who dared to disturb him during his solitude because he was 1 step away from becoming a second-ranked alchemist. Liu Yao sobbed loudly, and Wenyu asked if he was really the second rank and how long it had been since the last certification, and Jia screamed that all his efforts had now gone down the drain. And it all happened because of Wenyu, who probably distracted him on purpose so that he wouldn't be promoted. Liang tried to calm him down, but it was no use, and finally he shouted loudly that Yun Xiao had asked for Jia to be called and he could not stop him, but did everything he could to make it happen. At these words, Jun stopped abruptly and heard a familiar voice saying that Li had already told Wenyu that everything was correct and he had to wait quite a long time. Liang Wenyu stood there numbly again, not understanding how he could speak to a great master in such a tone, and now the guy would definitely be finished. Jun instantly changed his face and began to rant since Yun himself had come. Why hadn't he been called earlier, and attacked Liu Yao, shouting that it was she who had made Li wait so long? Because she probably doesn't value her job, and the girl fainted, and Jun rushed to Yun Xiao, pulled out a chair, opened an umbrella and served a drink, condemning how he could do this. And if he had known about the visit, he would not have gone to any seclusion. The boy rolled his eyes and arrogantly replied that Jun had tried to get the second rank and now everything was down the drain, and Jia bit his tongue. He began to joke that nothing was wrong, and he would do it another time because he chose an inconvenient time for Li and deserved to be interrupted. Everyone stood there as if dumbfounded by what they had heard. So after talking and apologizing, Jia Jun led Yun Xiao into the gym and proudly explained that this was the largest training room in the association building. The boy instantly began to carve out kicks that made the air buzz around him. This was the sacred garden of blossoming peaches technique. Jiameng watched in awe, and Li continued, shouting out the words that since ancient times there has been a sacred garden of blooming peaches, and it has a patron who plants the trees and harvests them to sell them for wine. And Li looked at the surprised Jiameng and said that if he could not understand the lofty idea of peach blossoms by the time his training was over, it would confirm his natural stupidity. In that case, there was no point in following him, and Jiameng sat down in deep meditation so as not to disappoint Yun Xiao. and Jun and Li went on to another hall where there was a huge ball of formation. Jun told Lu Yao that they must not be disturbed even if the Emperor himself came, and the girl assured him that she would. The guy came up and examined the ball and exclaimed that they would work on the first batch of pills, and Jun was already rubbing his hands with excitement because he would once again learn an unsurpassed technique. Yunxiao told Jun to watch and learn because he would also need to keep him energized when he was running low, and Jia squealed with happiness at the thought of such a role. The boy fell silent and began to concentrate his energy, and light blobs began to fly around him, cutting through the air and space. Yunxiao entered his consciousness and found himself in the Li family's vault, and Jun was almost speechless when he saw dozens of chests with artifacts around him. And without understanding anything, he asked in amazement if Yunxiao had gone through all their stores. But the guy explained that he had taken all of this from Li's personal storage, and Jia exclaimed with delight that this was to be expected from the most powerful clan. The guy explained that, in addition to the elixirs they will be working on, there are many other interesting things there, and controlling the process with the current spiritual power is not an easy process and therefore the main goal. In the next few hours, he would become a second-level alchemist, and looking at the surprised Jun added that this was a goal for both of them. Jun was a little overjoyed and politely agreed. Becoming a second-ranked alchemist was his most cherished dream at the time. During Yunxiao's meditation in Tianshui country, great changes have taken place. Li Chunyang regained control of the clan and declared Li Yi an enemy spy and ordered him to be destroyed. His defeated army regained its morale. Yi declared her active position, and Chunyang organized a major purge of politicians who supported Li Yi, some of whom died trying to oppose the clan and some who shut their mouths. But in the midst of this chaos, Li Yi himself disappeared as if in the middle of the night, and he was no longer in Tianshui. Meanwhile, events were taking place in the minister's residence in the Lan Clan garden where his father was sitting. Lana Fei and Lan Xuan Langguang were playing checkers and discussing the latest developments that Minister Baicheng had 7 million worth of property taken away from him and lost his leg and now had hundreds of wounded and 7 dead. And Chunyang's actions are frivolous dossiers because these beatings, maiming and destruction raised the question of a coup d'etat before everyone. Opposite him was Lan Hong, who said that if Chunyang wanted to overthrow the emperor, he would not have acted so openly and that he might just be venting his aggression, and that he was sure that Chunyang had used these rumours to his advantage and hid himself, waiting for further developments, and that he had also significantly increased the wealth of the Li clan and now had hundreds of millions of gold pieces. Lan Guang bowed his head and asked if the emperor was interested in everything that was happening, to which he received the answer that the emperor had taken a wait-and-see attitude and was trying to unravel the old man's intentions. And if everything goes as he expects, Chunyang will give half of his income to the treasury by the end of the week. Guan asked his father if the emperor would really allow Chunyang to run amok because the people he was fighting against were the prince's supporters and the clan's enemies. Yilan Hong replied that at this political level people do not make quick decisions, and the elder prince had a better chance of winning given the general support. Yiguang suggested that if his support helped Yui to take the throne, the elder could be made prime minister, and then the Li family would rule for hundreds of years, and if the prince failed, he would not even save his life. He would not even save his life, and asked Hong if they should do something in this situation, and the old man replied that no, because in the Li clan all the idiots are idiots except Yun Xiao, and they are all talented. But Guan did not calm down and asked his father if Yun Xiao could really heal Xiao's wounds, and he replied that it was impossible because the wound was recognized as incurable by all the masters of the country, and no one knows how this treatment will end, and reminded his son not to reveal his cards too early in order not to lose in the future, and Guang agreed. Meanwhile, at the residence of the first prince, Qing Yang called a meeting with the main question of what they would do next, because if they let Chunyang get away with it, who else would want to take their side? His head was swelling with thoughts, and the emperor was refusing his request for an audience, when suddenly everyone heard someone's voice outside the door exclaiming that he had come to offer ideas on how to ascend the throne. It was Li Yi's voice, and Qin Yang exploded with rage, shouting that, how dare a spy from Baijian show up at such a late hour, because it was his fault that everything had gone wrong. He added that since he had come, he would personally take his head off his shoulders and ordered the guards to let the idiot in. But Li expected such a reaction and calmly replied that right now Qin Yang was on the verge of defeat. And why then destroy someone who can and is willing to help him solve this small problem, and laughed. The guards stood around Li Yi, pointing their spears, and Li Yi continued to say that the prince was in an interesting situation and why destroy the only one who was ready to help him. Yang was again shocked by this insolence and thought that the best solution would be to destroy Li Yi, and looking at the guy he noticed some other figures. One of Yan's friends whispered that martial artists are very strong, and Li Hu is not as simple as he seems, and is at the level of a great martial artist. He was talking about the strangers standing next to the boy, and Lia Yi again exclaimed that if his prince did not want to accept it, it would soon cost him too much. Xinyang's nerves gave out, and he ordered the guards to retreat and put away their weapons and asked Li Yi what his plan was. The guy smiled slyly and blurted out that they would help with 3 things. First, to throw Chunyang out of the capital. Second, to destroy Xiao Qinwang. And third, to subdue Zhong Lishan. Yang Yazi jumped up at what he heard and shouted that Chunyang had status and was respected by everyone and the emperor. And Lia Yi suggested that he destroy the country with his own hands and who would then defend it. From the soldiers from Baijian, but Li Yi did not retreat and offered to calm down and reminded him that if Yun Xiao could cure Qinwang, Yue would immediately receive support from him and Lishan. And if they didn't take out Chunyan, he would be on Yue's side, and when that happened, there would be no hope, because when Yun Xiao appeared, everything went wrong. Yang was silent for a moment and asked if it would be easier to destroy Yun Xiao so that he would not treat Xiao. Lie replied that it was a must and one of the first things to do, and reminded him of the results of the last time Yang sent people to Yue and Yun Xiao. Qin Yang recalled how his mercenaries had failed miserably, and in addition, the deputy commander, Ji Meng, had gone over to Yun Xiao's side. Li quietly climbed up the steps to Yang, and continued that if they finished off Qinwang, Gao would take his place and thus all 5 divisions would be under his control. And he reminded that Tianshui and Baijian are separated by the city of Kunjing and Mount Delu Ocean. The military of their country are serving in Baitu, and if the prince gives the order to let the army pass through Baitu, and the mountain and surround the city of Kunjing, they will trap Chafeng and the Feilong army, and in this case it will be enough to cut off their logistics and they will last no more than 3 months. And when this happens, Chunyang will not be able to stay away and will order troops to Kunjing, and this will be the perfect moment for Yang to act. Xinyang thought for a moment and exclaimed that this was a great idea, and if Baitu and Kunjing were occupied, then eastern Tianshui would be busy with Beijiang's attacks. Li Yi quietly sat down in his throne, and he continued to think out loud that the rating battle was coming soon, and Baijian would not want to lose its power, so he just needed to help Baijian rise to a higher level. Because the country has only 3 resources. The first is the Li clan army led by Chunyan, the second is the National Guard led by the Emperor, and the third is Yang's personal troops, and if Chunyan leaves they will receive the support of the king. Then they will get the support of the king, and when it all starts, Li Yi will take over Qing Yue and Lishan's mentor, and they will do everything to elevate Yang to the throne and even heaven. They will be under his control and all people will listen only to Yang. These words sounded loudly in Qin Yang's head, and the prince imagined everything that Li Yi had so eloquently described and laughed out loud throughout the castle because he liked the plan incredibly. Meanwhile, in the Alchemist Guild's training room, Yun Xiao and Jun activated the formation ball. They were already actively making the 20th pill. Jun looked at the previous 19 with delight and whispered that these magic pills were true 2nd rank elixirs, and they were not easy to create, but under Yun Xiao's guidance they had made a whole bunch of them. Li told Jun to eat the 1,000 bird pill and he would eat the one that sustains the spirit. He also asked him to create more of this kind of pill. Jun exclaimed in fright that Yun Xiao would give him a recipe for these pills to make himself. Yun Xiao handed to him a list of lower-ranked elixirs that could be bought at the store, not understanding why Jun was so happy. Jia's hand shook from such trust. He read the list and dreamily imagined boxes of pills with his face on them, which would triple his efficiency and most likely train his spiritual strength. It will also triple because these pills are unique to thousands of birds. Elixirs for increasing strength have always had side effects, but the pills magically stimulate both spiritual and physical strength. Jun and Yun Xiao took the magic pills at the same time and it began. Jun's legs felt like rubber and did not support his body, and he fell like a sack. He fell into his subconscious mind where he felt like he was at the bottom of a deep ocean with huge pink jellyfish swimming around. It was really a strong concentration of flashes of inspiration. And Jun thought with joy that he was about to become a 2nd rank alchemist because everything happened and felt exactly like that when he was promoted to the 1st rank. Endless inspiration captivated his soul. It was a sign of future success. Jun's heart was pounding with joy and happiness because his most cherished dream of being promoted to the 2nd rank was about to come true. Jia promised himself that from that day on he would train like a madman when he suddenly heard the voice of his secretary shouting that something had happened in his family and he was being called in immediately. And everything stopped again. Jun instantly felt sick and began to vomit, and while high in the air he fell rapidly into the ocean and began to drown in the abyss of knowledge. He realized that if he did not get out now, his spirit would be damaged, and in the worst case he would become insane. Suddenly he heard Yun Xiao's voice ordering him to open his eyes and look at him, and some incredible force began to bring Jun back to the surface, and he could feel his skin rising through the oceanic water column. And finally he broke out of the water and grabbed fresh air. It was a divine evolutionary technique. Jia felt a painful touch on his forehead and thought that he was finally enlightened, and at that moment he came to his senses and stood up, barely able to catch his breath with blood flowing from his forehead. Yung Xiao stood in front of him with a huge needle in his hand and asked why Jun had fainted after such a minuscule discomfort and how he was going to be his follower. Jun sobbed and threw himself at the guy, cursing that he was so unlucky because he had almost broken through to the second level and success was almost in his hands, and this damn Liao was bringing him nothing but misfortune. But the guy stopped his hysteria and asked if he was not on the second level, and Jia froze, digesting everything that had happened in his head. It finally dawned on him, and Jun burst into a joyful squeal that he was indeed on the second level, still not believing in his own happiness. And he began to ask to hit him to understand that he was definitely not sleeping, jumping up and down joyfully, and Yun Xiao fulfilled his request and hit Jun hard. He flew away screaming that he asked to be hit, but not so hard, and Yun Xiao has a very heavy hand. The boy rolled his eyes again, because in all the years he had travelled with Gu Feiyang, he had never met such an arrogant and unprincipled man in the Tianwu continent. The guy looked at his burning fist and whispered that even after 5 pills, he could only rise to the level of a 6-star warrior and probably wouldn't have enough abilities to develop his body's strength, but he had obtained the 2nd rank of alchemist. Looking at the guild badge, Li was sure that he was now worthy of it, and Jun was hanging on him, praising how incredibly fast he had become a warrior and an alchemist. Yun Xiao looked at him and slyly asked him what he could do to replace his heart, and Jun shook his head. Suddenly, the door slammed open, and Lu Yao shouted that they had received news of the boy's father, that Li Changfeng had been surrounded by the Baijiang army in Kunjing, and that contact with him had been lost, and now the responsibilities of the Li clan are on him. Yun Xiao whispered in shock that they had only been meditating for 10 days and already made such a mess, and sighed. In a moment, an angry Yun Xiao rushed to the door, snapping that everyone must be sick of living, and now he would not mind providing his services. Meanwhile, in the main hall of the Alchemists' Guild, where the formation ball stood, a crowd of alchemists had gathered and were admiring it and everything it produced. Among them was Ji Meng, who carefully examined everything and, seeing Yun Xiao, fell to his knees in front of him, saying that from now on he would follow the boy and swore to obey any of his orders and will learn only from him. Li looked at him gloomily and replied that in 10 days Ji Meng had reached only 2 stars and his abilities were mediocre, and if he was going to become a follower, it would all depend on his efforts and determination. The crowd of alchemists who heard this began to resent the fact that he had achieved 2 stars. These are incredible results in such a short time, but Ji Meng began to apologize for his stupidity and promised to work 100 times harder just to be with Yun Xiao, to which Li replied that in all ages, those who have achieved great things have had exceptional abilities, but the most important thing besides talent is strength of spirit and stubbornness, and Ji Meng has a strong spirit. And he likes that, so from today on, Ji Meng is appointed his trusted assistant. The boy almost fell over from what he heard and the feeling of happiness, and Jun started to ask what then about him, and Yun Xiao reminded him of his slave conditions, and promised to think about it when he reached the 4th rank. Jun babbled in shock that it was too long to wait until the 4th rank and asked to become his follower as well, and the crowd that was watching them oohing and eyeing, not understanding who Yun Xiao was. When Li went outside with everyone, he saw the commander Bai Mao, who reported on the alarming situation in the capital and that Prince Yue was worried about Yun Xiao, could become a target for mercenaries, and sent her to accompany and guard the boy and bowed politely. Yun Xiao laughed and replied that his status was probably rising because he did not think that his personality could become so important that Bai Mao herself would come to guard him. Suddenly, everyone heard the sound of horses rearing and the roar of a mercenary squad rushing straight for Yun Xiao and the boys, and Bai Mao was swiftly lifted into the air. She shouted to the guardsmen that they had to drive the enemies away, and arrows were already flying in their direction. Yun Xiao caught one of them and whispered in surprise that these arrows were made of green quartzite and were from the royal reserves. Frightened, Ji Meng asked what it meant that the eldest prince had sent mercenaries, and Yun Xiao confidently replied that he had to be careful because the head of the squad was somewhere nearby. Suddenly, they both heard a very familiar yell to kill everyone and leave no one alive. Yun Xiao looked around and said in surprise that it was that idiot Li Yi again, as usual. Yes, it was indeed Li Yi who was walking towards Yun Xiao, exclaiming that last time he was saved by Luo Yunchang and this time everyone would finally see his complete destruction. And he ordered his mercenaries to take care of the rest of them, because he was going to personally destroy Yun Xiao with his own hands and his dream would come true. In front of Ji Meng, Guang Yuanjia, who was the commander of the Baijian army, appeared as if from the ground and began to poke his trident at him, demanding to be entertained. And his partner Yu Yuanwen was shouting at Guang to relax and take his time and get real pleasure from the process itself. And only Yun Xiao stood calmly and took out the pills and whispered that he, as the young master of the Li family, was obliged to clean up the garbage from the territory. He tossed the pill to Jimong and ordered him to eat it and detain the 2 army commanders, while he personally took care of Li Yi and then jumped up, and then jumped. Meng obeyed the order, and Li Yi kept shouting that an ordinary warrior could not destroy a great martial artist of the 3 principles, and Yun Xiao had no idea what he was doing. Meanwhile, the pill had taken effect, and Jimeng became incredibly strong and seemed to have grown in size. His eyes glowed with white fire, and he clenched his fists with a creak. What Yuanjia exclaimed was that no matter how many elixirs Meng took, he was still a great martial artist, and compared to him, everyone around him was a complete nobody. Suddenly, Jimong became even bigger, and both commanders exclaimed that the guy had reached the level of a great master of 9 and was still growing. And there was a terrible explosion where Jimeng stood. The boy was engulfed in flames and stones flew around. Finally, the fire subsided and Jimeng regained consciousness. The boy had changed a lot, became physically developed and really matured. And Guan was angry, saying that, how is it possible that Mencius has become a martial emperor, and what kind of pill is this? And Jimong repeated Guan's words that there was no need to hurry but to enjoy the process, and asked him to repeat them again. Indeed, Jimong entered the combat sphere and a red circle of fire formed around him, and Guang and Yuanwen gritted their teeth, not understanding how this was possible. And Guang Yuanwen raised his sword and shouted that Meng had entered the martial realm, because he had not yet mastered the martial art, and stabbed his trident into the ground. He activated it, promising to show the difference between a true martial emperor and a fraudulent emperor, and began to shout the spell Air Silver Spear Cutting Mountains. And in the place of the trident, a huge stone-thick tree instantly grew with a bang, and he hit Meng with it. Meanwhile, Yun Xiao whispered a spell. Since ancient times, there has been a sacred garden of blooming peaches, and since then there has been a patron saint who plants peach trees and harvests them. In order to sell it for wine, he activated an old martial technique, and a pink circle appeared around Jimeng. Like a peach, the guy shouted the spell Snake Sword Manifest, and his sword was transformed. It turned into a pink snake that rushed to Yuanjia, breaking through the peach blossoms, and it wrapped itself around Guan's sword and hand and began to press with fierce force. Blood gushed out of his hand, and Guan realizes that his freezing attack had been repelled by this strange sword movement. Guang shouted the spell Extreme Freeze, and there was an explosion. Guan felt that it was becoming difficult for him to use his chi energy because Meng had entered the higher realm with brute force. Out of fright, he created a protective dome with a single swing of his sword, but it took tremendous strength to hold each flower. And at that moment, Yu Yuanwen rushed to Guan's aid and swung his trident directly at Jimeng with a crash. Yuanwen began to swing his trident, fending off the peach petals, but Guan's freezing attack was suppressed by the peach tree's attack. Guan thanked Yuanwen for his timely help, but both of them still couldn't understand how a pill could produce such incredible combat power. Meanwhile, Jimeng shattered the blocks of ice around him with just one pink sword. Li stood there in shock, not understanding what Yun Xiao had given his warrior, that gave the great master the strength to fight 2 martial emperors at once. So he decided to take Yun Xiao alive to get those pills, and shouted to the boy as he rushed at him with his sword that he would die here. Yun Xiao stood there, with his arms folded, and calmly replied that he actually wanted to give Li Yi a chance to watch the battle, but since he didn't want to, he would have to pay his debts. He added that Li Yi had been a slave to the Li Yi clan for many years, eating their food and sleeping under their roof, but he still wanted to rebel and would have to pay the price for all these benefits. Li Yi exclaimed that this was very presumptuous and called for the manifestation of the 3rd rank weapon and shouted the spell Circular Waves while waving his sword. Jia Jun, looking at these tricks, told Yun Xiao that he would not be able to resist Li Yi and that he had to flee immediately, but the boy only snorted mockingly at his words. I exclaimed that indeed, dark weapons of the 3rd rank have extraordinary power, but their true power depends only on the master, and grabbed his new sword. He added that if Li Yi wanted to destroy it, it could only happen in the night, and began to spin the sword, shouting 100-fold gravity and protection. Li Yi jumped up from this, surprised, because the guy used the technique he hated again. At that moment, Yun Xiao skillfully knocked the sword out of his opponent, and there was only a loud ringing and Li Yi's scream, and the sword flew away and clattered into the ground. The guy used the 100-fold gravity technique, and the sword was in his hand in an instant. He exclaimed that although it was not worth much money, he would take it for himself and count it as a debt to the Li clan. Li Yi exploded in anger and yelled that he was a scoundrel and demanded that he return the sword immediately. Yun Xiao looked around and shouted that if Li Yi wanted to return the sword, he should at least try and cut through the block of ice that Li Yi had made. He shouted the divine freezing strike spell and began to spin the opponent's sword around. Having sent a massive amount of ice in his direction, Li Yi panicked and began to stop it with his bare hands. But it was all in vain, as the sharp ice cut through his body and the flow did not stop even when it was over. Li Yi asked Yun Xiao how he knew about the freezing attack and how he learned to master it, to which the boy replied that a technique of such a low level could be repeated after just one example, and shamed him with such knowledge. Li Yi began to demand his sword again, and Yun Xiao called it garbage and announced that he had his own third-ranked weapon, the Sword of Spring Water. Li Yi could not believe his eyes and shouted how Yun Xiao could have a third-ranked dark weapon. Lai replied that he was asking too many questions today because he was probably delaying the moment of his destruction, and he began to chant loudly, "All his regrets will go away with the flow of spring water. The scent of flowers will poison people, and his sharp sword will become harder than stone." And he began to draw his sword, shouting, "Yin energy, spring water doubled strength." An ice mountain and a waterfall grew behind Yun Xiao in an instant, and Li Yi was horrified to realize that the guy could use two dark weapons at once. This was not easy even for martial emperors, and each one was filled with a different technique, so his situation was really bad. Li Yi exclaimed that even though Yun Xiao could use two dark weapons, the difference was still in their strength, and now he would see if Yun Xiao could overcome it. These words made the boy laugh, and he replied that if he was at least a great emperor, the boy would be able to reckon with him a little. But Li Yi was just a great martial artist. He demonstrated to look him in the eye, repeating the spells Heaven and Earth subdued Soul Demon Moon, and everything around Li Yi turned blood red. He looked into Yun Xiao's eyes, and his mind went fuzzy and dark, his body went limp, and he could no longer control it and fell to his knees in front of Yun Xiao. Yun Xiao whispered with satisfaction that everything was working out perfectly and that he should be a good boy and learn the sharpness of his swords. He jumped into the air, swinging his sword at Li Yi, and Yuanwen began to shout at him to be careful, but Li Yi stood there as if mesmerized, not answering. One swing with a whistle and Yun Xiao cut off his arm. Li Yi screamed in incredible pain, and Guang and Yuanwen shouted that he had to run away immediately, but he couldn't get up. It was as if something was holding him down. At that moment, both of them were attacked again by Ji Meng, that they barely held back his attack and in a moment simultaneously jumped away. They were behind Li Yi and grabbed his shoulders and quickly flew high into the air to save him, leaving a pile of blood on the ground and Ji Meng with Yun Xiao. Ji Meng was still trying to cast a spell, but Yun Xiao stopped him and ordered him to look for Commander Bai Mao. At the same time, the guy was thinking that the technique of soul subjugation is too difficult for his spiritual power, and that Li Yi will be afraid and he will not be able to use it in the near future. This is a trick, and therefore one should be careful in the future. Together with Mang, they went to another courtyard where they saw a pile of bodies, and at the end of the courtyard stood a disheveled and mutilated Bai Mao. She explained that they had been ambushed by Gao Feng's men. Ji Meng looked at the dead with his head bowed in shock, and Yun Xiao asked if they were his men, and he quietly replied that they were. Ji Meng walked over to one of the bodies and explained that it was Liu Zheng, who reported directly to him and was a talented young man. Yun Xiao tried to explain to him that the guys had died. They were honourable and should be proud of their actions because they obeyed orders and were all the same, but Ji Meng was in despair and began to sob loudly, asking if he was worthy of them. Yun Xiao continued to answer that not all soldiers lose their lives on the battlefield, and since they had fulfilled their military duty, they were worthy guards of the kingdom. Meanwhile, Chunyan was holding a meeting in the hall of Qing Yue's residence. His grandfather said that Li Yi was still in the capital because he thought that he had escaped and most likely joined forces with Qin Yang. Yu added in surprises that he did not expect his own brother to team up with a spy, and how low he had fallen. Chunyan added that this behaviour explains what happened in Kunjing, and Yun Xiao asked what happened there. Yu began to tell him that 5 days ago it was reported that the Baijian army of 800 soldiers attacked Baitu and then occupied Kunjing. And at the moment, Yun Xiao's father, General Fei Long, is in a quandary, and the capital has received a request for reinforcements, and Li asked how the royal court reacted. And the prince explained that Baitu and Kunjing were their natural barrier, and the fall of these cities would mean the collapse of the whole country, and his father would definitely gather everyone personally, and he would order Jingguo to lead the army. Yun Xiao turned his eyes to his grandfather and asked him for his opinion, and he remained silent, thinking that anyone in such a situation would run to his father and his grandson. Absolutely calm, and answered that Kunjing is difficult to attack and easy to defend, and Fei Long has a very large army and it would not be a problem, so he believes this request is false, and that the senior prince had definitely teamed up with Li Yi. Yun Xiao reasoned that if the clan as a whole left the city, Qing Yang could do anything, and when they returned, realizing the idiocy of the warning, it would be too late. Chunyang jumped up and down with delight when he heard his thoughts and exclaimed that it was indeed his grandson. The only thing that worried Yun Xiao was whether the request was really fake or whether they were all mistaken. He asked everyone anxiously what if it was a real alarm. All the members of the meeting thought about it, and Chunyan said, if 300 soldiers led by Fei Long cannot defend Kunjing, then Yun Xiao's father deserves to be tormented for not being able to do something. He added that he could not leave the capital. Yun Xiao remembered Dashen writhing in pain in the bathroom and said that everything was simplified then, even if the request was written. He was not his father, and the situation in Kunjing is not as good as Chunyang thinks, and for hundreds of years Mount Daluotian has been protecting against Baijian, and this time the army passed through with ease. He pointed in their direction and asked his grandfather if he thought it was done simply to distract him and put Qingyang on the throne. Yue looked at him in surprise and answered, "If they lose Kunjing, the other 13 cities will also be vulnerable, and what should they do then?" Yun Xiao replied that they had to respond to this request because if not, the consequences would be inevitable. And Qingyang had been waiting for the throne for so long that he had opened all his cards, and Yu's appearance on his way destroyed all his plans, and so Yang decided to go all in. Yu slammed his fist on the table, shouting that his older brother was being too selfish for his own benefit because he was ready to sacrifice his own people, and if he wanted to, Yue would give him the throne. The whole crowd cheered, and Chunyang replied that if Yun Xiao was so concerned about the country and the people, why not go to Kunjing on his own with 300 soldiers? Bai Mao entered the conversation and asked Li if he had any ideas about this, and everyone in the room fell silent. The commanders present were convinced that Chunyang was trying to raise the status of his grandson, and if he demonstrated this in front of Prince Yue, he would achieve a lot in the future, which would guarantee the success of the Li clan. After a moment of silence, Yun Xiao said that of course he had a work plan, but there were too many people in the room to share it, which caused the anger of the commanders. One of them barked that everyone here was close relatives or confidants, and it seemed he didn't trust himself. But the guy brazenly replied that he really never trusted himself, and the commander rushed to him with accusations that this sounded humiliating and disrespectful to Prince Yue. Yun Xiao was as calm as a mountain and looked intently into the commander's eyes and replied that if he could swear on his life that not a single word would leave this room, then let him stay. And turning his gaze to the rest of them, he added that this applies to all of them, that they swear on their heads, and if they have the courage, they can stay here. The commanders gritted their teeth at the kid's impudence, each of them wondering who this guy was and why they should be responsible for the confidentiality of information. The tense situation was saved by Prince Yue, who stood up and said that the ministers had worked hard and could rest in the flower pavilion, and ordered to send musicians to entertain them. 6 people remained in the hall, and Bai Mo asked Yun Xiao whether she should leave or stay, and the guy smiled and invited her to stay. And he began to explain his plan, namely, that they should defend themselves from 2 fronts at once. Prince Yue replied that he had thought about it, but they had limited resources, and if Chunyang left the city, he would not be able to resist Qingyang. The grandfather interrupted the conversation, asking that everyone probably knows how the emperor now treats their clan, and that many important positions have been given to the people of the eldest prince. And if Kunjing is really surrounded, the only thing that will protect him is the central army of 500,000 men, and it is led by Qingyang, who will not send his soldiers. However, if he used his reputation, Chunyang could gather a few troops. Yue replied that he could not go because there were urgent matters that he could not handle alone. Yun Xiao said that he really should stay in the city and just send him to rescue them. Chunyang was stunned to hear this. He replied that even if he could gather an army, these people were undisciplined and did not like orders, so no one but him would be able to keep them in line. And even Bai Mo intervened, emphasizing that Yun Xiao is too young and there are not enough soldiers and that nothing can be done about what happened in Kunjing. He smiled and replied that she had forgotten about someone, because he really can't lead an army of old men, but he has a man who will take part in this. And even if he cannot cure him completely, he will make sure that he takes his pills on time, and this man will be cured without any problems. Chunyang exclaimed that he had found a way, and the guy took out a box and explained that he had made pills that could suppress the ice poison, and moreover, they would also give a huge amount of yang qi. Chunyang exclaimed that all this was just incredible, and Prince Yue, not understanding what was happening, asked who they were all talking about. And Yun Xiao replied that this is the man who once followed his grandfather in conquering the land, the man who leveled everything in Baijian, the man who received the title of Duke, and that it was none other than Chen Dasheng. Yu's brain exploded from these words and he shouted, "Is Dashen alive because everyone knows about his death?" Chunyang told him that in those terrible times the emperor sent Dasheng to a ranking battle to get rid of his retinue, and Chen Dasheng returned alive but crippled. Yu was shocked to hear this, whispering that his father made such stupid decisions without understanding how he could treat his people like that. Shenyang continued to tell him that after the exchange, he personally told everyone about his death, and that in fact all this time Dasheng had been recuperating in a secret room. But the emperor also demoted his Chen clan, to which Yue bowed and replied that when he ascended the throne, he would return everything to the Chen clan and their rightful status. And Bai Mo asked Chunyang whether General Dasheng's illness was somehow related to Commander Xiao Qinwang. Yun Xiao replied that he was injured by the ice chi, and Xiao was also injured, so he would be the second important person. The girl was delighted, and said that everything was really brilliant because the guy could even restrain the ice chi, and if Xiao joined them, they would be invincible. Because with Chen Desheng and Xiao Qinwang, the army would be strong enough to defend Kunjing, and who was the third person Li was talking about? And the guy mysteriously answered that he wanted to help create a team that could defeat an enemy that was several times bigger. And so we are talking about the unsurpassed teacher of the martial emperor Zhong Lishan. Yue looked at him with disbelief, asking if Li was joking. After all, the teacher probably supports him, but he has never interfered in political battles and will only do something when the enemy approaches the capital. To which Yun Xiao replied that he did not expect Lishan to take any action, but for this he needed to recall the events that happened 60 years ago. It was when Qingzheng was still a prince that a revolution broke out throughout the south, and the army abandoned its weapons and fled, leaving the country unprotected. And a band of revolutionaries quickly reached the capital, and at this time the dean of the Jialan Academy organised detachments of skilled students to fight the revolutionaries, and they did. They not only defended the capital, but also drove the enemy to the very south and destroyed it, and the former king awarded the students the title of National Guard, of which they are still the founders. And it so happened that right now the academy is on vacation and the students are starting practical classes that are in no way inferior in complexity to the mission of defending Kunzin, and he suggested that they go there. Send them there for double payment. Yue jumped up and down, shouting that this was a great idea, and Yun Xiao was a genius because the students would increase the army many times over, and it would be enough to fight back. And Li added that moreover they would be led by the teachers themselves, and as for restraining the qi in Xiao and Dashen's bodies, they would need Luo Yunchang to do it, because she was a really powerful warrior. Chunyang, who was listening to him in silence, thought that this was really brilliant because they would not only gather a strong army but also convert powerful people to Yue's side. Yun Jiao continued to say that Qinwang's illness was worsening and his influence was diminishing, and that is why Gaofeng's division was on the side of the elder prince. However, Bai Mao's division supports them, and the others also have their own important opinions, and if Xiao Qinwang is full of strength, no one will refuse him. And turning his eyes to Yue, he added that he already had the support of 3 emperors, and therefore could not lose. He asked in surprise who the third one was, and Bai Mao looked at Chunyan and whispered, "Is it really him?" The old man laughed and said that he probably had nothing to hide. After all, he had entered the dimension of the 5 elements and was now a martial emperor. All 5 of them bowed respectfully and congratulated him in a chorus, and Chunyang looked with satisfaction at his grandson, who spoke like a true sage today, and he was sure that the victory over Yang would be certain. Yu rushed to Yun Xiao, calling him an extraordinary personality and promising to reward him in case of victory, and asked him to call him brother from that day on. Having shared the fate and the pain with him, Li's eyes rounded at such a crazy proposal, and he was momentarily confused, not knowing what to say. Chunyang looked at them both and thought that Qing Yue was doing this because of his status, but if these two were called brothers, the status of the Li clan would grow incredibly. And Bai Mo was delighted to know that Yun Xiao was a worthy ally. Meanwhile, Li pulled his hands out of Yue's and asked to talk about it at another time. Yu stammered in confusion because he was the future leader of the country, and it would be a great honor to be called his brother, and Li refused when most people only dream of such a thing. Jimong gestured to Yun Xiao that everything was fine, and Jia Jun looked at his master and idol with delight, and only Chunyan was thinking about the fact that Tian Shui is a small country, and he wondered if it would affect his grandson, because this kid had been hiding his abilities for so long that he didn't think about such things, and if it weren't for the current circumstances, Yun Xiao would have remained a fool for the rest of his life. Bai Mao decided to smooth over the incident and said that prestige was not a priority for Yun Xiao, and it was no wonder that the prince wanted to fraternize with him. She suggested that they talk about it when Yue sat on the throne. Yue, a little embarrassed, mumbled that Bai was right and that Li was a true genius and he liked his wisdom and asked to return. Before this conversation after the victory, Yun Xiao replied that he was already used to being a loner and was not going to join any fraternities and asked not to bring up this topic again. These words amazed everyone present, who were sure that Yun Xiao was wrong and should not reject Prince Yue's offer so easily, which put him in an awkward position. Only Chunyang coughed and told his grandson that he at least knew his place, and that brotherhood between a vassal and an emperor was impossible. Yue laughed at these words and replied. He said that his grandson was worthy of his grandfather, and Chunyang added that even if the prince himself admired you, the grandson should be humble and just do his job as he had taught him. But the boy philosophically replied that life is always about glory and shame, but all this will sooner or later turn to dust and life is like fog and only martial arts are eternal. The boy's words struck Prince Yue to the core because until that moment he had always thought and was sure that only a hard struggle for the throne was of great importance. And then a strange thing began to happen to Ji Meng. As he repeated Yun Xiao's words, his veins and arteries glowed with different colors, his eyes turned white and he grew in size again. Energy circles appeared around him and the ground moved loudly. Surprised, Bai Mao screamed how it was possible that Ji Meng had just become a martial lord, and Chunyan explained to her that he had once meditated for 6 months to get closer to a martial lord. At the same time, he used all the elixirs and high-class medicine because at that time, it seemed to him that this was the only way to achieve it, and Meng was lucky enough to get everything at once. The guy himself was shocked by what had happened, and fell on his knees in front of Yun Xiao and began to thank him for all the guidance, but Li told him that he was also to blame. He would order June to make thousands of pills for him, so that Meng could advance to the level of a martial emperor, because in his current state he was hardly worthy of being his follower. Yun Xiao's words irritated Chunyan Yue and Bai Mao, who all thought that the boy was being overconfident and overreacting, but they all remained respectfully silent. Yue went to the academy to negotiate with Li Shen, and Ji Meng took the invitation to Zhao Qinwang. Jun went in search of Luo Yunchang. Yun Xiao and his grandfather returned to their residence. Meanwhile, in the secret hall of the elder Prince Qinyang, a meeting with Li Yi was taking place. Qinyang was screaming with anger knowing about the defeat of his henchmen, shouting that Li Yi's forces were outnumbered by Yun Xiao and his mercenaries had elite equipment and only 4 people returned. Li Yi stood with Guan Yuanjia and Yu Yuanwen listening to the shouting about how he was going to pay Yang back. One of Yang's commanders pointed a finger at him, saying that he had lost an entire division and almost defeated Bai Mo, and asked how Li Yi would pay for 30 human lives. And 50 crossbows! Li Yi screamed back that it was all because of Yun Xiao and Ji Meng, and that the latter had detained his men, and Yun Xiao had cut off his arm, and if not for them, everything would have worked out. But Yang shouted that Ji Meng had only 7 stars and the Li Yi brothers were still martial emperors, and he could not hold them both back. And Yun Xiao was an ordinary warrior and Li Yi was a great master. In martial arts, he could not cut off his hand, and Li Yi is shamelessly lying. Li Yi insisted that he was telling the truth because Meng instantly became a martial artist after taking a pill. And Yun Xiao has 2 dark weapons and no secret techniques. And while he was in the family, the kid was a moron, but now with his talents and intelligence, he is a real threat. Another commander interrupted the conversation and confirmed that something was really wrong with Yun Xiao, and he was suspicious because their plan was perfect, but Yang just hysterically dismissed it. Li Yi rushed to convince him that they had lost the battle, but not the war, and when the troops returned to the capital, the central army would already be defeated and Yang would become emperor. Yang, having calmed down a bit, asked what about Qinwang, whether Li could cure him, and the other emperor was a teacher and this was his biggest headache. But Li Yi stubbornly persuaded him not to worry, because when the time came, his boss would send people and Xiao Qinwang would not survive, and laughed. After a moment of silence, Yang ordered him to go rest. Hoping that nothing unplanned would happen this time, he asked Gao if Li Yi could be trusted, and then answered that he could only trust himself and needed to be convinced. 3 more divisions would go over to their side. Yang asked how Jia Zhenyi was doing, and Gao replied that Lord Kong was very angry with Chunyang for outlawing ministers. Yang replied that this was because Jia Zhenyi was weak and useful only as a mediator, but when it came to battle, even an ordinary soldier was better than him. Yi Gao exclaimed that they had not yet entered into a real battle, and asked to be allowed to create problems for Chunyang because someone had to humble him, and the prince agreed. He replied that they should use the opportunity to turn everyone against Yun Xiao, and that it would be easier to control the army and win the people over to their side. Xinyang walked around the hall and quietly rejoiced, because if there were no mistakes in the future, his dream would finally come true and he would get the throne he wanted. Meanwhile, Yun Xiao and Chunyang approached the Li family's entrance pagoda and stopped in surprise. They saw that the family's clan was surrounded by a large number of soldiers dressed in white robes. Chunyang exclaimed in irritation who dared to surround the clan. A soldier, Li Xiang, fell at his feet and began to tell him that 3 students of Lord Jie Zhenyi from the Imperial Academy of Chaojing, Shen Turan and Xuanyuan Jixian had brought thousands of scholars. They protested, accusing Chunyang of 10 serious crimes, including court officials and other respected people. Chunyang listened to him in surprise, asking if it was really old Jie Zhenyi who had done this, and he answered Yun Xiao's mute question that he would probably leave until all these beggarly students went home on their own. "Surprises you, Yun Xiao?" asked his grandfather if he could destroy officials, but was afraid of a bunch of scholars. Yi Chunyang replied that he was not afraid of killing officials. But Jie Zhenyi is different, because he is a descendant of the holy idol of all scholars and represents the ethics of literature, and when meeting him one must show respect, and if he's also destroyed, then the reputation of the Li family would be destroyed as well. Yun Xiao did not understand why this was so, and replied that since Zhenyi decided to appear, the senior prince paid him and he was not a good person. And without asking anyone, Yun Xiao rushed into the crowd, shouting that if they stood in his way he would end them once and for all. Chunyang looked at him in surprise, thinking that they were a clan of generals and respected the learned and educated, and that his grandson was also careless. There were indeed 3 great scholars standing near the crowd. One of them was Chao Jing, who noticed Yun Xiao approaching them. And next to him stood 2 more, Shen Turan and Xuanyuan Jixian, who began to shout that there was an outrage of abuse of power and disobedience to the king, calling the Li clan cold-blooded and cruel, and the whole crowd shouted that these crimes could not be forgiven. The whole city could hear the frantic shouting and chanting of these words, and behind the crowd the phantom figure of Jie Zhenyi stood tall, as if watching over his supporters. Yun Xiao looked at Zhenyi and realized that the Great Chi of Justice had been created by the hands of scholars from all over the world, and he had really underestimated Zhenyi's abilities. But it was time for breakfast, and with a sly smile, Li jumped high into the sky so that all the scientists gasped at the sight of him, and Yun Xiao shouted a spell, creating a connection and absorption, and circles of magic rainbows appeared around him. And the guy shouted that the Great Chi of Justice would give him a great start, and 4 huge balls connected to each other lit up around him. The scientists watched him in shock, shouting that he was really hanging in the air and that they had only heard of such things in legends. And suddenly they all realized at the same time that this guy was a real person. Somehow he absorbed their chi, and one of them shouted to everyone to calm down, because they are all benefactors of the Haoshu community and have the strongest chi in this realm. And at this rate, the guy is going to die. Another scholar joined him and also shouted to everyone to read the sacred teachings and remain calm, because they needed to strengthen their chi. But Yun Xiao was absorbing even more chi. That warrior asked Chunyan if Li was okay, and the old man only replied that he had to know his limits, thinking that the parasite had used him. Some strange trick, but it wasn't so, because when Yun Xiao absorbs the chi of justice, it unites with Dantian, and this allows him to build up his strength of mind. And right now, he was approaching 6 stars, and with his knowledge and skills in the arts, no one is worthy of standing on the same level. Yun Xiao continued to hang in the air and look at the crowd of scholars who were chanting sacred teachings and trying to calm down. However, they all noticed that the chi energy around him had become denser and thicker. Yun Jiao looked at Chaijing and Jixian with delight, mentally thanking them for the frantic flow of chi energy that was accumulating. Suddenly, Li decided to put on a show and play along with the frightened scientist to keep the chi flowing, and burst into tears, calling them rude for stalling for time. He shouted at the scientist to stop because he felt that his life was leaving him, while sobbing incessantly, and the scientist believed him, and began to shout at each other not to stop because he was a demonic entity. He will die. Even Li Xiang, who was standing with Chunyan, believed this scene and asked him frightened what to do, because Yun Xiao would soon give his life, but the grandfather remained silent, mentally calling his grandson a moron because nothing else gave him away as a human being, except his hysteria, and the grandfather did not understand what kind of energy it was, not believing that Li had risen. But no one noticed that Li's 7th star had lit up, and then the unexpected happened. All the scientists felt sick at the same time, and blood gushed from their mouths. In a moment, the entire crowd fell down and crawled like ants, trying to regain consciousness and vomiting without realizing what was happening. And Yun Xiao, like a god, came down from heaven with brightly lit stars, and the scientists finally realized what had happened and that he had fooled them. Seeing that he didn't have a scratch on him, and the pressure from the guy seemed even tighter than before, Yun Xiao's eyes burned with fire, and he looked intently into the eyes of the scientists that they had lost consciousness and fallen down, and Li said with satisfaction that he had finally gotten a middle-level 7-star warrior. And it would have been nice to be a 7-star warrior at the peak, but the scientists were too weak. Yun Xiao told one of them that they all pumped him up because he had absorbed a small amount of chi. Finally, the scientists realized that Li had absorbed the chi of justice to advance his cultivation, and Chunyang asked them to convey his gratitude to Jiang Zhenyi for such free energy. All of the scholars groaned in pain, and one barely shouted that they should all be destroyed. Yun Diao came closer to him and told him not to think that they would get away with it. Only a drop of blood was left without scarring because the scientists had decided to surround Li's house and slandered his grandfather, and so he would quickly fix everything. But looking at the crowd with a strange look, one of the men shouted what he was doing, and Li explained that they still had the conscience to ask him such a question. And Chaojing exclaimed that the Li clan had committed terrible crimes that could not be forgiven, realizing that their plan had not worked and the idol of the scholars must remain strong. However, Yun Xiao replied that he did not think that the king was blind and that all his loyal supporters, servants, and trusted aides were absolute idiots. Chaojing said that the guy should not dare to simplify everything so much and take it out of context, but Yun Xiao was unstoppable and shouted that in fact such losses for the clan would mean the death penalty for them, but given that he had been promoted, he would give the scientists a choice. Chaojing screamed, calling the boy a savage because they were just followers of the saint and scholars. and they were born of saints, and if Li laid a finger on them, they would die. And before he could finish, Yun Xiao jumped up and took his head off with one hand, which splattered everyone around. Everyone was shocked by what they saw, and one of the scientists screamed at Yun Xiao, asking him not to destroy him, and fell at his feet whispering that he was personally wrong. But the guy set a condition for everyone that each of the scientists must walk 3 circles around the city and constantly say one phrase, Jie Junyi is a brainless idiot. This requirement puzzled the scientists because they all realized that if they did this, they would no longer be able to walk with their heads held high. Once again, Yun Xiao was forced to use the magic of subjugation and hit the crowd with a stream of water so that everyone came to their senses and obeyed. And he ordered the soldier to follow the scientists and monitor the fulfillment of the condition. And if someone does not do this, he gave the order to destroy them. And the crowd, hearing these instructions, shouted the words of Jie Junyi in one voice, brainless idiot, while sobbing bitterly. Yun Xiao looked at them gloomily and exclaimed that he did not like their quiet voices because such things should be said loudly and with pleasure and smile. The crowd laughed and followed the warrior into the city, shouting a mocking message to Jie Junyi. The townspeople ran out into the streets in disbelief, and even Chunyan's jaw dropped at the audacity of the insolence. Yun Xiao and his grandfather returned to the secret room where Dasheng was sitting in the bathroom. The man examined him and concluded that Dasheng looked much worse than he expected. The man could barely breathe, but he did open his eyes. Li took out a box of pills and said reassuringly that if he personally treated him, Dasheng would not be able to die even if he really wanted to. And he gave Dasheng 2 pills. Chunyang was nervous and asked the guy how soon Dasheng would come to his senses. And the guy smiled and invited him to come closer and see for himself. And indeed Dasheng became lighter and opened his eyes wide and straightened up. But he said that he had fainted again and was very lucky to wake up at all this time. Suddenly Yun Xiao suggested that he stand up, and Dasheng, rounding his eyes, replied that it was impossible because he had not been on his feet for more than 5 years. However, he tried to wiggle his fingers in the water and then even lifted his leg, exclaiming loudly that he could feel both legs. He grabbed Yun Xiao's hands and asked him how he did it, and the boy rolled his eyes and said that it was very simple for him, and explained that the ice in his body caused suffering. Zhenzong made pills with extreme Yang, who meanwhile held Dasheng, but to get to the bottom of the problem, they had to neutralize and eradicate the poison and his mythical pills. They can do it, but they are 2nd ranked and it's not that simple, and to get him back on his feet, they need a strong Yang. The man gradually began to rise from the water, and when he was fully on his feet, he rushed to hug Chunyang, crying bitter tears and saying that he had been paralyzed for so many years and now he was finally standing on his own. Chunyang was happier than anyone else, exclaiming that he wished he had told Li about the problem earlier, but somehow it didn't work out, and Dasheng didn't stop talking, saying that he was absolutely happy. Yun Xiao waited a bit and said that Dasheng would have to lead the army in a few days and lead it east, and the man rounded his eyes again, not knowing what he was talking about. But a moment later, Dasheng laughed out loud, explaining that now he could only sit and remember his past army days and called Yun Xiao a joker, but the boy only squinted and said that he could argue about it. And surprised Dasheng turned his eyes to Chunyan, asking him if he was serious, but his grandfather remained silent, and after a moment of silence, he told his brother that he had to ask him for this favour, even though he had not yet fully recovered. Dasheng laughed out loud, shouting that he never thought he would ever put on armour and step onto the battlefield again, and he clenched his strong fists and bowed to receive the order. Chunyang ordered him to rest and looked at his grandson with interest and said in silence that he was indeed a 2nd rank alchemist, and now he believed it. And coming closer, he asked if there were any interesting things for him. The guy pretended not to understand what he was getting into, and he got a tantrum from his grandfather. He shouted where all their family's jewellery and hundreds of years of accumulated wealth had gone, and where their vault and the cave itself had gone, and gave him a good slap on the wrist. And he shook out a bag from the kid, explaining that today he would only take this because it was unfair to take everything at once, because in the future there would be many reasons to steal again. The 3 finally went to the room where the other members of the meeting were waiting. The door opened with a bang and Dasheng and his relatives walked into the shocked silence of the others. Xiao Qinwang, who had been summoned, was already standing in the room, and when he saw Dasheng he jumped up as if he'd seen a ghost, asking if it was really Dasheng's or if he was imagining things and why Li had already become a martial emperor. Dasheng bowed respectfully, saying that these first 5 years had been like hell for him, and Xiao could not believe that he had not lost his life to the ill-fated burning poison. Chunyang chuckled and asked him to leave this story for later. But Xiao Qinwang did not calm down and demanded an explanation, so Chunyan began to tell everything. Qinwang listened and asked why Chunyang didn't ask him for help because he would have come up with something. His grandfather replied that Xiao was also badly injured and there was no way to really help, so the only thing left was to hide him. Yun Xiao confirmed his words and Xiao asked if he had found a cure for him, and Li replied that he had made 2 fire pills that could suppress the effects of ice poison. But the guy added that the pills are of the 2nd rank, and therefore their capabilities are very limited, and if they want to cure, they will need the strong yang qi of teacher Luo. But for this treatment, he would like Zhao to help them with some things, and Yun Xiao took out a bag of pills. Kim Wang nodded that he understood and agreed to do 3 things, but that they were fulfillable, and Li happily slipped him the pills. Xiao picked up the pouch and asked with delight how the boy had managed to make them, and Yun Xiao modestly replied that it was quite accidental and just luck. Luo's head spun from these events, and the girl replied that Yun Xiao had managed to deceive even her by hiding his talents because she had been worried about his future until recently. Li bowed politely to Luo and thanked her for everything she had done for him, promising that the clan would thank her after everything was over, to which Luo replied that it was her duty to the dignitaries, and she didn't need any reward, and after a moment's hesitation, she asked him to perform that song about Guanlin whenever he was inspired to do so, because she really wanted to hear it again. And Li promised. Chunyang announced to everyone that now all the guests would have fun, and tomorrow morning he would personally go to the emperor to ask for the troops to be moved. And Yun Xiao ordered Jun to prepare everything for Xiao Qinwang's treatment and went to meditate. He always trained using the most difficult methods and never strayed from the path. Under all circumstances, Li should have already been a martial arts master. He got deep into meditation and found himself in his own mind, where he saw the clan's hideout. Yun Xiao exclaimed to himself that he had seen many people expand the space inside dark weapons, and many people combine spaces into a desired object. But the space he created during his meditation looked very interesting, like a real magical world. There was a huge monument in his space, and Li proudly realized that no one on the entire Tianwu continent had ever done such a thing. The laws of his world were different from the real one, because it was his world that stabilized his thinking, preventing him from falling out of meditation and reflecting his soul. He knew how to keep the boundaries when uniting the mind and body, and believed that spiritual strength can be strengthened while the body absorbs natural qi.